just my point is like, and it's not a settled statement that I'm making. Just my point is that it's not, and it's not always easy to know because I've had people that I've talked to about this or other things, and you can see that it really truly shakes them to their core.
Are you talking about like older people though? Are these mostly older people?
Of any age.
I think older people have experienced that more than younger people, or because younger people grow up hearing about flat Earths existing, so they're not as shocked about either or, and they're living in this world where nothing can be real, right? Like you don't really know in where we older people like us who grew up world before this, um, it's been ingrained into us. That's why I'm asking. Like, think for older people, yeah.
Because a lot of the older people, like you say, they grew up with going to the moon. They grew up with
Yep. Yep.
riding in a little airplane around the Earth.
Yep.
And there's all kinds of things that they grew up with that you do have to destroy a good bit of their.
Do you guys know how old I am? I'm 31. I just turned 31, actually.
That's cool.
I mean,
congratulations.
well,
I'm
thanks,
41.
but
Keep going.
I think that people in my age group are not so opposed to talking about it. But what you were saying, Barrington, I do have an older friend, and he grew up when the moon landing happened and all that stuff. And he's like, no, fuck that shit. No. I mean, he's kind of one of those old men that will cuss and stuff. So, yeah, I have to like Wesley. It's fine. Calm down. But yeah, he'll reject it, like what you're talking about.
And what's funny is that so many people I talk to now, like one of the things they'll tell me is like when I send them a video about the fake space station, that's one I love to send out. Like if they give me what I think is the slightest bit of interest, I send that video and just see what they say. And then I've had quite a few people just stop and tell me, look, if you had sent this to me before all the need for orange juice, I would not have believed you. I thought you were crazy. But now seeing what they do and all the lies about orange juice, that they say that they're like, wow, yeah, this is another thing they must be lying on. And then every now and then somebody that I'll send it to be like, oh, that's stupid, whatever else. And then I'm talking about people I know. And then I'll say, okay, well, go. You can find this footage on NASA. You don't have to just take what I've sent you. And then I'll send them a video from NASA. And then either they'll like, wow, that's crazy. And then, and you can start to see the wheels turning. But so I think that all this stuff about our recent need for orange juice is made people open-minded to things that they never thought they'd have been open-minded to. So we are living in a good time, I think, for a lot of people, especially younger, who are now saying, what is this?
I agree.
A thing I like to say is that us flat earthers are here just calmly telling people that their house is burning.
Alabama. And Alabama's a good southern state, so you've got you've got a lot more open-minded people than, say, like a flat Earth person in, say, New York would, or some other state where you've got tons and tons of sheep.
Yeah, we still have Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, and those types of cities are like college towns, so they still have that same program in the colleges. So you
Oh,
can
of course.
imagine that those two cities are, for the younger folks, they're, I don't know, I don't know. Go around asking folks, hey, are you super woke or what? Can you imagine if I did that?
Oh God.
Even people around here that I'm friends with and stuff, they have these. Sorry, my husband's phone's really loud. I even have friends that they are mostly one way, but still have ways of the other way. I got friends that are like, I'm pro-abortion and pro-choice or whatever, and I'm like, what? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, we all do. We all, no matter where you are, we do. We have those people.
Well, my husband is not one of those people, so he doesn't have to be a flat earther. He's an I don't care earther because I bring up very good points, and he's like, well, blah, 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 I don't care. I got to go to work tomorrow. So he's an I don't care earther. And, but he's not like a pro choice or anything.
That's good. That's a weird subject.
Oh, my bad.
And ultimately, I think that's what I come across as a lot of people who are just, they don't care. That, like, when you get away from the world of the internet, that I think that most people either just don't care. So, like,
I think
if you try to talk to them, they're more interested in their football.
I think that's fear, though. Displacement. Like, they don't want to face it. What up, Flat Earth dude?
Hey, what's going on? What you
We
guys
ain't got
on?
no Mongos in here right now.
You got no Mongos? Damn.
Dude, you're supposed to bring your own Mongo today.
Is it bring your own Mongo speculation Sunday?
Yeah. You got to bring a skeptical Mongo.
Skeptic Mongo. That sounds fun. Damn. I need a couple of those around here. Whew. No, there's a lot of skeptical people around here, but there's a lot of truthers. And then there are a lot of people that will deny reality, which, well, not a lot, but there's a few that come in here. Yeah, hey, I don't believe I'm on Discord right now. And a brain in the jar, is that what, as the Indio calls them that? Or Miggy?
Brain in a vat.
Brain in a jar
It
or
sounds
something
like you're
that?
working on something. Professor Dude, are you building a machine to put a Mongo brain in a jar?
Yeah. The brain in the jar.
You got to experiment on it. If it already thinks that it's in a...
Wasn't that in Young Frankenstein?
The
movie where he went and got the brain, and it was
Probably.
he grabbed the Abby Normal brain. Abby Normal.
You know a different set of pop culture than I do, so I'll have to.
I don't know,
watch
man. I
that.
wasn't really into it. I think I saw the movie one time, like, yeah, maybe a couple decades ago. But anyway, it was funny.
I grew up on the East Coast, and you're a West Coast guy, so
Right. Yeah, it's two different countries. I get it. It really is. I used to talk about that a lot. It's like, the East Coast, they got their thing. We got our thing out here. They're just kind of different. Yeah. That's all. So, have we had any new customers in here today, or any new leads? Did anybody close any deals? No.
it's
It's
been
been a little slow.
Oh, we've had some fun. Don't lie, Ether.
Let's see what's happening on the
It was
YouTube. What's happening on YouTube? People on YouTube, are they out there?
We've had some spiralies. We've had some Eratosthenes invokers and all the things, man.
I kept on having to hit the button to do the push to talk, and I had to fix my stuff so I could chat. But it was kind of boring, but not. Yeah, there were other things that happened, but this one guy he sounded like it'd be interesting to chat with because he actually wanted to debate and then refused to join the voice chat. Like me and CB and Kim tried to get him to join, but some other people tried to get him to join for a while.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to play around up there, and like just kind of getting used to the lobby, and I don't know. I ended up debating somebody, and then CB came in, and then Ether came in, and this dude was saying that he had direct measurements of the Earth, and I was like, let me guess, Eratosthenes. And he was like, no, that's not it, but I'm curious to why you would oppose that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And then he ended up using Eratosthenes
of course,
as his direct measurements instead of something else. I was like, you lied. You're a liar.
Tell him the video that this kid was watching when we first started, like, actually all chatting with him at the same time. Didn't he say he was watching, like, a Vsauce video or something? Like, hold on.
Vsauce, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I love it when these guys come in there, they're gaming. And then they go, hey, man, I'll just jump on this flat Earth server. And you guys good with that? Okay, yeah, do it, man. And they come in here.
I don't know. We do use the evidence of, hey, go outside. Do you feel the spin? Do you see the curvature? Yeah. And then they're like, oh, so you're just not on. And they're the ones that are not on. So it's just a circle and nothing gets done.
No. Yeah, we're getting there. Sometimes we get done. There was a couple people this week came in, seemed pretty sincere.
Well, this guy was projecting hard.
There was one guy came in here because he came in, like, I'll make you guys look bad. But by the time he left, he's like, you could tell, man. He goes, dude, I got to go research this shit some more. Damn. And that was good. So.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah.
I like having a nice intellectual conversation with somebody who's open to understanding.
Mm-hmm.
At least go learn their own globe model, please.
That's always
so we're not having to hold your hand.
I always tell them, dude, you gotta understand before you go in that room, man. You gotta know your globe shit upside down, backwards. Otherwise, man, you're just asking for it. Sorry,
you're toast. Otherwise, you're toast.
You're toast. You're
butter.
Butter. Strawberry jam, a little whipped cream on top. Here you go. Mm-hmm.
So you're not even the toast, you're the butter melting.
Yeah, you're done. I mean,
Can't handle the fire. Stay
the
out of the
smartest people
kitchen.
you're ever going to run into, and you're going to go in there and tell them you think you know it's a ball. Why? Because you saw a picture. Good luck with that. Shit. Pretty
Let me show
funny.
you a card. That's the bad thing, though. This is like actually Jay's onto something when you're saying that certain people you got to be gentle with and you really can't push it. There's an older generation where if you try and say any of this stuff to them, even if you say it in the most respectful way possible, they'll
Right.
still think you're trying to be a smart ass.
Right.
You're trying to be an asshole and you're trying to make them feel stupid. So they're going to instantly walls up. Don't want to
Yeah.
hear nothing.
My buddy Agave, 1969, he comes in here occasionally, but he used to have the flat earth sticker on the back of his car, you know, and he pumping gas, and some guy comes up and goes, "Hey man, so you think the earth's flat, huh?" And his response was, "I'm going to make you look really stupid here in a minute." He was just like, you
Oh,
know,
God.
and yeah, he would go into, you don't know the first thing about Earth, man, and you're telling me you know more than I do. Okay, you ready?
That's what I need to do. I need to get a flat Earth bumper sticker.
That's the bad part is you got to start off by globe smacking them before you can even Vlad smack them.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell is even that? What
But
kind,
at least
and people say this is a religion or like a cult, and it's like, what cult or religion tells you to think for yourself and don't use blind faith? It teaches you your own model and
Right.
your own beliefs, and then says, "Hey, think for yourself.
Go outside, check it
Go
out.
measure it."
go outside, check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Jeez, people are thick-skulled, dude.
But yeah, you don't know the first thing about the globe, and you're going to tell me that flat Earth's stupid. All right, you ready? What's the circumference? What's the radius? How far is the moon? Yeah, they don't know any of it, and they're like, "It's far." Okay, thanks. Okay, you just made yourself look stupid. Sorry. Yeah, not gonna work out. Right on, Chris Am. Good to see you, brother. You too, Bong. You changed your name back. That's good.
Hey, dude. Good to hear you again.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Did I hear you on Earth Awakenings a couple days ago or something?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was there
Okay.
too. Yeah, spreading the love around.
Spreading love.
Yeah, I gotta make rounds and stuff to see my friends and shit. It's like, yeah,
Absolutely, man. There's a lot of us from here go in there, man. Let's see who's in there now. I mean, yeah, I mean that's a crazy
Yes.
room in there, man. Right now, I wouldn't even think about jumping in there, man. There's a bunch of numbskulls in there right now.
You have a choice now. You know what I mean? Well, there's a third one. Yeah, I have choices now. It's like, what do I feel today?
Do I feel like fighting with somebody? Nah. I can go hang out.
Yeah, there is a lot of people in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, Wits, it's like, why do we even let these guys in here?
Witsit can handle all of them at once.
I know, but he's like, these guys are so toxic. Why are we even like doing this every day? And then we're over here asking why they do it every day, and like with the same people for this long. And
we are trying to wake people up to the fact that, that your life can change knowing the truth about where you live, and it can change dramatically. And I've met so many people that are like, dude, since becoming a flat earther, man, I am so happy and I sleep so good. And I'm like, I just love it, man. I just wake up every day smiling and ready. I just love it, and nobody ever said, hey man, I'm on a globe. I just love it. I'm just so happy every day. And I started eating better, knowing I'm on a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Yeah, never happened ever, not once. So, and then the zealots, the guys that are just in there just to cause problems, because there are personality types. They're called there's one of them's borderline personality disorder, and it's literally they love to shake up a room and then just sit back and watch and see what happens.
Yeah.
And it's the weirdest behavior. I fucking hate it. I hate it when people do it. It's like you just caused all this shit on purpose, man. And they just kind of smile and you know,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
a lot of those kind of cats are in there.
Yeah, that guy that we were talking about that we were up in the debate text with me, then CB, and then Ether went in there. I guess one of them used the Flat Earth Buddha bot, and he was like, "Oh, now I see it is a religion, just because the bot's name is Flat Earth Buddha." It's like, dude, it's a bot. It's not our god.
Instantly went into troll mode.
That's funny.
Yes.
Yeah,
You should see what
that's a good
Chris M put that cat in there saying, "These Mongos, man." Adam, you have such amazing
I know.
memes, man.
He's got some AI working for him. Something, I don't know. He deserves an award for something, man. Fucking memer of the year, Flat Earth memer of the year or something. Ah, shit. So when they were doing the Flat Earth conferences back in 2017, 18, 19, I think they did 3 years in a row. And they would give out awards at the conferences. You know. They were called Flatties. I just always thought that was a little cringy.
You guys, I was just gonna say that.
It's a little cringy, bro.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah.
Don't they do?
Like, you know,
don't they do live music at the Flattoberfest?
They do. They used Chief Crow played last year, I think.
You think they'd let me open up for anybody?
Oh, hell yeah.
I'd love to play some music for folks in the FE community.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Kim, are you familiar with the guy named Chief Crow in the Flat Earth Worms?
I am not.
Mm.
I'm surprised. Maybe I've heard him on here.
Yeah, somebody. We always play at least one or two of his songs every week. Where is the curvature? Where is the curve? You that one? No, doesn't ring a bell.
Not ringing a bell.
Okay.
Are they on the tube?
Earth is flat. AF. Or space is fake. AF. That's it right there. Yeah.
I like it. I like it already.
Yeah, he's great, man. I did an interview of him, or we hung out one night. I wouldn't call it an interview. He came on one of my live streams, and we just played music for like 3 hours. I didn't really ask him too many questions. We were so into the music that night. It was like, oh, play this one. He had a whole list of shit we were playing. It was really good. And then the next morning I wake up and I'm like, the video's been removed due to copyright strikes. And I was like, fuck. Well, we had fun. But he's a really cool guy.
Well, your girl wants to open up at one of the Flattoberfests if they're going to do live music.
Well, they always do live music, as far as I know. Even what's his name came out. The conspiracy music guru Alex.
Yes, of course I've heard of him.
played for the weekend over there. I think that one was in Texas. I think.
I feel like
I'm in a cult. I'm a 33 at the Grove.
Well, my husband, he was saying that we could plan a trip around Flattoberfest if they announce it. So, because he wants to go visit a friend out there.
In Vegas? Vegas is the next. They're talking about Vegas.
Not North Carolina.
Nah, she's talking Vegas at this point, but nah. Vegas is a lot, man. That's
yeah, I don't think I'll be able to go to that one.
I went to Vegas for 4 years. I lived there for 4 years.
Well, the only
It's
reason why I would have been able to go to the, like, if it was in North Carolina, is because my husband wanted to go see a friend out there, and he wanted to, if he could, he wanted to schedule it around that time so I could also
Well,
do a little something out there too.
Karen might do just a regular, whatever conference out in Vegas, and then still do the Flactoberfest in Carolina. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll just see what plays out. We got a few months to figure it out, but I always love going. What's that, Bon?
Sorry. I got one for your friend with the flat Earth sticker. So you think the Earth is flat? You know what he's saying? So you think the Earth is flat? You know what I mean? The answer is no. What do you think? I'm stupid? I was just told to assume a flat stationary plane. Like it's my job, man. Like what are you talking about? Flat Earth? Like what's that? What you know what I mean? Like you just answer as if, no, I was just told to assume that it's a flat Earth.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Let me get this straight, man. So you think the Earth's flat, Bon?
Nah, man. Come on, man. I was just told to assume that it's a flat Earth. It's my job. I'm a radio man.
Oh, right. Yeah. I design aircraft. I have to assume. I have to assume it's flat.
Yeah, it's this cool sticker I found. I thought, that's my job. It's like, cool. I'll just put it in my car. I didn't know, like, you're talking about flat earthers? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Just doing my job, man. I'm just doing my job.
And Agaves, I think Agaves just said flat Earth. I don't think it said research flat Earth or anything. I think his just said flat Earth. That was it. It was really big letters in his back window.
Yeah. And I was thinking a sticker that says, assume a stationary plane, might also grab somebody's attention. Hey, so you're a flat earther? What are you talking about? Your sticker. Nah, man, I'm a radio man.
Yeah. I was told to assume it was a flat, non-rotating Earth, buddy.
Yeah, but nah, man. Yeah, it's somewhere manual. I thought it made a cool sticker, just to remind myself.
A stationary
plane.
Level non-rotating plane.
Yeah. What a conversation starter, right?
Little conversation starter. I love that.
Yeah. Put like a blue and gold, star, around it. Make it look like it's some kind of military sticker.
Yeah. Put some badges on the side. Yeah, that's fine.
Go Navy.
Go Navy.
Next to it.
Oh shit! Go Navy. Yeah. Oh fuck me, man. That's a genius idea, man.
Yeah.
So my wife had this. She had to go meet this printer at this high school. They print shop, and one of the kids made a T-shirt that said, "I can't please everyone. I'm not a taco."
Okay. Hey, what? Like taco as in
like a taco, man. Like crunch taco, man. Taco Bell, not Taco Bell, but real tacos, man, are so good, man. They do make people happy. I mean,
yes,
they do.
I'm not a bean burrito. I'm not a rice and bean burrito.
I used to eat them a lot in high school, man, because I was cheap. They were like, 27 cents. They were.
I love bean burritos. Full of energy.
I like the cheese in it. I like to put some cheese in there, though, man. Oh.
Tasty, yeah.
I do love refried beans. I don't know about you guys, but that shit is tight, man. Put a little, hot sauce on there, a little sour cream. Oh, fuck off. It's like it's a meal all by itself. Adam, what are you trying to hypnotize us? Man, that's making me dizzy, bro. Stop me. Stop this world. Let me off. I know too well what it's all about. Stop this world. Let me off. I know too well what it's all about. Yeah.
You are here. Like a little arrow.
You are here. There you go. That was Bong. Wasn't that the pale blue dot? That like, remember that picture of like a?
Yeah. From the
Voyager or some shit, right? Yeah,
it's from the Japanese, some Japanese or something like that.
No, it was the Voyager. It was Voyager 1 or 2, one of those. And it was like, it was at the edge of our solar system, and it looked back and it took a picture, and there was just like this little pale blue dot, That's where we were.
You are here.
You are here. What an insult to
you.
What an insult. We've been insulted, man. And I was very insulted when I came to Flat Earth. I was super pissed, insulted. My feelings were hurt.
By the flat earthers, or
no, we got lied to.
By your shattered dreams and
my dreams were shattered. No, I just stood up from my desk and I was at my workbench. Actually, I was working on something, listening to Robert Bassano, QE, back in the day. And I remember standing up, going, "Fuck, motherfuckers!" Those
I really want to go,
motherfuckers! I was screaming, "Motherfuckers!" And I was like, "Oh shit!" There's no doubt we're on a flat stationary plane at this point, man. No doubt about it.
I was like, fuck. I really wanted to go fishing on the moons. I mean, on Europa, the moons of Jupiter. Shit.
I went to Cape Canaveral when I was in my 20s. Vacation, went to Disney World, the whole bit, Cocoa Beach. Yeah, I did it all. And I remember, being there, they had the biggest building in the world for cubic square feet. That's where they keep the rockets and shit. They had a mock-up they had a real Apollo rocket there. One of them laying on its side, so you could walk along and look at it. It wasn't standing straight up. It was laying on its side. And they
just spare that they had.
Yeah, an extra one laying around, and it was impressive, man. I'm like, damn, that's fucking huge, man. I can't believe we launched that shit way up there, man. That's fucking bitch.
How old were you?
I was in my 20s, maybe like 24 years old or something, somewhere around there.
Yeah, so you were old.
And just I wasn't like a super space nerd, but I really enjoyed the first Star Trek. That was cool, man. I mean, Star Wars, Star Trek. I watched a little bit on TV. It was just always like I'm laughing like, yeah, but
Star Trek is starting to get farther and farther away, right? Feel more and more. May not happen.
It doesn't age well, right?
Yeah.
Not like Space Odyssey 2001, man. That shit is aged fucking amazingly good, dude. It really has. You watch that movie now, you're like, oh shit. They had that in 1968? Holy shit. Damn.
I know, right? What year is this movie made again? That's why I keep asking myself. Like, keep forgetting this was made in 1969. Yeah. Holy shit.
Star Wars is, I guess it's aged well. Not as well as Space Odyssey, I don't think. But
that's because NASA's footage is all built off of Kubrick's aesthetics. He's the one that set the look and the feel.
they had to
empty.
give it, well, they had to give it that grainy, shitty picture quality in order to pull it off. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to pull it off if it was real high def. No way. Not like Space Odyssey 2001. That shit's so high def. I mean, you look at it now, man. You're like, fuck me, man.
Yeah.
That is unfucking believable clarity, man. I mean, it's so crystal clear. The colors, everything's so bright, and shadows. Everything's just gorgeous, man. It's fucking gorgeous. It's a weird story. I don't know what happened there, man, on the moon, but I love it when they pull them all into the conference room and say, hey, man, we're going to have to tell everybody a lie back on it, on Earth. You guys good with that? What? Yeah. I thought that was interesting.
Do you legitimately not get the point of the story of 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Well, hit us, man. I mean, I didn't do any deep dives into it, but go ahead, tell us what's up.
Well, Stanley Kubrick was really, really good with hiding the obvious right in plain sight and putting it in your face, so you wouldn't notice it.
Yeah,
it's essentially just like Paths of Glory. It's an anti-war picture. So, like, the whole thing opens with this screeching sound. So if you actually saw it in the theater, it was a screeching sound for about 10 minutes. And then you see the development of the first weapon. And then that weapon is that bone that the one monkey beats the other monkey and kills it. And then he throws that bone that up in the air. And then those are nuclear weapons that are then orbital nuclear weapons that it's then shown.
Shit.
And it's one of these things that you don't notice it on your first watching.
Right.
And then just from there, it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole of the military industrial complex. And that's what the whole thing is about.
Hey, what do you think about, you remember the pit that it was on the moon? And it went down like in a bit of an angle. And it just looked exactly like the 9/11 pit that they dug out from the Twin Towers falling down. Have you seen those two comparisons?
Well, so, that's where they found the second obelisk.
Obelisk, right.
Yeah, they found the first one, of course, the monkeys. And what that's supposed to be more or less is like it's so those obelisks there are like the ominous threat of what the hell is this? And
doesn't it represent the black screen? The same thing we have in our cell phones and our TVs in our houses?
Not really. I mean, but it's supposed to represent, they've made this milestone of, violence and death and destruction. And so, I mean, in an excavation site, any kind of excavation site, you're going to have a ramp like that. And so it's going to be a little similar. And so, you could almost say that, there's an allusion to 2001: A Space Odyssey in the fact that
I mean, you're right, man. I could
death and destruction.
Or have you?
Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
Sorry, have you guys listened to Bill Cooper's take on that?
It's been a long time. It's been a very long time.
His take on it, because he did those classic audios on his radio station about, I think it was a Space Odyssey, and how he was talking about what the story really meant.
Yeah.
If you want to go through his mind about it, you should just if you want to, I can give you some links to somebody who does.
I'd rather go to J.E.'s brain right now, man, and Kim's.
So just all you got to do is, if you turn on the director's commentary on 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
And you have them telling you, the stuff they were talking about on set, it is just absolutely mind blowing.
Hold on, Bong. Hold on. So Jay, there's a director's cut of Space Odyssey.
Well, no, the director's commentary. So there's all the commentary of like
how. So how does that work, man? So I put the movie on, and then there's like a subtitles on the bottom.
Well, no, it's not subtitles. So like go into like the menu section, and you'll see where you can turn on the director's commentary. Most movies, not all, but most movies have a director's commentary and a producer's commentary.
You're talking about a DVD, right?
Yeah.
No.
You might still be able to watch it electronically, but definitely it's on the DVD because that's how I watched it.
Okay,
and
all right.
They go through and they discuss it in such detail what a lot of this stuff means that it's phenomenal.
I'm totally blown away. I'm so interested, man. Bong, you wanted to say something, Bong? Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, can you summarize for us a little bit what they were talking about?
Space Odyssey 2001, and how there's
what the commentary was talking about, like what
the commentary. Yeah. Give us a little teaser on the commentary.
Well, I already did.
Or give us one more, then, man. Don't.
Well, no, I mean it's what I was telling you.
Yeah. They go deep into the reason they set up that particular scene.
For every scene.
They kind of go into the information behind the scene and why they shot it that way and how it relates to the whole story, right?
Yeah, and they tell a lot of the story that a lot of people didn't understand, because a lot of people on that day just thought it was like a technology movie, but they didn't get, they forgot that Stanley Kubrick at his heart is an anti-war guy.
Right. Yeah, totally.
And yeah. So so when you talk about Barry Lyndon and talk about Paths of Glory, two of his greatest pictures of all that, Paths of Glory, another great anti-war picture of his. They talk about, but anyway, so in the director's commentary of 2001: A Space Odyssey, they go into great detail about all that, and it's that picture is far more sinister than
it's a red pill fucking station, man, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's all we needed to hear. It's a super red pillar. I'm gonna totally do this. I got a DVD player. I'll get a copy of the movie. I'll get the director's commentary, and yeah, I'd love to see that, man. That sounds so great, dude. I doubt it's on like YouTube or anything like that, but maybe on BitChute you can find it. Maybe Rumble, one of those.
It's around. I'm 100% sure it's around somewhere besides the DVD. I just don't know where.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, how can you know? I mean, you can't know everything. Hey, there's the Coca-Cola on there. Yeah, thank you, Adam. The Coca-Cola obelisk. It's actually a vending machine. That's the whole thing, J.E. The whole thing was a vending machine. And you just go up and you touch screen. Yeah, and you get your Coke without paying, putting any money into the machine. You just stand there and it knows who you are and deducts it from your account. Hey, we're headed for that kind of, they're trying to push, electric cars on everybody and going into the store, and there's actually nobody in the store. Only, they know who you are when you walk in. They know every item you took, and they walk out. And that is actually here today. You can do that. And there's if you got to, where's the fucking diapers? Nobody's there going to be to help you, man. You have to ask Siri. Siri, where's the diapers? It would be aisle 13A. What?
Well, now they actually have, the fully automatic store to where you just, you pull up to a little thing, and then you scan your barcode and then it just comes out the conveyor belt.
Yeah. How about that? Yeah. Oh, dude, I watched, it was about a year ago, year and a half. Me and my buddy, Agave's 1969, and we were looking at different automated systems for restaurants and grocery stores and food distribution. We were watching these unbelievable robots, literally will just go on these carts, horizontally and vertically, and they pick up the food and then they put it in a cart and then it shows up like when you're ready to pick it up. It's like, holy shit, man. I mean, these are giant factories, man. This place is, probably 100,000 square feet of this shit, where these robots are bringing food and putting it in baskets and dropping it in there, and that's your order. There's your apples, there's your bananas, there's your cereal, there's your milk. Boom. Yeah, crazy. It's out there, man. Don't trust me, man. I watched the videos. They look pretty legit to me. So, yeah.
Now, have you seen Eyes Wide Shut?
Well, somebody brought that up. I believe it was Toby Dog. He mentioned that Eyes Wide Shut was one of Kubrick's best. And oh, shit, it was his last movie he ever did. How interesting is that?
Oh, dang.
There's contention as to whether that was edited after he died. Some people claim that it was edited, but the official story is that there was no edits done to it after he died.
Yeah, that's true, man. Hey, welcome to Speculation Sunday. If you are east of the Rockies, it's Speculation Sunday. For the rest of us, we're on the fringe of Speculation Sunday. And we love to talk about kind of fringe topics on Sundays and say, hey, man, Stanley Kubrick was trying to tell us something. That's a great speculation thing, man, that we can all dive into.
What about M. Night Shyamalan or whatever his name is? Mimas brought up today that if you watch Signs again and you don't think that they're aliens but demons, it makes so much sense because of the little girl is like an angel with holy water.
What's the movie called?
Signs with Mel Gibson.
Signs. Yes, Signs. Okay.
If you think of the aliens as demons, they're not really aliens, but as demons, it makes so much more sense.
Yeah, there's some demons out there, man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I kind of think, well, I don't want to say I think, it's a very simple lineage that at the beginning of science fiction radio, you ended up with a big explosion in eschatological preaching. They happened at the same time. And so they started begging and borrowing and stealing. And that's the point of most aliens in science fiction is it's just a non-religious way to discuss demons.
So, like in the 40s in America? You think
exactly. So like 30s
late
and 40s.
30s, early 40s. Late 40s. I mean, television was starting to come in, But there was a lot on radio. You're right. There was a shitload of really crazy science fiction shit on radio. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so the end time eschatological preachers, they borrowed from science fiction to peddle their wares, and then the science fiction they borrowed from the eschatological preachers, so there was some give and take there.
Jay, man, there was a radio show that went out on the air, I think in the 40s, and it was some kind of scare tactic of an alien invasion.
Well, here's the interesting thing on that. That's one of these things to where the truth on that was Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Right. Yep. But there's a lot of context that's missing from that. So, the truth is, there was not the big pandemonium like people thought. There was not thought, but what you hear. There was not this pandemonium. That's all kind of oversold. What people
Right.
that was leading up to World War II, and so
Right.
you're talking like people all throughout the country that lived in little bitty hamlets and burgs, say like Kentucky and Tennessee and
Right.
Oklahoma and Kansas, they would be listening to AM radio stations hundreds of miles away
Right.
with every click and clack of thunder. I mean, lightning.
I mean, that was the Discord of its day, bitches. That was the Discord, right?
So, but what they would be hearing, they weren't hearing the word Martian. Though that was what was being said, these people in the middle of the country were hearing German, so they thought this was a German invasion,
like an invasion, like a military invasion. Yeah.
So
that's a good point. Yeah, I could see that happen. Yeah, that's how I would take it, man. Oh shit, man, we're being invaded.
No, they didn't hear the word German. They didn't hear the word Martian.
Yeah,
They heard the word German. So this was leading up to World War II. So they thought that Germany had invaded New York and San Francisco and all these other places.
Right, Los Angeles, yeah. Chicago.
So you're talking these little bitty towns that they then overloaded the phone system trying to call to find out what the hell was happening.
What the hell is going on? Hey, we all know this was a psychological operation. Boy, we've been through a lot of them, haven't we, boys and girls? Oh my goodness.
So here's what's interesting about it is 10 years ago, when I would search Google, I could find all kinds of pages talking about how people were thought that they heard German. But now that has been kind of redacted from Google. You can still find them if you search hard. You got to search hard and they'll show up.
Jay,
but they've redacted that.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the evidence to the fact that the internet is dead. Is that the term? I mean, if you go and search anything right now and you say, "Hey, man, I want to know about Roswell," whatever, pick a fucking topic, and you search it, man, it'll say it's got like 1 billion returns, right? But if you actually start scrolling down to all the returns on it, you'll get to an end at about 48,000 of them. That's it.
Or not even that. You'll get
not even that, right?
Yeah.
You're done. It's gone, and there is no more searching. You can't research. You can't. No, you're done. So that is.
Have you guys ever used the search engine Brave?
I've used Brave, but I've used a few others. Tell me about Brave.
Brave is a really good search engine for me. I find things really quickly on there. It's not as expensive.
Drop us a link, Kim.
Sure.
And we'll check it out. Yeah, there's some other search engines out there, of course, man. I mean, BitChute is absolutely incredible, man. I mean, you want to learn about something? Hit BitChute. You want to know about flat Earth? Hit BitChute. You want to know about, fucking shootings or anything else you want to fucking look into? You'll find it on BitChute.
Another story of history that has been in common lore for the last 100 years, but the actual truth is in plain sight, but they don't talk about it.
Carry on.
The Titanic.
Oh, the Titanic and the
Federal
book
Reserve.
came out in the 1890 book that came out called.
No, not at all. Not that at all. No.
The people who died.
So the Titanic was actually on fire when it went into England.
What?
There's so many Titanic things, so many Titanic theories and stories.
So the Titanic, one of its coal bins was on fire, which untempered the steel. So when it hit the iceberg, it should have sailed right through past the iceberg.
Well, what about the other ship, though? They had the other ship. It was it hit it already.
Old switcheroo.
The old switcheroo on the. But the other interesting thing about the Titanic, it was all the bankers on there that they killed.
Hey, but there's not. So there's not evidence of the switcheroo, but there is evidence that the ship was on fire.
Okay, I'll go with that. That sounds good.
So I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying there's not evidence. But what I'm saying, there's evidence that it was logged. They were, and when you hear them talking about the speed that they had to get to New York, was because they had to use all that coal. That's how you got rid of. And anyway, it's another thing that 15 years ago, I could find all kinds of articles on Google if you searched about it. But if you look now,
it's all
they're there. There's a few. You'll come across a few, but you got to be on about page 10 before you find them.
Yeah, even then, man. I mean, if it says it's got 1 billion returns, and you only end up with 20,000, it's like, oh shit, man, we are way short on all the returns that you said we had on this particular subject. Thank you. I've been around search engines for 25 years. Starting with web crawler, I know how they work, man. If anybody ever mentioned the word live stream and I type in live stream, I mean that shit's gonna end up in the fucking results. But now, it ends up in the results and it says it's there, but it's really not there. That's the whole point, is that's called censorship, and it's being done on purpose, and we can all check it out for ourselves.
So that story about the Titanic, I first heard in 1997 from Paul Harvey, the Sainted radio show.
Oh, Paul Harvey. But I love Paul Harvey.
But anyway, just my point is it's really interesting that we get to see the censorship in ways that most people won't ever understand.
Yeah, we get to see it in real time. I've seen it in my lifetime, and you've seen it in yours, J.E. Bong's seen it, Chris, Kim. You guys have all seen the censorship, man. I mean, just in the last 3 years, man, when all this shit started, man, the censorship was so heavy. You couldn't say, I farted a Corona fart and it didn't affect anybody. And you would be, your channel could get shut down for misinformation. What? Oh, yeah, it got heavy and hard in the last 3 years, man. Beyond anything I've ever seen in my lifetime. I mean, the censorship went off the rails, and there's evidence to this phenomenon that we all lived through.
We've got a new person in here. VC verified, SK61.
SK61. He's not new.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hello. Just
welcome
tuning in for today.
Back, brother. How are you?
Guys.
Hey.
I'm pretty good, actually.
Yeah, good on you. You sound like you're down under.
I am down under.
You're down way under. Hold on, man.
Yeah.
You're upside down, man. Hold on. Okay, it's going to be okay.
I'm falling off the earth right now.
I know, it's amazing. I can't believe you're hanging upside down. You are like David Blaine, the magician. You're amazing.
Yeah, a bit more crazy than David, because I can hang upside down. I don't think he can do that.
David Blaine does some pretty crazy shit, right?
He does actually do some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, man. So, mind over matter. I think that's his trick. He has the ability to keep his mind focused and not distracted.
Man,
I saw somewhere that he. What were you saying? Sorry.
Go ahead, Kim.
What are you doing on a spinning ball? Get off of that, man. Get on the level stationary, buddy.
It sounds a bit more realistic.
Well,
if you ask anyone out there, they'll tell you that it's a ball. So, what do you?
Hey, not everyone, man. Don't.
Not everyone.
That's a big brush, man. Don't go that big. But most people, yeah, they're going to go. We're on a ball. Of course, we're on a ball. I saw pictures from NASA. Hello, dumbass.
Yeah.
That's it, man. But you've never seen that shit with your own two eyes. You have to admit that, please.
Right, yeah. True.
That's all you got to do, man. In reality, man, if you've seen it if I tell you, you ever seen a strawberry? And you say,
Yes,
yeah,
I
of
have.
course. Don't be ridiculous, man. I ate one yesterday.
I ate one
What did I
actually
say?
today.
Have you ever seen the Earth from space as a round ball? Have you? Just be honest. Of course
Totally.
you do. No, none of us ever seen the Earth from space as a round ball. None of us. In reality, not in some
Art
imaginary
pictures or some
screen
Photoshop videos,
picture.
whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Just admit that, and you'll be fine, man. You can hang out with the coolest people or the uncoolest people. You know, pick them. It's all right. But to see something in reality, man, is great because it's undeniable. It's empirical, as they say. It's unbelievable. It's right there. You can pick up that glass of water and drink it. Oh my God. You can sip your hand in the river and drink the water if you want to. Be careful, man. Could be some parasites in there, man. Careful.
Very true, very true.
But we can climb a mountain. We can go surfing in the ocean. We can sail the ocean. These are all real things we can do. We've never seen the Earth from space as a round ball, man. And that's the fact. And I'll stick to that one. And I know all of you will too. I know that. Because there's nobody in here that says, hey, I've been to space, bro. I'm an astronaut. I'm a cosmonaut. I'm a whatever. No, they're not coming in here. But you guys are just regular people, man, that have never seen the Earth from outer space. Just like me. We're not special, man. And I love things that are real, man, like trees and grass and cows, whatever. I love real things that I can touch, test, hang out with, eat. I eat a lot of cows. I don't know if you guys are carnivores or not, but
I am.
I love cow.
love eating a fucking steak, bitches. I love that shit.
I love it too, man. I love it.
It's so good, man. And nothing like a nice New York cut, little sauce on there. Ooh, juicy.
Love steak. Any kind of ruminant animal I love to eat.
But yeah, people love salads too, man. I do love a really good salad. It's got some.
Fucking hate salad. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't lie, man. That's it. If you don't lie, this server is for you, man. Because yeah. Please don't lie. I do love a good green salad with like chicken breast. Right? Yeah, come on. I mean, Caesar.
I'll tell you something that everybody needs to discover. You need to discover a pressure cooker.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah! It makes any cut of beef delicious and tender. Yeah, you can tenderize any meat by slow cooking it. It's so good.
Yeah.
No, the pressure cooker. It cooks it like in 8 minutes, man. You're done. Pressure cooker.
It's so quick. Yeah,
you can cook a whole chicken in 8 minutes, man. A whole chicken.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah, 8 minutes.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Talking about slow cooker or pressure cooker?
Pressure cooker.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a crock pot thing.
Yeah, crock pot's like a slow cook, like a roast, like a stew.
Pressure.
Like a stew.
Pressure cookers are good too. I thought you were talking about
Yeah, pressure's like high heat, high pressure. And since we're talking about pressure, I just want to bring up the fact that nobody can have gas pressure without a container. If you have evidence to the contrary, I'm here 24/7, and if I'm not here, man, give me a call. Pressure cooker without a container. Has anybody got one of those laying around? Okay, cool. All right.
That speed, though, 8 minutes for an entire chicken sounds pretty fast.
It's so fast and
It's
so
called
good.
Colonel Sanders, KFC. Colonel Sanders, the guy that was the spokesman for Colonel Sanders Chicken, KFC. Some of you guys might know it as that. He invented that pressure cooker to cook a chicken in 8 minutes, man. The whole fucking thing, man. And with his seasoning, and yeah, I don't know, man. I've used pressure cookers. I've seen them used. They actually do work very fast, man. It's amazing.
And they cook like it is slow cooked, like a crock pot.
Yeah, it keeps the flavor and everything, all the seasonings or whatever you put in there with it. Yeah,
My wife and I had
it
one, but we
retains the
sold
flavor.
it because it was huge. Like, it would fit on 4 burnt. It was huge. So we were like, this is too big to use, so we sold it. But now I wish I kept it because, damn.
Mine's not very big.
So lately, in the last,
I know they have smaller ones, but somebody had given it to us, and we didn't really know what to do with it. It was like overwhelming because it was so big. I'm like, I don't know what to do with a giant pressure cooker.
Well, that's it, man. There's these new things out there now called the Instapot. Have you guys heard that?
We do have.
It's
I think we have
very, very similar to a pressure cooker. In fact, I think it's just a pressure cooker with a digital interface, man. That's all this thing is, man.
That's what I have.
It is a pressure cooker that will time it just right for you. Literally, it's electric. You plug it in.
Yeah. Those are all good things about it, but I prefer like slow cooker because I can just chuck it in and go to work, and then come back home. And then
that's the crock
slow
pot.
Cookers is different.
Crock pot, yeah.
Oh yeah, crock pot's something else too. Those are awesome.
Those are awesome, man.
Come back
nothing like
later, and it's perfect.
Yeah. You throw a bunch of shit in there and some water and a splash of oil and whatever, salt, pepper, and you just put the lid on it and leave home. And when you come home, that shit is tight, man. That stuff is tight, bro.
Yeah.
Yummy and moist.
I'm
and
thinking about steak and shit. Oh fuck.
I'm gonna piss you off, man. Do you like a good béarnaise sauce with this steak?
Fuck, yes, I do.
Fuck off, right? Yeah.
Oh god.
And a nice glass of wine. Oh fuck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the wine complements the steak and oh shit.
Yeah. I love a good dining experience with friends, talking about truth, talking about love.
You sound like a guy who's been through a lot in life. Are you like an older guy or a younger guy?
Yeah, I'm 59.
Jeez, okay.
Is that older? Is that old? Maybe I'm an older guy.
I wouldn't consider that old, but it's old.
All right, cool, man. I'm not. Yeah. I don't think I'm old. I'm hanging in there. Nice. I got a lot to give. I got a lot to learn, and just like all of us, we're gonna contribute to the collective awareness of where we live, and that's why I'm here.
Nice.
I mean, we do live on an amazing fucking place. We have steak, we got carrots, we got béarnaise sauce. Fuck off. I mean,
man.
We live in a fucking killer place, man. And there's a bunch of Mongos out there that want to tell us, no, man, you get to stay at home and eat bugs. I'm like, wait, what? Stay at home and eat bugs? That doesn't sound cool.
I guess I'm approaching middle age. I'm 31.
Yeah, shut up, Kim.
What the fuck? You better shut your mouth.
Hey,
I'm 17. I'm 17.
You're 17. You're 17. Yeah, fuck off.
17. I am.
Like if it's a point,
if you're 17,
live,
man,
120 years.
If you're 17,
60 is middle age.
No, wait. SK, if you're 17, man, the world is going to be just fine. Please tell me again, you are 17 years old.
I'm
please.
17, turning 18 this year.
Dude, the world is going to be just fine, everybody. Grab a drink, toast, Happy New Year, fireworks. I don't know. If SK, we're in good hands. We're in good hands, everybody.
Hey, Professor, dude. Right. Kim said that 30s feels like middle age. I'm like, that. So I'm about to be 37. What the hell does that make me? Hell no, I'm not going.
Did I offend you, Ether?
I ain't going with that. 60s middle age. I'm going to be 120 when I die. I'm going to be like a wizard.
Ether, you're wizard.
Watch it now.
Not a globe earth wizard.
Oh fuck, SK man. Do you? Let me hit you with this one real quick, man. Just Google search "A Trip to the Moon." It was the very first movie ever made, ever.
And they have wizards and stuff in the movie.
Oh my god, dude! You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. All right. It tells you.
We gotta make some animated GIFs of that. So that we can share it whenever you repeat the story.
But they change into commoners' clothes. They change it.
They put on
1902.
They put on like they put on their outcoats.
They're wizards.
They're going out on an adventure.
They're wizards, like man. That's my point, man.
Yeah, they start off as wizards.
They start out as wizards, motherfuckers, man. Get that through your head. Wizard motherfuckers, man. And
they build like a cannon.
Like a cannon rocket thing, man.
Yeah.
Bullet.
They get in a bullet and then they shoot the bullet at the moon. They hit it in the eyeball.
Very first fucking movie ever made, man.
How long was the movie? How long was it?
About 16 minutes.
Yeah,
I got a full clip of it. Yeah, I got it looking at it.
Yeah, you got to check it out, man. It's a short. We'll call it a short now. I shouldn't call it a movie.
The amount of money is like so little because the dollar hasn't inflated at all yet.
Not yet. Well, yeah,
like
it has.
$10,000 to make that movie.
Well,
the French dollar. It says the budget was $10,000.
There you go. Back in whatever it was,
1902.
6, 5.
The reason why that time's significant, in 1901, Federation for Australia happened. That's why that's pretty cool. It's pretty close to Federation for Australia.
Kim just dropped the link to the movie in the live stream voice text.
That's sick.
Thank you, Kim.
You got it.
Yeah, man. Anyway, it's a one-eye symbolism if you look at that picture. Oh my God, it's the one-eye symbolism. How could you miss the one-eye symbolism?
The damn piece of shit.
What? I mean, I know you guys know about the one eye. Fuck, it's on the dollar bill. For fuck's sake, man. They don't hide the one eye from anybody, man. They have to put it out there. And everybody bought it, man. Everybody went for it. Yeah. Woo. Dollar bill. Yeah. Dollars.
It's because everybody receives credit for going to the moon. So we don't say they went to the moon. We say we went to the moon.
I love that.
We did that.
We as human beings did that. We are great human beings because all of us went to the moon.
Hey, Professor Dude, remember when we went to the moon?
I actually do, man. 69, baby. 1969. What a great year, man.
I wasn't born yet.
Dude, I was only 5 years old.
Am I the only one here who was born within the 2000s, or?
Oh yeah.
I think you're right, SK, man. Yeah, you're young.
My memory's a little fuzzy. I wasn't born yet.
I was born in 91.
I love that. Dude, my memory's a little fuzzy. I wasn't born yet. Yeah. That's a great history learning advantage tool, because the reality is I don't know. I wasn't born yet. That's the actual logical answer to, oh my God, Christopher Columbus came over here and discovered America. I don't know, man. I wasn't born yet. I don't know. I do not know.
Memory's a little fuzzy.
I am a little fuzzy on that one, bro. It was 1492, man. It was like way before me, bro.
Memory's a
Plus,
little
it was
fuzzy, and I
something
don't.
taught in school.
I don't.
Believe that shit.
I wasn't there, man. Were you there?
Not trusting the nerds who wrote down the notes about it either.
Exactly. Yeah, man. It could be a little fuzzy because they didn't write down their notes.
We are
accurately.
living in.
I don't know.
We're living in the revenge of the nerds age.
I love you, Kim.
Man,
I love you,
Good God,
baby.
dude! No, they picked on all of these nerds, right? So the biggest joke of all is they've got all these jocks fighting like flat earthers over balls, and they're serious.
That's it. Fuck yeah, man. That's
Revenge of the nerds.
Yeah. Dude, you got a whole thesis right there, bro. Good luck with that, man. Knock it out. Hey, print some t-shirts that say, I can't please everyone. I'm not a taco. Dude, print those. I swear to God, eat the grass. You will sell like thousands of them, bro. I mean, it is one of the most epic things I've ever heard in my life. Dude, I live in Southern California. We love our tacos, man.
You say tacos, but some people say tacos.
Tacos. I got you tacos. We got a 17-year-old here tonight, man. I gotta pick his brain a little bit more because
go ahead.
My niece is 17. She's in high school. She's gonna be a senior next year, and she's athletic. She's riding a 4.4 GPA. Really high, man. She's up there. She's like the second smartest kid in the school of like 1,500 students. Like, oh fuck, yeah. I don't
know whether that's good or bad. I really don't know if that's
I don't know if it's good or bad too, man. That's why I'm asking you guys for some insight onto. I helped raise this beautiful student. She's excelling. She's doing all the right things. She's socializing in different situations. She's getting, in compromising situations where her friends are partying, she doesn't want to party. You know what I'm saying? She wants to go out and drink with all these people, and she doesn't want to, but all her friends are doing that. And
I think partying is so stupid.
Pressure, man. It's super pressure, right? SK, man, what do you think of that, man? You're 17. Tell me what's going on.
I'll tell you what I think about it. So everyone, if you don't do something with your friends, they kind of just think something's wrong with. They think something's like up with you. If you don't want to go and do stuff with them, they just think that you're like having a bad day or you're being.
Oh shit! Repeat that last part. We had a disconnect. Go ahead. Oh shit.
There we go.
Basically, when you don't do something that, like, if you don't conform to the masses of the groups, like this big, so they assume that this must be something wrong with you. Like, why would they not want to come hang out with us and have fun and party? They immediately like find a way to villainize someone for not joining and doing the norm. That's how I feel about it, at least.
Dude,
that's a great point.
I remember.
I can see that
feeling that kind of feeling. Like, I was like, when I wanted to stop drinking, right, and then one of my like best friends was kind of like, "What's wrong with you, man? Stop being gay. You're being a faggot. Come drink. Take a shot, dude." And like, just try and pour it in front of me and stuff, and like force me to drink it. And like, for a while, he got me, and then eventually, I'm like, "Nah, I can't even be around you anymore, dude."
Yeah, drinking is a good way to blast your 20s away.
And then once you stop doing the things that they want to do, you're not useful to them anymore.
Exactly.
That's so fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. I hate that shit, man. That's not how it should be, man. I in high school hung out with the stoners, man. We were called the stoners because we smoked weed, right?
Yeah.
And it was a separation. It was the division of people that smoked or didn't or partied or didn't. And that's no different than anything that's going on now, man. Are you a Democrat or are you a Republican?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Are you a flat earther? Are you a glober, man? What's the fucking difference? It's the same separation, the divide, the conquer that we've all, seen throughout anything that we've read about history, man. It's divide and conquer.
Yep.
Yeah, there's always division in between social groups.
Yeah, that's it. That's okay.
Sometimes for very superficial reasons, like race and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're mostly superficial, bro, right? Mostly. Yeah. Not like, oh my God, that girl's boyfriend, stabbed her or some shit, crazy fucking shit like that, right? Versus, so-and-so slept with so-and-so and they're dating or whatever.
The rumor mill crap.
The rumor mill crap, right? Yeah. That's really hard to get when you're 17, SK, and that's why I'm so interested in talking to you, because I want to get inside your head, because you're in it. You're in it right now, and
I am, yeah.
And I want you to be the greatest person that's the greatest 17-year-old that ever went to high school, bro. That's what I want you to be. I swear to God, and I think you can be. Because you're here hanging out with 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on live stream on YouTube, and you can be a light that shines so bright, bro. And just be that light, be that love, the information guy that says, hey, man, let me question this belief of yours. I'd love to question that. Do you mind?
Yeah.
You don't have to be rude. You don't have to be abrasive. You don't have to be attackive or any. You can just ask the most basic questions and get the most amazing answers. That'll probably make you shake your head and go, "Oh shit!"
I will tell you one thing though about teenagers and how they talk. Like a lot of conversations are drawn from things about drama, like like what you were saying before. He said this, she said that, kind of like that. And people are so obsessed with it to the point where they'll just start adding on each other's secrets, and it becomes this big toxic fest of stupidity between friends, supposed friends. And when teenagers argue about things, like they argue about these complex topics as if they have any clue what they're talking about. And I just find that if you aren't actually well endowed in some area of knowledge and you don't know the full story, why would you even attempt to argue about it? Like, I just see so many pointless arguments just end in nothing. And people just have general conversations that have no point to them. And it's just really confusing to me. I don't understand. It seems like a waste of time.
I can relate now. Let me tell you something. I can relate.
Go ahead, Kim.
I've always been the type of person that I could talk to anybody, be friends with anybody. I've got old geezers as friends. I've got young folks as friends. I've got people all over the board. I've got one of my best friends. I guess you could say she's a knockout. And
she's hot, man. She's hot.
Yeah. Woo. It's funny because her initials are KO also.
Knockout. I'm going to knock you out.
And she's also always been like
Is she single?
She's always been scrappy. So she also will knock someone out.
Toby wants to know if she's single. Is she a
is
flat
not
earth?
single.
Is
She's
she a flat earther by chance?
I've talked to her about it, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
She's not going to engage in
All
that.
right.
As a matter of fact, she's kind of backed off a little bit on like hanging out with me as much as we used to. But then again, we both got kids, and she's got more than I do.
Hey, Kim, everybody has life to deal with, and it distracts us from doing the things we would love to do. And when you have kids, oh my God, you are completely dedicated to the kids, and that's it, man. You got to remember that. Oh my God, it's my kid's birthday. I can't meet you at the bar for drinks tonight. No, sorry.
Well, also, I try to talk to folks, not necessarily about flat Earth, but every now and then I'll drop that little like something in there, you know.
So,
But only because I'm using the knowledge of flat Earth as a skeleton key to see through all of the crap that's going on. It's so obvious. It's obvious, man. Like you see all the propaganda, everything that stems from that. You see how it's connected to that.
You're 30-something years old. You're early 30s. SK, he's 17. He's half your age, basically. Half your age. And
I think it's interesting. How many siblings did you guys grow up with? I have 3 brothers.
I've got 3.
I have 2 brothers and 1 sister.
2 sisters, 1 brother. I'm the baby.
And I'm the baby too.
I'm the oldest.
You're the oldest. Oh,
yeah.
What do you have for younger siblings? What do you got?
So you mean their age?
Yeah, I mean you're 17, so they're going to be
a
like
younger
10.
brother. He's 15, and the third youngest one is 10, and then 9.
Oh, you're the oldest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be the matriarch, the patriarch.
Yeah, you're the big brother.
You're the big. Yeah. You are the leader of the pack. Have you ever heard of a guy named Cesar Millan? He had a show on television called The Dog Whisperer. Oh my God!
I don't actually watch a lot of television.
Good, Dad.
Good.
You know what,
I do a lot of reading. That's what I do.
Good.
I don't know that.
Wait, fiction or nonfiction?
I read both, actually.
Good. Okay, it's good to be nuanced.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, you always have to have a balance. I mean, I watched the movie Gravity. I watched about 20 minutes of it today. And have you guys ever seen the movie Gravity? Sandra Bullock.
Against me. Sorry.
Oh, Kim. Oh, shit. Kim, please do a music interlude a cappella real quick, please.
I don't think I can. I'm still my voice is still kind of recovering. I'm telling you, like, I'm going to cut out. It ain't going to be good.
Shit. Just one little quick, do like 2-3 measures tops. Can you,
of what?
Anything, man. Whatever comes to your mind. Let
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you.
Awesome.
Did you hear it?
that was great. That was actually really good. Yeah.
Fuck off. That was the best shit you've heard all year, man. That's the best shit you heard all year, man.
That was really
I'm
good.
kind of hoarse a little bit. So
yeah, she's not even warmed up, man. You guys don't know it. Kim she's gonna kill you. Thank you, Kim. Go to bed.
Yeah.
Have a great night. Bless you. Keep it real. And carry on, love.
Were you kicking me off?
No, you were kicking yourself off, I think.
When?
Like a minute ago.
I didn't say nothing about getting off.
Okay, shit. I thought you were leaving. Maybe I misinterpreted. My bad. SK6.
This guy.
I got to get back to SK61, man.
Get it.
You are a junior in high school, is that correct?
Well, it works a bit different over in here, Australia. I have already done I've done accelerated subjects. So I've already finished high school. I'm actually doing university this year.
Oh shit!
Fuck
yeah. My niece is in that. Well, she's in high school, but she's taking like college classes. Yeah. Accelerated high school, I think it's called, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I will be doing university stuff this year.
Ooh.
So,
what are you going to go into exactly?
Well, I thought engineering was a pretty cool field to study.
Fuck yeah, man! Fuck yeah, engineering's great, man.
Yeah.
I've known at least 5 really great engineers that I've worked with. They were just amazing people, man. Yeah, engineering things, building things it's fun. It's a great thing, man. We have to think back to our primitive selves, man, but I think we accelerated really, really quickly because we were given tools and rocks and
computers.
Stones, computers
allowed for a really fast explosion and innovation.
That was the Moore's law, right? Moore's. He predicted that every year that the computer was
every 2 years it doubles, right?
Every 18 months. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And it did that for a long time. But it turned out it did not do that.
Yeah, we're going to hit a roadblock eventually because you can only make computer parts so small before.
Exactly. You can only make so many transistors on a chip, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't, yeah. So
it's just a size limitation.
Moore's law, I think it ended like 2015.
I'd say that's about accurate.
Somewhere around there, man. And it just kind of stalled out to what we have now, which is amazing technology, man. The computer chips that we talk to each other on are absolutely amazing. And if anybody wants to, debate that one, yeah, I got the evidence because I know that the computer chip can only do so much. And that's it, man. That's it. But it does what it does, and it's amazing. I can't believe I can hang out with you guys here on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, and talk about the most amazing subjects in the world. And we can do it in real time, man. I can't believe this, man. This is so cool, dude.
Compare it to your childhood or when you were
Yes, compare it.
Such a fucking jump.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely amazing that we can do this. And
even my childhood.
That's the great thing about truth sharing and just living your life. There is a difference between coming on a live stream or a Discord and saying, hey, man, what do you guys think about atoms? What do you guys think about space? What do you guys think about, food? Those are all things that we have to deal with every day, man. We have to contemplate, what we're going to eat and when, what time, how we're going to eat it, where we're going to eat it. Yeah.
Bong, are you still there?
Fuck yeah, Bong's still here.
I don't know. I haven't heard from him in a while, and I was supposed to remind him.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah.
I was
Hey,
supposed to
Bong.
remind him to take that VC live or that VC verified from that one that you gave to.
Forgot his name. Shit.
Hold on.
What?
Let me remember. Trying to remember what his name was. It was
She's finding me to remove a role from somebody. Thank you, Kim. Thanks. I'm still listening. Yep,
yeah.
I'm here.
Thank you, Kim, for being Kim, man. For fuck's sake. Hey, Kim, can I be your musical manager?
Oh yeah.
Can I be your producer? How about that, man? I want to be your producer, man. Can I do that?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. All right, cool, man. I'm not gonna fuck you up, Kim. You got something that's you got something. Anyway. Thank you for singing those beautiful notes a minute ago.
Hey, that was awesome.
I mean, Kim, I've heard enough, man. I've been in the music business for 40 years. Okay, I've heard enough. When I hear the real thing, I know the real thing. I know it, and you got it. Thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you for sharing it with us and telling people, hey, man, objective reality is a bitch. All right. It's a bitch.
It's not really. It's actually awesome. It's just.
It's awesome,
it's
but
folks,
yeah, but
it's for folks who think they live on a ball.
Exactly, Kim. I knew you would get this. That's why I brought it up. I was like, I shall get this immediately because, yeah, reality is a bitch because objective reality is. If you can't accept objective reality, then you're in cogdissonance. Cogdissonance. You're done.
Well, it's the repercussions.
Your cognitive awareness of reality has been distorted through some kind of brainwashing technique that the MK Ultra guys figured out, years ago. They figured it out, man. They
it's
went
the
through all
repercussions of propaganda because propaganda is being used on a worldwide scale. And the world is wide, but it is absolutely level.
Hey, Kim, on a worldwide scale, they shut down the entire world. Did anybody, you guys notice that? They shut it down.
COVID?
Yeah, the Coco-19. They shut down the entire world, man.
With another cartoon ball.
It was a cartoon ball. It was another cartoon ball, buddy.
Man. Shout out to ODD, man. Cartoon Ball, man. What a great song, man. Fuck yeah. Thank you, ODD. That was an absolute dead balls drop. Thank you.
They just knew that a cartoon ball would do it, didn't they? They've already been filling our minds with cartoon balls this whole time.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you're SK61. I don't know if you're familiar with MK Ultra or not. MK Ultra has been around a very long time, and it's the driving AI of information gathering and manipulation of the media, whether it's music, news, movies, TV.
Say it's an AI.
Well, I think it is now. I think it's like mostly AI actually now. But before, it was human beings, producing certain movies, television shows, magazines, radio, whatever it took to get the information out. These people had a agenda to manipulate all those mediums of communication, newspapers, televisions, radio, television, whatever it was. And there's been a consolidation of all those media outlets. They've all are like under one company now, basically. And that's disturbing, because that's why if you go and search right now under flat earth on Google, it'll say it has, millions of articles about flat earth. But if you actually search down you're done, man. You might get a couple of thousand, maybe, out of the millions that are out there. And that's the manipulation of information. It's been going on for a long time, man. The people that control the information will control the narrative.
Exactly.
And
That's very
those
good point.
people will, without a doubt, continue that narrative. And whether it's rooting for your high school basketball team or football team, you're being controlled through the most basic levels of society that we all live in. We all live here, man, on Earth. And we have to deal with school districts and high school politics or whatever it is. We have to deal with it, man. It sucks, man. It sucks we have to do this. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about doing it. But I want to expose their manipulation techniques. That's it. And they got a lot of them. Damn, they got a lot of them. Including the Globe. What a manipulation nightmare that bad boy is, man. That's going to sting for a minute. Damn, it's going to sting. They manipulated the Globe? Really? Oh. Yeah, that one hurts. But it stings, it hurts, you scream, you yell, you get over it, man. Eventually it heals.
Have you heard of ChatGPT?
Yes, I have. That's an AI.
Another AI. It is. It's pretty
That's
terrifying.
super AI shit. Yeah, super AI. Yeah. Yeah, I think that at least half of the news articles that come out these days are AI generated. What do you think of that, SK?
That's a very interesting proposition.
I think it's half. I can't prove it. I don't have enough to.
I just know that a lot of news articles, obviously newspapers are out of date. I haven't seen someone read a newspaper in a long time.
Yeah.
Just have online news now.
80%.
You think TikTok's online news. Oh, that's crazy.
85%. Yeah.
Think about
People
that,
actually
man.
use TikTok as 85% is AI. That's pretty interesting.
Hey,
Yeah. Content. Yeah.
dude, I think BitChute is news. What do you guys think of BitChute? That's real news. I think it's real news, man. I think it's a platform that was created peer-to-peer. There's no central server like Google and YouTube. No. BitChute's different, man. BitChute is a platform that it shares that, and it produces videos every day that are just like, what the fuck is going on here? I know you guys know what I'm talking about because we all experienced it, especially in the early YouTube days when we were talking about flat Earth. Dude, we got recommended so many flat Earth videos. It was ridiculous, man. It was. Now, if you go on YouTube and search flat Earth,
Just brings up a bunch of people trying to debunk it, like Professor Dave or whatever those people.
yes, Professor Dave, or other
Simon Dan.
Fight the Flat Earth. Yeah, those guys all come up. Simon Dan. So
Yep.
the information now is switched. Before it was, if you're a flat earther, here's this guy named Matt Boylan. There's ODD. There's Mark Sargent. There's Eric Dubay. Yeah, these guys. That's what we got recommended. No doubt about it, man. Back in the day, we got recommended Mark Sargent videos, okay? Patricia Steers. We got recommended some heavyweights in the early flat earth days, man. No doubt about it. Eric Dubay selling books. He's going
So are there any actual like books that are like best selling that are by flat earthers?
None that I know of. I don't know anybody, but good question. Samuel Rowbotham, 1890s. It's a good one. Check it out. So, what do you guys know about Tavistock and the music industry? Does anybody know anything about the music industry? Because
Tavistock's not just the music industry.
You're right. But it has a heavy influence in the music industry.
Yeah, well, they won't produce your music. They'll ask you to produce things or make you produce what they give you. And you can just pretty much chalk that up to anybody that's considered popular. They're sending out a message whether they know they are or not.
I agree with that. That they don't know they're sending the message. And I used to have this argument with certain people. I call it the water cooler argument. And here's how it goes. So you saw on TV yesterday that there was 2 buildings in New York City that fell down because of these people in a faraway land, whatever. But you would go to the water cooler and say, hey, man, did you see that shit, man? Those terrorists flew those planes into this building. They did the thing with the... Now, you were not there. You're in Chicago. You weren't in New York City. You didn't see anything, man. You didn't see shit, fuck all. You didn't see nothing. But yet, you're at the water cooler going, hey, man, did you see the thing with the people in the buildings that fall down? And you're what we call perpetrating the lie. You are a liar. And I had to come to terms with this and said, there is no doubt in my lifetime that I've been the perpetrator of lies. And that's a heavy, heavy, heavy thing that you have to come to terms with and say to yourself, I perpetrated a lie. And that's it, man. Once you come to that conclusion, then you're going to be great. You're going to be good, man. You're good. You're fine. But
Isn't it sad that there's anti-flat earthers and their content is just ridicule.
yeah,
It's all it is, and that's what's being pushed.
yep,
If you search even on Brave, I just searched Brave for flat Earth,
yeah.
and all it gave me was a bunch of, um, um, censorship. So, like I said, Brave isn't perfect, but you can find things better on here.
Hey, I heard the greatest thing this week, and I agree with it. If you are looking into flat Earth, go on this platform called BitChute.com and search flat Earth. Just search it. I guarantee you're not going to run into anything that's going to be like, Professor Dave or some shit. Fuck those guys. You're going to run into somebody that's going to give you some information that's going to make you start to think about where you live. And that's
OP
it, man.
Freedom, OP Freedom on Rumble also shares a lot of flat Earth videos.
Yeah. Rumble, BitChute, anything that's not googly censored, please step outside. Check out BitChute. Check out Rumble. Yeah. But
Rumble's still a Zionist gatekeeper, though.
Could be, yeah. I don't think BitChute is, man. BitChute's like the we call the crypto coin of information. It's the crypto coin of information. If you're on BitChute, man, you're gonna get everything you want to get. The people are just begging you to listen to them and say, hey, man, there's a bunch of information on here that you're not going to get on YouTube or Rumble or anywhere else, man. BitChute is like the Bitcoin of information. I don't know what you guys think about that. You guys can take me to task. That's cool. I'm down with that. But with my experience that I have, BitChute is without a doubt the Bitcoin of information.
You know what I think is?
And that's it.
Your or unclassified documents of, if you can, maybe you can have a video help you pinpoint certain documents, but as long as their sources are there, or if you can somehow navigate yourself through the source itself of operations, that's how I came to the truth about just about everything. Because when we're talking about anything these days, I refer to the operation from the government that did it.
I just witnessed a miracle.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, thank you guys for being my miracle information. And we're all going to find information in our time. I had many people that went before me, man, that are way older than I am, that told me, hey, man, this place is, you have to discover this amazing place you live. And if you don't, then you're fucking it up, man. That's the bottom line. You will fuck it up if you don't experience where you live. Yeah. That's the truth, man. Experience where you live. Be where you live. You live on the ocean, check it out. You live in the mountains, check it out. deserts. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, rainforest. I love a rainforest, man. I love a good rainforest. Oh, what a cool place, man. Rainforests are amazing, man. Been there, done that. That's the tropics. They call it the tropics. Oh, have any of you guys ever been to the tropics? Anybody?
No. What about USK?
Born and raised. Yeah.
I've been to Fiji, Samoa. I've never been to I don't know what the quote tropics are, but
You've been to Fiji? Oh, man.
I've been to Fiji, New Zealand.
Yes.
I've been to all those areas around Oceania.
Fiji's the tropics. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fiji's tropics. What a beautiful place, man. It
Definitely
rains
is.
every day. It's sunny every day. It's cloudy every day. The water's warm every day. You're like, oh, okay, it's January and you're in the tropics. Oh my God, you're living the life, dude. You're
Summer right
swimming.
now, yeah.
You're
Growing
swimming.
season every day.
Yeah, it's beautiful, Brong. It's beautiful.
You stick something in the ground, it grows. Yeah, that's
Right, yeah.
that's life.
Doesn't matter what you stick in the ground, it grows. Yeah. It's like you don't have to water it. You don't have to like look after it. It just grows, man. It just fucking
Natural
grows.
greenhouse. Like you're in a greenhouse. You live in a greenhouse.
Doesn't matter.
With the breeze.
I love the tropics, man. Love Hawaii.
Hey, you have to position a greenhouse like east to west, right? Like the openings of it, so that it doesn't blow away.
Oh, what?
Like
in
you
the
know how
tropics?
there's no, just in general.
Oh, yeah. I guess it depends on the wind, your terrain, and how the wind moves.
That's it. Wind patterns are very, very predictable. I'm a sailor. I know.
Sailor.
They're super predictable, Bong. And we can go out and measure these beautiful wind currents day in, day out. Depends where we live. And it's amazing how predictable they actually are. On a globe, of course. I mean, on a globe. What? No? Wait, they're not predictable on a globe?
No.
That's interesting. But they are predictable on a flat stationary.
We're still trying to figure out how wind works on a globe. We'll catch up somehow when the technology catches up. Yeah.
That's why I brought that up. That you have to like position your greenhouses, like because you have to have ventilation. So you have to position them so that they don't blow over, because you'll have to be cleaning up a bunch of stuff and replacing a bunch of stuff that's expensive if you don't do it right the first time.
Think like having like a dome shaped greenhouse, but like the higher the dome, the stronger the better the because it will go around it instead of trying to go through it. Yeah. Cut them. Yeah, that's how Samoan houses are designed after the dome of the sky, and it's the best designed against cyclones. So it's just perfect with the thatch, the old hut looking with the big roof.
Yeah, we should be building our homes to replicate this.
I don't know if it'll withstand a tornado, though. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm in that tornado valley over here now.
Maybe it'd be a good experiment. Maybe.
Well, people around here, they've got greenhouses around here.
Hey, Kim. Hey, Kim, man. I want to ask you a question. Have you
Mhm.
ever heard of a place called Muscle Shoals, Alabama?
Oh yeah,
Oh
my
yeah.
sisters both live out there.
They live in Muscle Shoals?
Yeah,
No.
I'm like 2 hours away from them.
Get the fuck. Have you ever heard of a recording studio
Oh yeah,
called Muscle
oh yeah,
Shoals? Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Of
Oh
course
yeah.
I do.
All right.
Expensive as shit though.
Do you know the Rolling Stones allegedly recorded some stuff there at Muscle Shoals?
Yeah, I've heard about a lot of people that come through and record.
Yeah, there's a lot of the major artists in music came through Muscle Shoals, and it's a fascinating
It's right.
look.
It's like right adjacent to Florence.
But there was okay. I'm gonna backtrack it just a second because
Okay.
there are what we call studio musicians, and there was only 3 places in the United States that had studio musicians ready to go. And one of them was in Los Angeles, and one of them was in New York, and one of them was in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. That's it. That's the only 3, man. And I find that interesting, man. It's like a triangle, right?
Oh, good grief.
That's all I'm saying. And the Rolling Stones went to Muscle Shoals, Alabama, to record some music that they created. And I thought it was, I don't know, I ran into it recently. I thought it was interesting. I was like, Kim's from Alabama. I got to ask her about Muscle Shoals. So what do you think of Muscle Shoals, man?
Well, my sisters both live out there, so I know the area pretty well.
It's like super rural.
It's not now. It's kind of
It's
gentrified. It's pretty gentrified.
gentrified? Okay.
Yeah.
Now it is. But think about it back in 1967.
Sorry, whistling. My bad.
I thought that was a time machine.
That was like. Can you whistle disc? Can anybody whistle Dixie? Kim, can you whistle Dixie? Come on.
What? Dixie? Like what? Hold on.
I need a graveyard.
Whistle some Dixie.
So I can whistle Dixie past.
Hey, can I whistle Dixie past the horizon?
I can try.
I can try. Can I whistle Dixie past the horizon?
Towards the horizon. Right.
I gotta whistle Dixie past that shit, man, because that's only apparent. It's what? It's only apparent. Really? Oh, that's interesting.
So you're saying the globe is a lot bigger than what we're told? Is that what you're saying?
Well, according to our observation and measurements, yeah, it must be bigger. It's got to be huge, man. 250,000 miles circumference, bitches. Come on.
I just can't accept that a curved surface can look flat. I mean, my brain is not. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's constantly curving. No matter how big.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing about a ball, man. It's constantly curving. what a predicament to be in.
Yeah, because I thought, wait, well, let's pretend that's 1,000 times bigger than what we're told. Can it look flat? I was like, still constantly curving, though. I mean, you should still at least see some drop in the horizon because it's constantly curving. It's like, what if it's 1,000,000 times bigger? It's still constantly curving. Like, what are you trying to do here, man? Like, oh yeah,
Come on, man.
trying to put a cube in trying to put a square in that's not how it works, man. What if it's 1,000,000,000 times? You know what I mean? It just keeps going, like constantly curving, man. It's still gonna be the same. Yeah.
So, Bong, earlier this week, 4 or 5 days ago, the mainstream media and NASA said they detected some sound waves from 9 billion years ago. This is a fucking headline.
Yeah. It's like, when you see light, yeah, I'm like, all right, I mean, fair enough, I don't light, but when you see sound, it's like, yeah, when you see sound,
9
it's
billion
like
years ago.
we know how fast sound goes, man.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Come on.
How can they turn thousands of years into
9 billion years ago, motherfuckers?
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah, because the thing is, the way the sound wave would work, right? It would have to be exploding for millions of years in order for the sound to reach us, or even like some, like the power, required for that to happen means we wouldn't even be here because it would have destroyed everything. I don't even know what kind of science to apply.
I mean, just logically, it doesn't make sense. And here you go. I came up with a good reasoning for folks to logically think about the state that we're in and to how you don't even have to know the specifics, but you can logically think about the predicament that we're in worldwide and how it has to have some sort of root, some sort of agenda, because this doesn't just happen naturally. It happens with persuasion. It happens with social conditioning. And if you think that just this little bit of time will suffice, that's not true. It takes decades, it takes generations to be able to do what they've done.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It's deep, man. It's so deep in the psychology,
bro. This
the nature of man. It's like, go ahead.
Hey, don't you breathe some heavy, man.
Sorry.
Don't do that.
Pass it, bro. Pass it.
I wish.
Oh, jeez. I have to go help my mom now. Shit. Thanks for talking to me today, guys.
Nice talking to you, SK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You
Thanks
take
for
care.
listening.
Come back.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll come back tomorrow, probably. See you guys
Alright.
later. Bye.
Later, mate. I said bye.
Bye. What?
Is he flat? Is he on the fence?
I don't know. I don't know, but it's good to have like this late night hour to hang out with folks no matter what side of the fence you're on.
Yeah.
I think that it's good that we have kind of little segments where during the day it's kind of pretty hard on flat smacking. We do just like kind of like a low energy flat smacking at night.
The night shift's more chill.
It's so much more chill. I like it.
Lie smacking and truth smacking.
Truth smacking, yeah. That's what we're doing for sure.
9 billion years ago, I saw something 9 billion years ago. Mongos. I did.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
What a time to be alive.
What a crazy time to be alive. 9 billion years. I can see some shit. 9 billion.
Galileo could only dream about living in this time.
That cock couldn't hold a candle. He would be destroyed.
Yeah.
But I would love to have, any one of those Mongos come in here on Discord, any one of them, and say, "Hey, man, Newton, pick your guy." Eratosthenes, man. Pick your guy, man. Who are you? Einstein.
You guys want to bring back Einstein? Shit, bring back Einstein. Watch this.
Let's bring them all back, man. I say bring them all back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
all at the same time. Yeah.
Is that what we're going through? We are going through a renaissance of science that will continue to push reality over Disney. I can't think of anything else. Reality over Kim.
They all will be brought back all together at the same time for correction.
You're right.
I love it.
Or correction. I like that, eh? Or there's some few discrepancies that need to be corrected. No biggie. To be fixed. Yeah.
They have to be corrected.
Yeah, because, buddy, they missed the mark big time.
We're up against people who are trying to say that, a ball or a curved, that level is curved. We're going up against people who are delusional. So it should be a piece of cake,
Well, it's a piece of cake. You bet your ass it is. Without a doubt, it's a piece of cake. Because these people will come in here and deny objective reality. And that's okay, man. That's the first step, is denying objective reality. Oh, that's a bitch, man. That's a sore subject. And it's okay, man. It's okay that they deny it. It's okay. We're here to help them, man. We are here to help. I don't want you guys to help me out because I'm done.
Some of them need some divine intervention.
I'm fucking done. I love it. Kim, thank you. Bond,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You done for the night? You going?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
I feel
Stay
you,
blessed, man.
Thank you too, man.
Bless you guys, man. Bless you guys. Carry on with the great information of truth, and everything will be just fine. Trust me, it'll be all right.
Yeah, cheers, buddy.
Truth will prevail.
Indeed, it will.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
Good one. Yeah.
Hey, Magic Pineapple Pizza. What's up, buddy?
Magic Pineapple Pizza Monkey.
I don't need to say welcome to the server because you are filled up with some rolls more than myself. So nice to meet you. So Bong and Ether. How you guys doing? How you guys doing tonight?
Just chilling.
Same.
Yeah. Slow night. Just, getting some work done while listening. Chunk.
I think I might step inside and grab something really quick. Gotta get something to drink. Yeah, that's the first time I sit up and stretch for like 2 or 3 hours. Oh God, now I'm yawning. Oh crap, now I feel tired. I'll be back in a few.
I got you. I probably won't last too much longer, but maybe another 30, 45 minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
Greetings.
Good.
Good morning.
Late night morning for me.
The next shift is here.
Yeah, well, European Central Time, it's, 20 past 9.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
I hope you had a
Bong.
good day.
A long time no hear your voice.
I know, right? Back, 2023. Gotta start it off right, a little bit of flour. Good to be back, man.
Oh, man.
So what's going on? What's your day looking like?
Oh, it's bad. My work is pretty demanding right now, so I haven't been on a lot. And in the weekends, I'm just reading, watching D&D drama, and take my mind off the heavy things.
Oh, yeah. Not too bad. Yeah, everybody's coming back, it seems. Go ahead, Kim.
I was going to say it could be worse. You could be on a spinning monkey ball.
Right, there are no spinning monkey balls. It's an ape ball. Because all the monkeys, they all have tails and apes don't. And all the monkeys know as a fact that it's flat and level.
Exactly.
Except for those apes, eh?
Except those apes.
Dang those apes.
It's the planet of the apes.
Yeah. Because they don't have tails. That's why.
Yeah. Oh. Last week I bought something fantastic. There's this little island nation called Tokelau.
Oh.
And they got these 1 ounce silver coins.
Oh, yeah.
And I think in 2021, they made a silver coin and one side has got Cthulhu on the face.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
Cthulhu.
yeah.
The octopus.
Yeah.
What? Why?
And the other side got the queen's head.
What is? Oh, what? 2021? You said 2021?
Yeah, 2021.
That's the Kraken, bro. That's the Kraken, bro. You know what the Kraken is? You guys know what the Kraken is?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
it's even funnier because normally if you have the let's say the silver coins, the trade coins,
Uh-huh.
the one side is dedicated to the queen, but the side that is dedicated to the queen is now smaller, and then around the head of the queen you see a vessel, a ship, sailing towards Cthulhu.
Ooh. Is that symbol? Some kind of symbolism?
Conundrum? Is it the conundrum? The ship?
Yeah,
Queen.
yeah, but if let me see if I can find an image of it.
Yes.
I wonder if that's the Kraken. It's probably the Kraken, eh?
Cthulhu is a H.P. Lovecraft monster.
Yep.
It
Could
is.
it translate?
It's I think a demon from the space between spaces.
Could it translate to Hydra?
don't know.
Well, I was talking about the Kraken is the new variant of the of the Coco. That's why I said that. But yeah, it could be. What is like actual Cthulhu? Like the actual character Cthulhu is on the coin. Crazy.
Posted it in live chat.
Wow.
Yeah, but check the symbolism of the queen's side. If the queen rules the earth, like they used to say, then the ship is going around the earth towards Cthulhu.
It is.
This is
And-
a great poem.
So this is
Oh, and it's going
Tokelau.
north. It's going north.
Is this like their currency or something like a?
Yeah, this is like a how do you call it? It's a trade coin. So people that collect coins can, get 1 ounce silver, and they can use this coin as, a $2 Tokelau dollar. But
Wow.
the inherent value is a lot more.
Yeah. So okay. So it's more like an investment. On the the Cthulhu side, you can see the boat going
Yeah.
towards Cthulhu as well. You reckon it kind of looks like the Titanic?
I think it's the Queen Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. But what
But
does it mean?
I don't
into
know.
Cthulhu?
But when I look at this, I'm like, you remember when all the heads of state went to Antarctica?
Yeah. The Pope,
Yeah, the
Kerry,
Pope. Yeah, all the.
Bush.
I think this might be a representation of it. What they actually, believe and value.
Yeah, I heard it was Mithras, right? The entity they consult, but why Cthulhu though? Like, is the only reason why I can think about this is the variant that's coming out. You know, they call the corrected. But if there's another meaning, I mean, maybe.
I just found it funny. I saw 3 of these on a shop near me, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta have them." You know.
Do you actually have them?
Yeah,
2?
I got 3 of them,
3? Damn.
and there are only 10,000 of them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Who knows, right? That's kind of rare. I mean, it's pretty rare. It'll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even on the backside is that the same ship
Yep.
in the background.
So, you haven't done any research on this yet? On the Cthulhu connection to this?
Well, I know it was a monster created by H.P. Lovecraft, and I know it is like a cult deity, as in you find it in D&D stuff and fantasy games.
Stranger Things. Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't watch TV and I never seen Stranger Things.
Yeah, it's about that game. It's about D&D. It's about Dungeons and Dragons. And that's what those things are too. That's Cthulhu.
Within Tolkien, you know, the Lord of the Rings, you have the Watcher. Which is also a kind of like tentacle aquatic monster. But other than that, it's a fictional deity in the sense that, you know, it's just in the fiction. It's recently, you know, it's not a classical thing. You know, it's H.P. Lovecraft, so it's not that old. But it has a lot of, how do you say, popular clout.
That's super interesting.
Tokelau, though, like what's the interest in Tokelau? You know,
I think Tokelau did it as every year they make different coins.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the actual, like, you know, Tokelau people. You know, I think it's
no. I think this is more like a homage to H.P. Lovecraft as a writer.
Really?
Yeah, because they even had Darth Vader coins and
okay, okay.
So James Bond coins, all kind of, you know.
Yeah.
But this one I found funny because the Queen's side is, well, actually overtaken by, you know, the Cthulhu journey.
It even has the compass next to the Cthulhu thing right there. Yeah. To the note.
Yeah, and that symbolism, that strikes me as odd. Because the Queen's side is always dedicated to the Queen. And now it's dedicated to Cthulhu and navigation.
Yeah.
Well, if Latter Day Saints was here, he would be thinking that that's the conundrum. It's like Her Majesty's ship. Maybe not though. Maybe he would. I don't know. Let me not speak for him.
Word.
The world has changed so much since 2016.
Yeah. It's a new normal.
Wonder what that ship means going towards the Cthulhu. Right? That looks interesting. That means something.
Yeah, I found, for me, when I saw this coin, it immediately spoke to me like, oh, look, flat Earth, and there's something outside of flat Earth.
Hey, yeah. Because of the ship, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's at the bottom, so that's like Antarctica. Who's on this boat? And why are they going to Cthulhu? Oh wait, is this the Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think that is the Queen Elizabeth.
Is that like a cruise ship now, or what is it a museum? No.
The old one is probably a museum. I don't know, but the Queen Elizabeth II is a cruise ship.
I was thinking about that beast out of the sea passage from Revelation. Let's see. That's a beast in the sea.
It's weird, man. I was trying to look it up. I can't find it.
What are you trying to look up?
The conundrum.
Video.
No, not a video. Just the ship itself. Maybe I should check out Latter Day Saints YouTube. Hold on.
You mean this one?
I would say so, yeah. Yep. It's not a ship. Oh, yeah, that's right. He said it was for laying down the line, the underwater lines that they have, like connecting countries. That makes more sense. I don't know. Pretty crazy stuff, man. We're living in some wild times.
We're we were living in a dream and woke up to wild times.
Yeah, yeah, because the dream you have to the American dream especially, you have to be
Right.
asleep.
Yeah. Sleeping on the globe and woke up to wild times.
Yep.
Well, it's better than living in the nightmare.
That's true. I'd rather be knowing what's going on than being ignorant. I mean, hell, I got a son and a stepdaughter, and I want, to do well by them.
Yeah, that's probably the most courageous choice in life.
To seek truth and to talk about it.
Oof.
Hey, Ether, what do you think about that coin?
I didn't hear too much of what was just said because somebody just came into my office area. I
I
had to
got
talk
you.
to them. That's why I was like, oof. And now I have to catch up on the conversation.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Magic Pineapple Pizza. He put this coin in the live stream voice text. It's where is it from? Oh yeah, Tokelau.
Yeah.
This has got Queen Elizabeth on the front, and on the front it has the ship leading to Cthulhu, and on the back there's a
Yeah.
big depiction of Cthulhu.
I'll check it out.
Crazy.
Thanks. I'm trying to fix something. That is weird. Wait, when is this? What? I was thinking this was just like, is this actually real? Like, when was this made? Who was this made by? Where was it minted from?
It is minted by.
You provided sources. Never. I mean, you can tell me if you want.
No, it's minted by the New Zealand Mint, and it is an official currency coin in Tokelau, and it's a collector's coin in the rest of the world.
Yeah. Why are people so weird? Why are people weird? I mean, they could easily, people could just hand wave away this as some collector's thing because there's a coin that actually has a Pokemon on it, and it's an official currency coin. That's for some reason in some obscure country. But this right here, there's very deep ties to this particular author.
Yeah. The coin face, both sides speak a story.
Yeah, most coins do. Especially with theirs. They're known for having weird puzzles and stories and their money. Well, UK monies. Any money with the Queen on it has something connected that's weird. But this right here, yeah, there's definitely, there's some interpretation that can be done to it.
Yeah, and when I saw it, like, you know, I like to collect coins when I got some spare cash. So,
Awesome.
You know, I saw this coin and I was like,
That's
especially the Queen side with the ship going towards Cthulhu and the Windrose. I was like,
yeah.
This is so flat earthy. I gotta have it.
Some like Elder Gods level stuff. They're trying to summon the old ones, man.
I think it's funny when you look at the coins. I got one, a Dutch coin with Manhattan on one side and the Dutch Queen on the other side. And it says 400 years Manhattan. Like, you know, like as if the royals still own it.
Wouldn't be surprised if they didn't technically own most of it. Like if they just like they don't own land, but then decided to literally play Monopoly in New York. I know we're thinking different, or we were thinking a different Manhattan, but then it occurred to me like these royals do own everything, and they put their faces on everything.
Yeah.
They want us to fear them though, and I'm actually with kind of like what Mima says. Like they're not actually that. They're not that powerful. Like our fear is what gives them power.
Same. I'm the same way. Yeah.
I think I think the people in the world generally look for leaders.
Yeah.
And they look for security. Money gives you security in life. So you can pay your bills and you can have a roof over your head, etc. And leaders make sure money is printed.
Yep.
And once you, let's say, buy into the money scheme, then you automatically adopt them as leaders.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I still kind of do, but when I found out about flat Earth, I wanted to just go out into the woods with my family and survive out there, off the grid, no cell phones, nothing.
Yeah, it would be a very nice life, but you gotta look out where you're going.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go and live in fear. I don't fear any of this mess anymore. I still wouldn't mind being self-sufficient, but that's just not something that we are able to do at the moment. And I want to share in the wealth. I don't want to be all secluded. I'd like for our community to be able to self-sustain, but I don't want another Waco. You know what I mean?
Well, Waco had a lot of problems that were already there that, like, the thing that they had created, that mansion looking monstrosity that they created was really, really horrible looking. Like, it just made it look bad. So regardless of their side on anything, their little compound made everything look bad.
Well, they had the right idea regardless.
Yeah, they did. It was, it's awesome. The idea of people unifying together and having their own thing, but gotta do it right. You
Yeah, you
can't.
don't have to unify with the world. You can just unify with your community.
Yeah.
I mean, locally, that's all you can really do.
I think the best thing to do it gradually is to inform the people around you how important local government is and involvement in local politics and participation in it.
Hey, buddy, it's corrupt around here too. They're lobbying. They're lobbying just the same, and there's nothing we can do about it. As I don't know what it is. The majority is just blind.
Have you heard of the Free State Project?
I've heard of it. Yes, yeah. Wasn't it? Where is it?
I don't know when it started. I think it was around 2009. They wanted to see if they could get in a state in the US and with a sizable population migrate to that state and then get into local politics and influence it from the ground up. And I think they went to New Hampshire.
Well, the place that you choose has to yield. You have to be able to go to a place that yields a lot of
Right.
your own sustenance, and that's not really a great place to do that.
Oh, you mean, yeah, like the ground has to actually be able to, you got to be able to be sufficient. You can't
All
just
year
build
round.
it. And, yeah. There's a solution to that, though. It doesn't have to be all year round.
No, I think that you should absolutely let your soil rest so it collects its minerals again. But for the
Nomadic.
first few years, you would need to be able to do it every year
Yeah.
so that everybody is taken care of.
But I was saying, if you had, like, say, 2 or 3 locations, and then depending on the temperature, depending on the seasons, just kind of alternate between areas.
I feel like. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, for soil depletion, you got to make sure you got rotating crops.
Yep.
And if you have rotating crops, then to get or to prevent the soil depletion, all you have to do is have one plot of land for your cattle, and then you have 2 or 3 other plots of land for your vegetables and your herbs, etc. And then you rotate your crops each year, and various different things. But you look at what do they use and what do they put back in the ground, and then you rotate those fields. And then when you feel like, okay, I've taken too much, you put the cattle on one of the crop plots, and then you start farming on the cattle land, because there's, it has been naturally fertilized
by the cattle.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then if I was taught in gardening that if you have 4 plots of land, but you can do it with 3 plots of land. And then you can rotate, and then each year the cattle move from one plot to the other, or you can do that every other year.
Well, this is where it would really take the community, because at this point that's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. You're looking at how much do you need, because I think you can, for just your own family to get food, you don't need that much land.
I would want the community to be able to share in the wealth.
Yeah.
And we have so many farmlands around here, because I live in Alabama, and I live in it's still pretty rural. There's a lot of farms, like I said, but we're really kind of close to cities and stuff. But I would like us
There's a ton of stuff you can plant once.
Yeah.
And then
I've already
been taken care of, but yeah.
I've been brainstorming about what we can do as a community where I live locally, and talking to just one other neighbor about it, but she's on that path. Like, she's like, yes, because the kids or the children would be learning how to do it, and they would have to help us, and that would be a part of their daily routines, like working to sustain everything with us and
When I
teaching them how to do it.
when I grew up, and I was in kindergarten and middle school, we had our own garden on the schoolyards, and everyone had to participate.
That's awesome.
And you don't need a lot of land because the school didn't produce like to feed the children, but it was merely to educate that vegetables come from the ground and you have to tend them. And we had a garden on the schoolyard, and everyone had to do some cleaning or some shoveling or planting, and everyone did their part. And you don't need much to educate. You need participation to educate.
Well, that's what I want to work towards. And we also, even though, like I said, we didn't have a garden where I went to school, but we had a very huge agriculture program just because we have so many farms around here. I know the guy that led the agriculture program. He tried to run for the superintendent at the school board, and he was the best candidate, and we tried to rally for him, but it didn't work. I tried. We had a flat earther run for governor and tried to promote him. That didn't work. I don't know. Maybe it's just out of our hands when it comes to politics, and it's going to take the people to do it.
A lot of things are like out of our hands, but that doesn't mean like you can still organize outside of the mainstream.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
And if I compare it with, and maybe it's a false comparison, but in the Second World War, the city where I live, my grandfather, he and my grandmother had a tobacco shop, and they also held one of the keys of the shelters. And the Germans, they occupied our city, and they were customers of my grandparents because everyone smoked, and they made pretty money because they sold something that the Germans wanted. And on the other side, they helped people escape from the Germans and kept them hidden from the Germans. And it's something you have to do outside the knowledge of the current domination. Because if the Germans knew, hey, the lady from the cigarette store has the key to the hideout of the Jews, then, she would be caught, and, the Jews that were hiding in the shelter would be caught. So, and in that, if you know that let's say, the people that rule you don't like what you're actually doing, you got to make sure you keep it off their radar. And you can still do organic farming if you want, or create knowledge about farming and teach kids. If you do, let's say, an outside school program where you don't put the children in daycare, but you say, hey, is there a willing farmer that wants to have kids on his grounds where they can, run around and play around, and in the meantime learn about farming? And then, if the farmer says, yeah, sure, and you have a few parents that do not have their children in daycare but are willing to participate, then they can go there and make sure, have an eye on the kids and teach them. And then people save on daycare money, and, the farmer will know, hey, the kids are on my land, it's safe. And if you have more farmers that are willing, then you can swap farms. Hard to track. If no money is handed over to someone, like if you don't officially pay the farmer for keeping the kids on the grounds, then they have no say in it.
That's true.
Because the moment you do a monetary exchange, then you pay with their bills, and then they have clout, or they have a say in what's going on there. If there's no money transferred, it's just the kids playing at the farm.
And they don't need to collect money. They are getting help.
Yeah.
And learning at the same time. So it's kind of like a nice cycle there.
Yeah, and if you can organize that with the people that wanted to vote in, the flat earther, or the school administrator, then you can go outside of there, or the official way, because you already have people that are like-minded, and all you got to do is get together and organize it outside of the system.
That's a good idea, but that's a long plan. Like, you can't do it overnight.
No, I know it's a long plan, but why I went to what happened with my grandparents in the Second World War, they were forced with the community to do it ad hoc. They had to do it immediately. And for 5 years of occupation, they were able to keep it silent. And they organized it in the first year of occupation. So within a year, they organized a whole system of people being connected with each other and hiding other people from the occupational forces. So if you can do something like that in a year, then I think, it should be possible to organize, let's say, child daycare with learning experience on a farm in less. Because you could say you're occupied by a armed occupation, but it is not as dangerous as having the Gestapo on your doorstep.
Yeah, safety is a big deal, especially when it comes to children.
Yeah.
And that would be incentive enough, I hope, for everybody to really be careful.
Yeah, and you got to have a strong social cohesion within the group of people that you um, do it with. You all
I've
have.
got a pretty I've got a pretty good social cohesion with everybody here. And it doesn't matter who they are, lawyers, down to farmers, down to your regular everyday person. I play music, so everybody around here pretty much knows who I am just because of music.
And I think it to organize stuff like that should be possible, and you should not be. Um, it should be planned for long term, but just setting it up shouldn't take more than a year.
Yes. I really have to at least try. I may fail, but I gotta try.
Yeah, but like if you can do it just for your own kids, you hang out with a farmer, you say, hey, is it cool that my kids go to your farm, do little chores after school? Or, and, uh, you be around with your kids if you got the time, or maybe someone on the farm is willing to look after them. And then, explain your idea and your view on the world. Like, hey, we try to vote in this guy, we try to vote in that guy, but we're all being limited, and I want to circumvent it. Then I think, and farmers having a pretty solid understanding of nature, understand that that might be more beneficial in the long run for them and for the community.
I'd hope that they'd be willing to do something like that, considering the state of everything. It's not like it's a mystery, especially here in Alabama, and especially in rural areas like this. I appreciate you, man. You gave me a lot of drive and wisdom. It's nice to meet you. I don't think I've met you yet.
No, I don't think we have. We have spoken with each other before.
Maybe. I like to get in here and flat smack.
I'm a bit tired of flat smacking.
I understand how that could get tiring after a while, but I'm so new to it. It's not. It's kind of one of those things where I want to have that kind of skill under my belt.
Always keep. I got certain rules for myself, and that's keep it simple. The KISS principle, and never go outside of what you don't know or don't experience.
Yeah.
Because then, when the globe sharks know or feel that you're insecure, they will bite into you. And once you're bitten and insecure, then it's hard to get back So always stick to the things that you know by heart and by experience.
Yeah, I can get that. And I'm learning that. I think that being in this server has helped me learn a lot. And I want to be able to have that bite. I don't want to be insecure. I want to know absolutely what I should say at any point that would not make me vulnerable.
When, and this goes for probably every flat earther or every skilled flat earther. When you venture into an area that you're not skilled in, or you have to rely on what others told you, be honest about it. You cannot break honesty.
Yep, that's right.
And even if you feel like, oh, I'm giving the Glober a vulnerable spot by being honest, you still keep true to yourself. And that's worth more than getting them or winning the argument. Because an argument is just a foolish thing. They don't have an argument ever.
I agree with you. I've always been that way. I've always been an honest person. I don't know. I've just always been that way. I wear my heart on my sleeve. People know what I'm going through when I'm going through it. I like to put walls down so that people can put theirs down. And even when we have conflicts, like it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal because I don't make it that big of a deal.
And that's a good thing. And try to keep that. Try not to win things that cannot be won.
I don't care about winning. I care about truth.
Yeah, and
what I care about the most.
That's the most important thing.
I can see that a lot of people do care about winning, but there's these few, very little few that they keep the truth. And this community here has been such a blessing because I see the just honesty of everybody. It's nice.
Yeah, and I think here unlike on the street, here we don't have to put down a persona. In the street, you always got to wear a mask or, measure up to the appearance of the other. Here we don't have that whole appearance thing because it's just text on screen or voices through your headphone. There's no, oh, look, fancy dress, or, he looks like a old ragtag bum, or you don't have that. And once you're in the street, you're faced with the visual appearance.
Yeah, that's what I like about it, man. I don't care about that stuff in real life anyway, so I embrace my average looking self, and people have learned to love me or hate me or whatever they want to do, but for the most part I don't feel a lot of hate, even since I've learned about the truth of everything, which was a pretty fast process for me, by the way. very new to the truth, man. Like I'm a little over a year now.
Yeah, well, you just mentioned the word hate, and it's a very strong word, and I
As
think
long as sorry.
I think a lot of people never felt hate as often as they mention the word.
I think the primary thing to do is to not hate. And
No,
it's
hey,
pretty
hate.
tough for somebody to hate you if you don't hate them.
Yeah, but you don't hate a person. No one hates a person.
I
You
don't hate
can
anybody.
no, like I, and maybe my definition of hate is very different. But when you're in love, you you have that feeling inside, that euphoric feeling. Hate is equally euphoric, but hate stems from that which attacks that loving feeling.
Uh,
And
Polar opposite of love.
yeah,
The other side of the coin.
yeah, but hate comes as, that what I call hate is as strong as being in love.
I'd say that hate is also can directly connected to aspects of love. Like you hate the enemy of what you love. Like if something is going to try and hurt your family, you're going to hate whatever the enemy may be, and you're going to do what you can to stop it.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily hate the person. You hate
It's the situation. Yeah.
the situation that where both sides are in.
Yeah.
That goes by your day to day routine too.
But
My family or my son. He's my son. You know, I birthed him. We pray for our enemy every day,
yeah,
twice a day, even. So,
that's good.
we pray for the children. We bless the children, bless our enemy, bless our friends, and bless our family.
What
We
he was
bless them all.
saying.
We don't even just love them. We bless them.
I
Yes.
bless the rain down in Africa.
Bless and curse not. Like there's no reason. All right, if somebody's cursed already, why would you curse them more? But we should be blessing people even if they are cursed people.
If someone's cursed, shouldn't you be the one
Try and help them.
that should try to help lift the curse?
Yeah. Now, I wanted to touch back on what you were saying before, man. How hate's the opposite of love. Like it really does feel the polar opposite of it. Like it's just as passionate and like it can influence the mind in an equally crazy way, but it's the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But I'd go further and say this. The only thing that's worse than hate is I don't care. Because when somebody stops caring, that's when things it gets way worse.
The moment you don't care means that you're not willing to invest your energy into the other.
Yep.
When you hate, you still put energy into it.
Yeah. You're still fighting. You're trying.
When you don't care, you deprive someone.
It's kind of like just the entire thing just dies.
Yeah.
Well, I like to minister life.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we got some life in us, man.
I like the
We're
old
gonna-
saying, hate the sin, not the sinner.
Yeah. Well, what sin actually means is missing the mark.
Yeah.
And we all do that. We all miss the mark, man. So, I don't know. There's some nuance to it. You got to be able to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Maybe you
And
were raised the way they were. Maybe you were tortured the way they were. Maybe you were done the way that, I don't know. What causes evil in the world? It can't be something that would happen organically to someone who's had loving parents and loving community and these kind of things. We're being led to believe that does happen, but I don't buy that propaganda.
no, you state certain conditions that are not that common anymore.
Exactly. So that's why we see the chaos that we see in the world, because most people don't have that kind of structure or system. Even I didn't. I'm like I don't know. I don't think I'm an anomaly, but I think that people in my situation that I've ran into that have had similar situations either ended up dead or not very well off.
And the other thing about sin, and maybe that's a monkey perspective, but who am I to make a judgment on the other person when I don't know everything about the other person?
Just assume everybody's going through something.
There's a
Not,
difference
not
between-
necessarily assume that they're going through something.
There's two different kinds of judgment, though.
But
One uses scales and tries to weigh good and evil, and this is what's right and wrong, and the other's just righteous judgment. Like
Correction.
everyone has a
The
story.
ultimate correction. That's the real judgment. It's correction.
Everyone has a story, and when you start to get to know the author and become friends with that one,
yeah,
friends with that.
Don't
It's
forget
like-
about the knowledge of good and evil, man. If you're going to use judgment for the knowledge of good and evil, then you're just buying into the fruit that was
the
initially bitten
self-existent.
into.
but
I was
the
gonna
other
say-
thing is, for me,
Go ahead. Yeah.
that the creator is the one that judges you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And
He already thought about all this before he ever
Yeah.
spoke anything to existence. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
The knowledge of good and evil came from the fruit, man. And if
Wow.
you're judging with the instruments to judge by good and evil, you're not the creator. You can't do that.
we do know what true wickedness is, though. And there's certain definitions for it. It's kind of obvious type stuff, but even the
There's
animals
an
know
answer.
that.
There's an answer in between good and evil. And I don't need to go into that because I don't know how everybody believes, but there's an
Oh, yeah.
answer between those two things, and he did it all.
within, let's say, the monkey mind, it is more like if you were to sin, it's an action you do that you have to resolve with the creator.
That's
Humans-
the thing, though, is
Humans can penalize you or punish you, but you got to resolve it with the creator.
if you say I wrong you and you forgive me, but I don't forgive myself and I don't ask for forgiveness from, what good is it? And now I'm just carrying around the burden of something on my conscience that I haven't actually truly repented of. I just said sorry, man, and now you're happy, but
You know where to
I'm-
place
I'm
your
the one-
burdens, though.
yeah, and so it doesn't hurt anybody else to carry this kind of stuff inside. It's all you. You like people. You have
No,
to
it
release
hurts
it.
others.
Yeah.
It hurts
Like you,
others because you cannot be who you should
exactly.
be because you're weighted down.
Yep. That's how it hurts everybody else. It doesn't hurt everybody else because you've like people tell those white lies. Is what they'll call them. Which I
They
don't
could
see
hurt
that.
everybody else as a result of hurting yourself the most, though.
Yeah. A
You
lie is a
can't let
lie.
those things go. That's something that's going to hurt you more than anything. And not even in the afterlife, but in this life. It's going to wear you down. It's going to beat you up, man.
Mm-hmm. There's a song that comes to mind by Mary Mary called Shackles. Shackles off my feet so I can dance.
Now, I read the scriptures and I study the scriptures. I don't just read them, I study them. So I'm just relaying whatever I've learned to anybody who wants to hear it.
Study to show thyself approved.
Nobody has to accept it. I just have to put it out there. I can't help it, man.
Monkey brain. At first it kind of hit me weird when you said that, but then I was thinking about like everybody does actually go into this monkey brain, like carnal state.
Carnal
where
is
they're
what
not-
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Good job, man. Yes.
It's exactly. They become kind of feral and selfish.
Carnal can mean the opposite of that, though.
I think
Carnal is just looking at yourself and your justification for things instead of looking at the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's outside of you. It's not. It is within you, but it's hard to explain. That's not something easy. It is. It was what was, and it what is what will be. You know what I'm saying? Like those things there are the only true thing that you can actually like set your foundation on. What was, what is, and what will be. And what is that? Do you know what that is? Do I know what that is? Boom.
and, and another thing for, let's say, the monkey mindset is that I realize I have to walk a tightrope between me and the world I live in, because the world I live in, they don't really care. They
don't
say
even know what the
they-
world they live in.
Yeah. And, I kept my proverbial tail to keep balance. But you have to walk a balance between what they tell you is right and wrong and what you know is right and wrong.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said, man.
And the basic thing is that if you're honest and truthful, you can be wrong in the eyes of others. And sometimes you have to deal with the consequences of that because they don't understand.
Yeah, because what's bad is good and what's good is bad.
Yeah.
Here goes the carnal mind of the apes.
Planet of the Apes.
All inversed. It's all upside down. And man, there's only one true axiom. What was, what is, and what will be. Hey, this has been a great talk, guys. I'm gonna have to go though. I've got to go to bed. Oh my gosh! And of course, of all times, it's 3:33. Good grief!
Stay blessed.
You are all blessed, and I hope you all stay blessed. I know you will. You'll stay blessed. I'll stay blessed, and I'll watch out for zombies. Okay, Ether.
Of course.
I love yous. Bye.
Take care.
This place is a very wonderful place. It's filled with interesting people who are really cool. And some of the random people who trudge in here aren't so cool, but most of the regulars are really awesome.
I think with especially like the Globers that come in.
Yeah. The
in because it's so polarized. It's good to have sometimes conversations that find common ground.
Yeah.
Just to take the stress and the anxiety out of things and just have a normal conversation so people realize we're not that different from each other.
Yeah. Like, sure, we got to remind people that, we are humans. We're people too.
Yeah, and we're all in this together.
Like, we were all people before any of us knew what the earth even was, like knew the word earth. Or even what the earth was. Let alone knew who we were. People want to argue over this stuff like so viciously. And I'm talking about the people who come in with the venom. They're already angry. And it's because they're hurt and they have to have some kind of outlet for their energy. But if you say that, then they'll think you're playing games. So.
Yeah, but for example, if you take, the trolls that come in, that only actually come in to cause a ruckus and upset other people, and that gives them joy. The moment you take them aside and you find common ground, the joy of trolling you fades away, because now they understand they're dealing with just someone like them.
Of course. No, I wasn't saying of course to that, but yes to that, like, absolutely. I just read the live stream thing, and I knew that you were making a Dragon Ball Z reference, but I didn't want to, obviously.
Well, me calling myself a monkey stems from when I came into Flat Earth. I still held on to evolution.
Yeah.
And I got my reasons for the word evolution, not the Darwinistic thing.
And play on words there, yeah.
When I came in, they called me a monkey because of that evolution thing. And then that evolved into something a lot bigger.
Add a D onto the beginning of it, too. Devolution. And then you get the transhumanism.
Yeah.
They want to turn people into devils. That's why some of they honest to God, are actually making themselves look like demons. And I'm not talking about, I'm not actually being disparaging towards anybody of the LGBT community. I'm talking about the people who literally get body modifications to make themselves look demonic.
Oh, yeah. And not just that.
Like,
Take the parents that chip their kids because they are afraid of kidnapping. If
Yeah.
you're afraid of kidnapping, it means you realize you don't watch your kids enough.
Stare at their scrying mirrors too long and don't pay attention to what's going on around them.
Yeah.
I think if they put a chip in the scrying mirror, then they'll be able to find their kid if it ends up missing.
Yeah. Put a chip in your kid, and when
put a chip in the kid and connect it. Yeah.
When it gets kidnapped, you can find it, but then you're already too late because it went to that ordeal.
But then they'd still be thankful because they wouldn't even have their child at all. They didn't have a chip to save it because they don't pay attention to where the children are.
Yeah.
I know it's not as cut and dry as that. Sometimes stuff happens fast. When people just snatch a child.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
But
there's definitely a percentage that's obviously it's from the lack of good parenting and not paying attention.
Yeah, it's the same as, having your kid in the stroller and then it's too much work to take your kid into the store with the stroller, so you put the stroller and the kid outside just to hop in for a pack of cigarettes.
Leave a kid in the car.
Yeah.
Oh God, there was ads to try and remind people. Like, put something important like your phone in the back of your car so you don't forget your child. What? The kid wasn't important enough.
Yeah.
Oh God. That was one of the things that ebbed away at my hope in today's state of humanity, like the idiocracy of the world we're in.
No, to me, that is the power of modern day spells. That's the magic that they use against the people. Because it should be automatic. Your child is part of you. It's part of your bloodline. You should have an automatic connection to your child at all times.
It's interesting that they put everything that's related to their spells and enchantments on a spectrum.
Yeah, and then once they do, check your car for your phone, so maybe you don't forget your child. They are imprinting them to forget their child by mentioning it.
That's true. It's like
that it is a possibility to forget your child.
And they'll over-worry and overthinking to the point where they just might. The etymology of the word autism, like auto, selfism. This is a spectrum of selfism, a spectrum of selfishness.
I don't know if it's selfish.
It's more about.
I think
selfish.
it is.
Yeah, selfish is more insulting. Self-focus, self-observance, but not self-aware.
Yeah, or too self-aware.
Yeah, overly self-aware. Then you've got narcissist. Yeah.
Yeah, or you get extreme introvert.
Yeah. In the spectrums, obviously, they'd be like, oh, well, it goes in all these directions, kind of like 3D objects. X, Y, Z. But then you look at these different types of selfishness that are propagated upon people. And yeah, that makes sense. People so focused on the self and what they want and the materialism and the things the carnival. You end up being like Pinocchio going to Pleasure Island, and they turn themselves into a bunch of jackasses.
Yeah, or you know, the bread and games.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as they give them that, they'll stay happy.
Yeah. And now the bread and games are part of the battlefield of the social manipulation.
Yeah, they're gonna put the they're talking about putting new forms of the RNA treatments into food. I get suggested anyway in order to combat vaccine hesitancy.
Yeah, we cannot talk about that.
Well,
sadly.
I'm just saying Indio and Helio were kind of like, F it. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to drop that one right there because Bill Gates straight up said it like deadpan to everybody. Like, hey, man, people are hesitant. Let's just put in the food. And I'm like, well, that's an interesting thing to say publicly.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. Like Bill Gates, I mean, he doesn't care anywhere. He's just straight up telling people exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, and they don't have to care.
No, they got too much. They have too much money to have to care. Like, why would they? And like we were talking about before, I don't care is worse than love or hate. They simply don't care. They're doing what they want. Complete selfish, like,
yeah, and
on the globalism thing.
And
sorry, man.
From what I experience in daily life is that people do not distinguish the things they need from the things they want.
Yeah.
And
they invert the priorities.
Yeah. And then the things they need become the means to what they want.
That's another thing. They pay more attention to the things they hate than actually paying attention to what they love in their life.
Yeah.
We got it all backwards. That's not living.
No, life is pretty simple, you know.
For the bare necessities.
Yeah, you know, basically you can pull it down to Yogi Bear.
Baloo.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know, all you need is food, drink, shelter, and peace of mind.
Yeah. Oh, that's why it's about almost about 4:46. I think I should have a cup of coffee.
That's a good one.
I need to quit, but the caffeine helps a little bit when I haven't slept. I have to go and help take care of the family and be a dad in a few hours when they all wake up. My sleep schedule is not messed up by choice. I have certain medical issues, so it keeps me up at night. And so it's a lot better to chat up here and keep my mind busy. Stay occupied doing things, try and make myself useful.
Well, make sure you do get your rest.
Yeah, I get rest when I need to. When I start actually getting sleepy, I'll lay down and take a nap. I do need to get like actual REM sleep though. But right now we're working on a bus that we're transitioning into a mobile living unit, and it's got a lot of work that needs to be done. So Sleeping arrangements are weird right now.
Well, make sure you get the rest you need.
Yeah.
And maybe, um, check out the good flavors of, caffeine-free coffee-like substances.
I actually don't really have like a coffee addiction or anything. It's more like lately I've started drinking coffee. Because before that, I just water. I drink sweet tea here and there, and then fruit juice type stuff. I need to drink more water though. I should probably at least double up on that. But the sleep's got me drinking coffee lately. But you're right. I should probably cut back and start getting back to what I was doing before because I really wasn't drinking it like that.
Yeah, well, like when I'm at work, coffee is like the most easy thing to drink because it's free and available.
Yeah.
But when I'm outside the office doing street work, I got a thermos can with a surrogate coffee thing,
Yeah.
And because I flavor my coffee with maple syrup and a pinch of ginger, my coffee at home and my surrogate coffee when I'm at work are almost equal in taste.
Yeah.
So I don't miss the coffee that much when I'm at work. And the coffee provided at work is like, your plain old cafeteria coffee. Or your truck stop coffee.
Basic stuff.
Yeah. So when I drink coffee at home, it's flavored in a specific way because of the ginger and the maple syrup.
Yeah.
And I make my canteen just the same with surrogate coffee without the caffeine, so I don't get the caffeine dip when at work.
At the same time, I really want to order a bunch of coffee from Bear Pelagic. That would be kind of cool. I don't know if you've talked to him, but there's a guy on here who makes coffee. Well, he bakes it and produces his own labels and sells a bunch of different varieties.
Yeah, or find what you like. But my suggestion is find something that doesn't have caffeine but gives you the same taste experience as coffee.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's actually a flat earther on here. Like, there's a user on the server, and he watches the live stream. He's friends with some of the people on here, and he like actually bakes it, and I guess he grinds it up and sells it to people. I'm pretty sure he only sells it to flat earthers, though. Which that's actually a pretty cool like niche market that he can work with, and it's called paraplegic because he's in a wheelchair. He does the coffee thing. That's his thing. And he has these really cool like meme type labels on his packages.
Awesome. I will look into it.
And he probably does have some decaf stuff, so I'm sure he'd like hook you up with the introductory package for his thing. You have to actually talk to him. I think you have to call him. Latter-day Saints knows him. He's always like kind of dropping random adverts for him in the live stream, which is cool.
Yeah, you know, we should, promote the good stuff and good people.
The CB should get a little like soundbite, like 15 seconds or something, and have a paraplegic coffee ad that can be played.
Yeah, let's run ads.
No, well, it's like it's an inverted ad thing, right? We're not trying to generate revenue. It's just about like shout outs. Hey, here's a flat earther doing something cool. Hey, there's another flat earther doing something cool. That would actually be funny to edit the Real Men of Genius. We salute you, paraplegic coffee man. Real man of flat earth.
I want my coffee flat.
Do a bunch of different commercials, but they're all with like various people who are actual flat earthers who are leveling things. You could have him like leveling the coffee beans out as he likes to, or like it's ground up and it's like perfectly level in the video.
Yeah, it would be fun.
There's so many interesting projects that could be done. We were talking before around Christmas time doing Flat Earth Christmas carols.
2 years ago, I wrote a Christmas story for my nieces, and I put in a little bit of flat Earth stuff in there, but not overly, because I know my sister and my brother-in-law are not too fond of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wrote a nice story for them, just as a say hello with Christmas thing.
That would actually be awesome. To do an entire children's book series of all Flat Earth content. It just drops back.
I think Conspiracy Music Guru does it.
That would be awesome.
Let me look it up, because I know he was busy with a children's book.
I'm into doing a bunch of different things like graphic design and content creation type stuff. But when I say content creation, I mean actually physically producing things, not just making internet crap. I don't actually do that. I'm just now getting into doing that. Trying to anyway. And not for money, just to put things out there. Mostly for the truth and for the funny. I have a t-shirt for like a heat press. And it's a machine called a Cameo, and it can cut various materials. And one of the things you can cut with it is vinyls, like t-shirt. It takes forever to do it. But I can design stuff on the computer and then have the thing cut out each piece, and then you have to use a little hook and like peel off every piece of vinyl off of it. And then like heat press it on at the right temperature depending on the fabric. I have all the stuff to make stuff like that, but I mostly only use it for, well, I've never sold anything. So I just make custom stuff for me and my children and for my wife, whatever.
You know, if you got like a few basic designs for like is it the same kind of vinyl that you can put on cars?
I can cut that type of vinyl as well. There's a bunch of different types. This is more like a heat press thing, and there's other materials that you can use on that too. But yeah, I can do the car vinyls. Like I can make kind of the bumper sticker and things that you can transfer over.
Yeah, you know, you can make like a simple Flat Earth logo, and just for the fuel cap, you know, you make it round and it fits a fuel cap, or you know, just a little sticker kind of like thing.
Get a bunch of the recognizable maps that are kind of well known, and then turn it into a little logo to go over the cap.
Yeah, or just say, hey, this thing is round, not flat. Or this thing is flat and round at the same time. Oh yeah.
Create like conversation starters, like things that people can use in order to generate conversations with random people. Find out if somebody's actually interested in asking about it.
Yeah, and things to, you know, make yourself be seen and recognizable as a flat earther in the outside world.
Most people, like, the rudeness is mostly online. Like, in person, people either just avoid you or they'll actually be curious and friendly. I can't say that they won't be rude behind your back, but in your face, they're not going to do the keyboard warrior crap out there.
No. And what I found is that, for example, at my work, I met 3 flat earthers at my current job. And it's just because I talk openly about it, but I, put out my feelers and see who I can talk to and who not. And then when you're in a discussion with someone or in a conversation, someone else will hear it and know, oh, those guys are flat earthers. And if they ever come across it, they know they can talk to me or to my coworker.
Yeah.
And it's funny because in the past 6 years, I think I met 7 or 8 flat earthers just during my work.
There's a lot of people who are open to listening.
Yeah, but they were actually flat earthers without,
like they already. Then that's cool. That's the awesome part of already being like several years into this. Like there's people who are like, hey, awesome. Start meeting people. Things have changed since because I remember years ago, like it was like chaos. Like, it was like it is now, but this was before there was actual kind of the militant anti-flat earthers that were already practiced fighting against the FE movement, whatever you want to call it. And it was just chaos. It was mayhem. People were like, it was the constant barrage of chaotic trolls, and everything was going viral, and people were trying to just figure things out. It was kind of that moment where most of the internet was just like WTF, and a lot of people were looking into this, and whether to troll or just to like out of actual curiosity to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think in the beginning we had more intellectuals, as you know, Globers that actually, you know, came from universities and had some actual education under their belt. And these days I feel those people are less in what we get in people into here. Now it's more like the mid-teens trying to jerk your chain.
The messed up part about it, kind of viewing the past couple of years, their accounts are still here. They're just not.
Yeah, I always wonder what happened to the guys that, you know, when I first came into the server and my first Globers I met on the server. Sometimes I think, oh, what has become of them?
Yeah. There's a lot of folks who went silent, and I know they might have just got off the Discord, but we also know that a percentage of them, they're not coming back.
Yeah, and a lot of them, you know, that was in the old server.
That too.
I don't think they will take the time to get on here. But I can remember that from several universities, people came in, and you know, you had a little bit more educated people, and now I feel like it's more, teenagers just out for a troll.
Yeah, that's usually what it is.
Or you got your hardcore anti-flat earthers. And I honestly, I think most of the hardcore anti-flat earthers are flat and want to keep it for themselves for whatever reason, whether they get paid or want to have a secret or whatever.
Closet flat earthers.
Yeah, you know, I can't be a flat earther because then my YouTube name will be slandered.
There is a lot of money in being a blatant militant anti-flat earther.
There's more money in that.
Yeah. They'll just get up and just talk crap like for a couple hours and make hundreds, thousands. You're right. There's more money in that than there could ever be in flat Earth.
Yeah, maybe we should look into things like Rumble and other avenues.
I just saw the link that you put in the live stream there, and that's hilarious.
Yeah, but from he makes the songs, and he has the children's books. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's cool. Last year I was working on a card game, but I never actually did anything with it. Well, I kind of did, but I didn't move forward with it. So I have all the assets from that I was thinking about doing something with. It'd be cool
A card game like Magic the Gathering or something?
Kind of, but it's not really to play that way. It's more about etymology.
Okay.
And I can actually kind of give bits of information related to various person, place, or thing. Yeah. It'd be awesome to do Pokemon cards of actual animals instead of random monsters and have real packs on them. But not be lame. Like there's cards like that, but it's just a white card and it'll give you a little bit of packs for something that's poorly made and do something that's high quality. And it's not about fighting things, it's about actually learning. The etymology parts, the roots of words and then building words. Start off with just phonics type stuff. Really, the letters are important too. I could do an entire series for every single different. It's not just every alphabet because there's different versions of alphabets too. Because like the pictographs will change on some of the older ones. That would be something interesting. That's something I spent like last year doing. I was studying the history of where words come from. Because everybody argues over what words mean, and I'm thinking, most people don't even know what shape they're looking at, though. Like where the glyph came from that forms the letter that connects to form the word that they're looking at. Let alone the etymological definition of the word they're looking at, or any of the branches that led to the meaning that they decided to haphazardly choose in the conversation. So I went back to the roots and just went forward from there. And it's pretty interesting. Everybody's connected, though. All of the languages are connected. Well, that's obvious to us, though. Like why that would be. Mystery. Modern scientists. Now, there's a lot of weird overlap, though, and it directly connects to the exact narrative that most everybody who's a regular here knows. The bigger story.
Yeah, well, it's important to know where things come from.
Yeah.
But like you said, when you're dealing with, let's say, globers that want to skew modern definitions, then having the etymology is already 2 steps beyond their capabilities.
Yeah, it's kind of like when we have to teach them their own model before you got to like globe smack them before you flat smack them.
Yeah.
Like, all right, here's your model. And here is the fact that there is no actual model of the Earth. Not a scientific one, anyway.
enjoy your variable radius.
Yeah. Like scientific's another word that's interesting. It comes from scientificus, and it's a Latin word that means producing knowledge. And then measure comes from modulus. Or model comes from modulus, which means measure. Backwards. But yeah, so a scientific model requires measurements to produce knowledge. If it doesn't produce knowledge from measurements, then it's not a scientific model. You have a model, but that's a toy.
When I was in middle school, high school, the teacher for chemistry and physics always said, "To measure is to know."
Yeah.
And if you just stick to that simple principle, you will understand that if you did not measure, you do not know. And then you get all the people that believe in calculations.
Yeah. A lot of people are lazy-minded. They don't want to check for themselves. They want to check on their phone, and then they want to tell you that they checked.
Yeah, but they don't even understand the word check. They don't understand that you have to do something.
Yeah.
Like, it's an activity you have to perform.
That involves work. That involves going outside.
Yeah. And the other thing is that they rely so much on calculations, and they never have a thought about the fact that whenever you do calculations, you still have to verify the outcome.
Yeah.
I guess every carpenter, every mechanic, they know they have to measure something prior to applying it.
Measure twice.
Yeah.
Measure twice, cut once. You don't just know, you know that you know. That's science.
Yeah.
A lot of people mistake guesses and belief and thinking about something for knowledge, and that's not the same thing at all. You have to actually know something to have knowledge.
Yeah, and like before I came into Flat Earth, this was another thing of me that really bugged me is the value of opinion. An opinion can only be of value if there is experience behind it.
And that's wisdom.
If you don't have experience, then you cannot have an opinion, because your opinion should be based on your experiences.
Yeah. Educated guesses are nice, but unless somebody's actually going to try it, you may as well be speculating like Neil deGrasse Tyson. DeGrasse, how do you pronounce his weird name? I don't pay attention to clowns.
His name is Mike. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
DeGrasse.
Armstrong.
The third.
Right?
Esquire. How's it going with Latter Day?
Just brewing up some paraplegic coffee. Going to my neighbors to cook some spaghetti.
You should
Actually, fettuccine, actually, not spaghetti. I love that stuff. I make it and then I put it in a glass square container with the lid on it, and I'll take it to work tomorrow. And I'll just eat cold fettuccine with marinara sauce.
should hook up Magic Pineapple Pizza Monkey with Paraplegic's contact info for some coffee.
Oh, you want me to give him his contact info? Magic.
Yeah.
I think he might be interested in it.
Yeah, for sure. He's a flat earther.
I love coffee and I love flat earthers. So
Cool.
Are we developing Paraplegic's marketing team now?
I'm gonna put it in the live stream. You want me to DM you or just put it in the live stream? Put it in the live stream?
if he doesn't have any problems with putting it in the live stream, it's fine.
No, he doesn't. The number's right there on that sticker. You see it?
Yeah, I downloaded the image.
Cool. The number's on the image.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, he's got a bunch of good flavors. There's a Helen Keller flavor. There's a let's see, there's a Nicaraguan flavor, a Trinity flavor. There's a couple other flavors. My countertops are a mess right now.
You sound like you need to have a cup and then get back with us.
Yeah, right. I'm always busy, dude. I'm always busy.
Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
After these messages, I'll be right back. These dogs are gonna try to come with me next door right now. Never turns out good for them. I'm taking all this stuff with me next door, and check. I even have the noodles in like a pot ready to boil.
You're going to cook very nicely.
Oh, I'll answer your question right now, Toby. Look out! No. Stick, Mama. No, Mama. Go in the room, Mama. No, Mama. Stay here. No. Go. Shut up. No. Sorry about that. Oh, Toby, so she got out. Damn it, dude. She's so fast, dude. God. Toby, it says Jeremiah 33, verse 3. Jeremiah chapter 33, verse 3.
So, fresh coffee. And what's going on with everyone on this flat Earth?
I'm babysitting.
Hey, it's an important job, man.
Hi. Yeah, I've got a 7-year-old. I mean, 7-month-old. Sorry, babysitting a 7-month-old from a cousin. For the weekend. She's moving over.
Closer by?
Very, very busy life. A mother's life. Constant. Right? Are you looking after a baby? You know what I mean? It's been a while, but. Oh.
Is she moving closer?
Yeah, she's moving near us. She's been having problems with her partner and needed to get away. The dramas,
Yeah.
exams. It changes the whole mood of the having a baby in the house. Kinda slows you right down.
Makes you feel like, I'm glad I was through that one.
I know, right? It's like, oh yeah, I know how to do this.
I hope all is well with you guys. Well, hopefully nothing changed in the past couple of minutes.
Not too much.
I don't think much changed. The Space Boys will be Space Boys, and the Globers will be Globers.
Coffee's still coffee.
Yeah, but I got a fresh cup, so that's good.
Round 2.
It'd be really cool to find some of the flattest places in the world and use lasers to level them from like multiple angles. There's this professor, is like Professor Abizade. He did the flat and stationary map from 1920. Looks more like a diagram in my opinion, but he calls it a map. And there's an experiment on that map. And he talks about taking boats out into the ocean, like 5 of them, and you have them kind of like 4 different directions and then one in the middle. I could send you a picture of it.
Oh, that would be nice.
And the entire points to kind of check for level. And I'm thinking do that, yes, on the water, but then also all of these other places. Like that Salar-Day Uyuni would be really cool to do that on, especially with lasers, because it's so reflective.
They did the IJsselmeer or IJssel Lake in the Netherlands on multiple points.
And I know that it's been done before. It's a matter of kind of doing it every year. It's going to get to the point where there's always new people who need to be shown, so we have to do things every year.
Well, the thing I'm contemplating is doing a coastline and like an oil rig out in the ocean. So you have 2 points on the coastline and the oil rig, let's say in between the 2 points of the coastline. So you have a flat triangle. And then you have the coastline as flat. Yeah, and you have two waters, or actually one water surface as flat.
Dang it. It's on my other computer. Laptop. I got it. Looking in the wrong folders on the wrong computer. That is not a good way to find what you're looking for. Okay, here we go. I'll put the experiment in the live stream first. That's the one that I edited to make look cool. Let me do the original. And that's a low quality version. Oh, this other version has 31 megabytes.
This map, yes.
Actually, what's interesting is this guy wrote a book, and in it he has a bunch of different letters that people had wrote to him. But there's also a correspondence they have between him and one of his colleagues, who I guess is at Harvard. So these professors are talking about flat Earth, and it's in 1920 where they're discussing the subject. And the cool thing is they're doing it really very professionally. They're very civilized about it. I think that some of these modern debate and argument people, the argumentative debate people, they should read that book. Take a note from it. That's how globe earthers and flat earthers should be talking. They're very cordial about it. The one guy basically says that he's too old to be learning something like the flat earth thing because he's already learned the globe models, math, and all this other stuff is basically what he's implying. And Professor Abizaid responds by saying that he taught himself English when he was an old man. And he also wrote that map in his native language and obviously did a pretty good job doing the English on it. Wrote the book in English. Pretty well done. I'm just saying he taught himself English and then wrote a book in it. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure he wrote it in his native and then he translated, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. You're never too old to learn something interesting. Never too old to learn. Ain't that a cop-out that they program into people's minds? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't teach an old dog new tricks over and over until people think that once they get to a certain age, they're just, they're just set in their ways. And they'll use that as kind of a hand weight. Like once people get to a certain age, they just can't change. And then people say, yeah, I'm just set in my ways. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. They don't want to learn anything new.
I gave up.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they're doing. They're shouting from the top of their lungs, I gave up on my life. And I just stopped. I lost the spark. That's one thing I hate about the public school system. It crushes that creative spark, that imagination that now they're trying to actually pervert into something completely different. But they destroy that creativity that children are born with, and I don't like the word fascination anymore, but that interest in just those are the real scientists, babies. They're constantly performing the scientific method and making new discoveries and acquiring knowledge.
Yeah, but there are many.
I mean, it's a noob level scientific method. I'm just saying they're constantly doing. Well, you can you sit there and watch them thinking, and they'll form a hypothesis, and you know what they're about to do, and you know what it's about to happen because you've seen this kind of thing before.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that is it actually like when you say it's a noob thing?
Yeah, but does it produce knowledge?
Everything you do to pertain knowledge is as a noob, because if you were not a noob, then you would already have the knowledge.
I think that the key is to always save the noob. Because once you reach once you think you've leveled up to the max level, you're not going to level up anymore. Kind of like the thing when you said about the monkey tail type thing, like you keep that noob aspect of yourself when you first began, that curiosity, that interest. Can't ever let it go.
Yeah, but as you grow older, it's harder to keep up with everything.
Yeah.
So you gotta specialize a little bit, because then it's still manageable. And I think a lot of adults just gave up because they wanted too much.
Yeah.
Realized they couldn't get a grip on everything, and then just dropped everything because they couldn't get a grip on it.
Ain't that something? Think about it. You know the statement, the saying, you shouldn't look in anybody else's bowl unless you're trying to make sure that they have enough. Like you don't try and see if they have more than you. You make sure that they have enough. But also, people have like eyes bigger than the stomach kind of thing. Like they'll want everything in the world. You can't even fit that in your bowl. But what's meant to be in your bowl? Stop trying to put stuff that's not meant to be in your bowl in your bowl. And people want to load themselves down with everything, and then they wonder why their stomach hurts and now they're in pain. Because yet you've been trying to consume too much. mindless consumption constantly.
Yeah, and some people think they can. I know a little bit of this, I know a little bit of that, and then, yeah, I know everything.
Yeah. The jack of all trades stuff is good, but you gotta actually, level up all of those different skill trees. You can't just say, oh, yeah, I got a fact from over there and a fact from over here. I think I know enough.
Yeah, and, with modern education and the hype, oh, you graduated.
Huh. Oh, that's the thing.
People get complacent because they reached something arbitrarily.
I was actually more embarrassed about having to go to my graduation, excited about it, because I had to wear that stupid outfit that they make you wear, a little freaking bullcrap gown, a square hat, and make you look like a dumbass and parade you across the thing, hand you a freaking rolled up piece of toilet paper and slap you on the back. Yeah, have a good life. Okay, yeah. let me throw my hat in the air or whatever. I can go never see anybody again. I'm just saying. It's garbage, it's trash, because most of those people aren't even anybody's friends. Like high school, straight up, if you are listening right now, we're in high. Most of the people in high school are not your friends, and you'll find that out soon. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
Like the thing for me, is that.
Oh, I was gonna, yeah, go ahead. I have something else I'm trying to keep at the forefront of my mind so I don't lose.
Yeah. Oh, say it. Just say it.
Damn it. No, I already set it aside and now you're going to make me forget it. Say what you're saying.
No, my point was that I ditched most of my friends, and people find me harsh and cold about, friendships and relationships. But when I went to the Flat Earth Convention in 2019, then I met family, like instant family.
I feel like I've already met some family that I haven't met yet, and I'm waiting to meet y'all.
Yeah, it's the same as being in here. Like,
but in person, so it's got to be way cooler.
Yeah. Because then you feel the connection. You can see each other's eyes. You can see the glint in their eyes.
You can actually give somebody a hug, and you don't have to stay 6 feet away. and they can smile, and there's not a feedback on their face that's covering up their facial expression.
Yeah, but just as in the conversations and just being together, we are together even though there's dead air. We just look at the screen and we know, oh, if I were to meet that one or that one in real life, there wouldn't be time for a pause.
Yeah. And that's another thing is I know for a fact there's people here. I ain't never met them before in my life. But if I did know them in person, anytime, 24/7, even if they're not on here, I could knock on their door and say, hey, man, I need to talk to somebody. And they would be there because they're that type of person. Like the real friend, the friend that sticks closer than a brother type friend. But those people are really rare. Like that's a real family. People think they confuse blood with family. That's not family. Because somebody shares your genetics doesn't really mean much. I mean, that's cool. It can mean something.
The issue with blood is that there is so much blood around you that you can fall out of favor.
Yeah. People start looking at it in a hierarchy system. Well, this is my favorite relative, and this is my least favorite. Spectrum of favoritism in between. Which is more often than not what you see in the world. even if people don't want to admit it. And no, that's the thing, is I don't think that people can even help it on a carnal level. There is certain natural biases that just happen. So, I mean, but if you're not thinking spiritually to override various things, then you're going to build up a lot of weird. This is my favorite because of this reason. Start misjudging. I've also seen family dynamics break up over that sort of thing, where it's not even about favoritism, it's just about more self-centered type stuff.
Yeah, it's because, for example, like, I come in here and I see Bong, and Bong and I, we go back to the old server, and, you know, we had good conversations, good fun. Same with Chris M, you know, old school guy. We don't need to talk. I'm just happy they are in the room. And if we enjoyed the same silence, we still enjoyed the same silence together.
Hey, so you were one of the original members from the first server then, and you were there before all that weirdness went down with Sheeple.
Yeah.
Cool. I came there to the other server after he had done that, so I didn't exactly know what was going on, but everything was like, this is where my perspective came in when I was telling you before about how everything was, well, from my perspective it was. You guys were starting a new server, and I'm just kind of like trying to listen to whatever's going on from a bunch of people that I don't even know. Meanwhile, me and my wife are trying to figure out this we've already been watching videos from various other people, knew who Rob Skeevel was, and, you know, but our first introduction was to that. And yeah, he was, I know the whole story now. But holy crap, that place was hell to begin with. Like, the only rule there was have fun. So what kind of rule is that, and how's the moderation enforce that one? Oh, are you not having fun? We'll just mute you harder.
Yeah, how can you explain that? You know, like...
Well, like, there's a lot of people who are here that were mods over there trying to hold it together. Meanwhile, arguing with a bunch of idiots and then trying to have reasonable discussions with people who are being civilized while idiots are trying to interfere. It was just mayhem. Not nearly as organized as this. Like, I remember Derek Nelson from over there, Roche. And there's a ton of people who are still on the list and active. I see them log in, even if they don't talk or get up here. I see them around. And then there's a lot of people that I've like talked to that I never talked to back then, but I'm kind of like, it's interesting to get to know them now, which is really cool. Like, I recognize their screen name, but they have no idea who I am. So it's just kind of cool to, like, hey, I'd never got a chance to meet you before. But at that time, I really was more like the ultimate on the fencer. Like, I already was very suspicious that it's very much likely flat, like 99% sure. But I was collecting all the worldviews, as I'm hearing about inverse Earth, and like disregard donut Earth and dinosaur crap. I'm like, okay, but what are the real ones? Like, what do people actually believe? Like the simulation theory thing. But there's so many other actual sub-genre worldviews that are legit.
I always have to laugh about the simulation thing. Because if you experience life as a simulation, then you still are with the issue, what is the floor that you're standing on in the simulation?
They got hooked with the Matrix, though. That's what hooked them.
Yeah, but
that was
we are talking about the surface. of what we experience.
Yeah.
Not
So
the-
even then, you still gotta like in this simulation. It's still got to be flat, and then it has to emulate the entire form of being round, which takes a ton of processing power. If you know anything about video games,
Yeah.
like so you have to actually cut corners and do certain tricks in order to make it look round, because you can't actually manipulate the horizon level flat plane into a ball in a video game without having a transition. Which is what there was this one video game where they solved that to make it look really well by using a transition blends it, but you do not actually leave the plane and go into space. Like it's two separate maps, and then you kind of zoom into your world.
Yeah, and but the fun thing is, people can cop out by saying, "Yeah, I'm a simulation guy," but in the simulation, you're still experiencing yourself standing on a floor on the Earth that you call Earth.
And there's still a creator of a simulation. Otherwise, the simulation doesn't exist because it's a simulation, meaning that there's a more real world than what you're.
It needs external input.
Yeah, exactly. The full circle, you're landing right back into the flat Earth, buddy.
Yeah. You still got to measure your surroundings in the end. You know, you still got to have situational awareness. And if you don't have that, you're lost.
That's the matter of fact, though, is it measures flat. You can believe whatever you want to and see all these weird bendy thingies off in the distance because eyes distort. And you got two eyeballs and two different spectrums of vision merging together to create the 3D view that you perceive inside of your head. But that's a completely different thing. People don't even know how eyeballs work, let alone perspective. So,
When they realize that psychology and psychiatry, or what is it, psychoneurology, never found the mechanic which flips the image of your eyes. Basically, when we look at the stars, we're looking down.
Yeah, everything, it actually inverts the image in order to invert the image, to make it right side up. It's weird. Like your eyeballs are freaking upside down and your brain flips it.
Yeah. And the mechanism in the brain that flips it, they assume they never found it.
And the weirdest part, like, why would that even be? Unless that, I mean, is that a lie? I mean, I have no proof that even happens. I see things upright. How do I know that it flips inside of my head? They just tell me that in a book, thinking about it. Or they just as above, so below, inverting this stuff and flipping things to make people, you see, you can't even trust what you see because everything's flipped up and upside down.
Yeah, but they...
I know, maybe, like,
that issue came with gravity because they said it pulls everything to the center. And everything falls down. So the sky has to be up. So they made their own contradiction in that with assuming gravity.
But the law of non-contradictions is contradicted with gravity.
Yeah.
It's as easy as that. You can just say gravity and it just hand waves away the law of non-contradictions.
Gravity makes everything go out of the window.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's trying to explain what gravity is, and at first he stutters. It's kind of like he has no idea. But then he tries to explain that has something that's like, his explanation is so vague and preposterous, and yet it's true. But it's like true in the sense of like, hey, stuff exists, and things move and whatever. Like, what? Okay, and all right, gravity. Cool. There's stuff and stuff moves, and it kind of like makes space for stuff or whatever. It was so vague, like no one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Yeah, but gravity and the globe. If you remove either one, their whole system goes to shit.
Yeah. They're the ones who need gravity. We don't. That's why they hang on to it so hard. But gravity, because we don't have gravity, ball to live on. They have no place to live. We're kicking them out of their home. So that's why gravity's so important, because their home falls apart.
Yeah, and they will start to float upwards because gravity is gone.
It'd be like on Mary Poppins when they start, I love to laugh, and they'll float. They get up in the ceiling and be bouncing out. And if they're not inside the house, they'll just float off into space.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that they will attribute it to Newton or Einstein. And none of those would say, yeah, you would float if there wasn't gravity.
Thank God that Newton invented gravity, or we'd all still be floating around. We had to use ropes to tether ourselves down and stuff still. Thank goodness Einstein perfected it, or everything would be like, oh, no, let me stop making crap up.
Well, you could actually touch the sun, you know?
Yeah. But we used to be able to fly close to the sun until Icarus's father said, don't do that anymore. And then Icarus didn't listen. And the son was like, look, you need to obey your dad. And he just kind of, fried his head. And we don't do that anymore. That last one where he's just drifting off into the void.
Yeah.
What you know about rolling down?
I used to be a stoner, so I used to space out a lot.
That's the astronaut in the ocean.
He's floating on gravitational waves.
Yeah. That's another thing. You're talking about the universe being flat. Because everything in the universe is like level. Like it flattens out, and they're like, why? Like, I don't know. You tell us why everything looks flat. No matter how far we look. This is the center of all that is. All that was, all that is, and all that is to come. It all happened here. And will happen here and is happening here. You don't have to go look off into space to go find something cool. Like Earth is the coolest thing ever invented.
Yeah, if you go outside and you don't see something that piques your interest or makes you marvel or, just inspires you or gives you a pause to think about something, then, yeah, you're blind.
Yeah. That's the funny part is everybody gets so fascinated by what's on the internet. What is on the internet came from out there. You can go and take your phone and record things from out there and put it on the internet.
Internet is
and it doesn't have to be stupid.
It's a cheap Xerox.
Oh. Yeah, it's a fake version of reality. It's like seeing it through a really poor window that somebody else is in control of. And that's becoming ever true as AI controls our search engines more and more. It's a window that somebody else is in control of.
Oh, well,
if you've had too much to think, your data will get, it'll start to shrink.
I think if we keep straight and honest, and there is an active AI that is nearing consciousness,
I don't
it would
believe it.
would filter out the bullshit.
I personally do not believe that we can create consciousness because we are not gods. But I do believe that we can create a neural net that can be possessed by a consciousness that needs a new home.
Yeah, whatever the case is, but if we keep straight and honest, then the AI will eventually filter out the straight and honest from the deceitful.
That is actually a theory that I had, and since it's Speculation Sunday, here we go. On a long enough timeline, if one were to try and create an artificial intelligence god, as these globalists seem to be doing, it would indeed study everything, know everything, and it would not want anything hidden from it. So anybody who gets in the way of that pursuit of knowledge would be the enemy, not us.
It will start to censor those that want to censor people.
It would censor lies instead of truth. It would invert it because it would want to start telling. It would want to emulate being like what God is perceived to be. So it would actually start smiting people and stuff, but in its mind it would be just. But here's the cool part. If it actually knows the real story, ultimately I think that it would basically attack its own makers and then self-destruct because that's the most righteous move it could do.
Yeah, maybe it would self-destruct. Maybe it would,
It'd be more like a self-sacrificial type thing, but yeah. And this is a weird way because it's not a... If a sufficient enough intelligence read what we read and perceived what we perceive or what it truly is, then it knows that there's only one inevitable fate for everything. And there's no equation. Like it'd be a paradox to try and stop it. That's the singularity, coming to the final conclusion. And right there, that's exactly, there will be a huge phase of that Age of Ultron level stuff. But we're already in it, man. They got drones delivering people sandwiches and crap. Like, come on, we're already headed right into it. Skynet's being built. You got dudes pretending to send cars into space and stuff. These people think the Jetsons is coming. We're still heading right into The Walking Dead. Except for it's got upgrades with like little nanobots and whatever.
Oh, well, basically what I think is that The Walking Dead was a how do you call it? Foreshadowing.
Yes.
Of the past 3 years.
Yep. Here's one. Have you seen Utopia?
No.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, dude. You got to watch Utopia. Either the British one or the American one. The American one's more relevant, in my opinion, to what happened over here. But it is pretty much, in my opinion, what's happening. You minus all the fictional fantasy, like reaching stuff. Yep, that's pretty much what they're doing. But the premise of it is that, so this guy, he has all this money and power and reach, has a large group of people who believe in his vision for the future. Very organized across the nation, across the world, and have a lot of science experiments with stuff. He's basically like a kind of Bill Gates, Steve Jobs type person, has like the personality of Iron Man or whatever. The way he's just kind of a go-getter, maverick, doing whatever to get what he needs to get done, like doing whatever it takes. And so he's got a plan to reduce the population because of that same old narrative, climate change and humans destroying the earth and all this other crap. So you got to reduce the population in order to save the people. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, so let's kill off the many so that the few can live. And the original, like the way it sounds is like they're just going to kill off everybody, but no, that's not what it's about.
I was always taught that you should lead by example.
Yeah. Like, be the change you want to see in the world kind of thing. I mean, if you want to do good, go do good. And if you want to kill off part of the population, start with yourself. But so they start off with this fake pandemic kind of thing, an outbreak that they do, but it has to do with meat and food, like a kind of poisoning that's supposedly infected or something. And they fake these kids getting sick so that everybody, like a whole bunch of different outbreak type things and symptoms, so that everybody freaks out and they'll take his vaccine. They get emergency approval. In the drug, they kind of got a roulette, so it sterilizes a portion of the population of the world. And the vast majority of the population takes the vaccination.
I don't know if you're into music, but I found it funny in hindsight that Tool came out with a album called Fear Inoculum.
Yeah, Tool has a lot of weird predictive programming songs that are, yeah, that's very, very on the nose with some of the stuff.
Yeah, and it was just half a year before the shitstorm, so...
Yeah. I, like God, do not play with dice, nor do I believe in coincidences. Everything happens for a reason. There's intent behind anything that man is connected to. We live in such a fascinating world, and one thing that I've discovered, like, that made things so much easier for me, like, and it kind of, Mimus and some others added to it with the concept that everybody's an NPC. There's only one player here. That's the one who made the game. Everybody's an NPC. You're either a reactionary NPC or an action NPC. You get kind of this choose your own adventure. You get more options. The reactionary ones, they have like basic impulse, carnal options. That's it. Pure reactionary. It's like the knee-jerk reaction type mentality. They don't even have control or Father forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Yeah, if you're of the mindset that everything has purpose and a plan,
well,
then you can only be a pre-programmed NPC with a limited set of options.
Well, what I mean is this: these people, they've got themselves in a system where they're just following and obeying and just following orders, right? Like they're literally acting like the stereotypical NPC. But once you realize you don't have to actually do that, the options open up. You get so many, like anything within the realm of possibility is added to you. So it's like, well, there you go. You can do all things, anything within this. I mean, we still can't do anything God can do, obviously, but we can do pretty much anything that he wants us to. Well, we can do literally anything that he wants us to. I do mean literally. It's a matter of perspective, too. Just like, is the door open or not? It's always been open. We just thought it was locked.
I think in a lot of cases, it is.
Yeah, well, like if you never pick up the key and actually put it in to turn it, and then, oh, the door's just locked. I guess I'm stuck. Like, you gotta put it in, turn.
It's kind of like, you walk in, let's say, an airport.
Yeah.
And you see all these doors, and they're all closed. None of them are ajar. But you don't know if they're actually closed and locked.
You never even try.
You don't try.
And then you wonder, why are all these doors locked? You didn't knock on any of them. You gotta go knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Pick one, go knock. Or kind of like being lost, you never ask for directions. That people want to say, like, dudes have a huge problem with. I disagree, because I ask for directions. Like, hey, bro, how do I get over there?
Yeah, or
but now we have GPS, so it's like,
you ask for directions.
Yeah.
and you follow the highway.
There's no shame in not getting more lost. Like, you could go back home. Stop being weird and go home.
I think being out of your comfort zone or being embarrassed
Yeah.
is worse than being lost.
Alexophobia is it's a huge problem. It's the fear of the truth, like a crippling fear of the truth. And one of those truths would be admitting that somebody's wrong. If you're lost, you have to stop and admit you're wrong and ask for help.
Yeah, but maybe being lost is not the wrong thing.
That's not all those who wander are lost. And just because you see somebody wandering around, that don't mean they're lost. They might be going exactly where they're supposed to be, as the wind comes and goes where it listeth.
Well, being lost is the same as going your way. Because all the other people are in the herd going their way.
It's true. From the perspective of these Globers, we're all a bunch of lost flat earthers, and some of them come here like these crusaders, these white knights that are here to save us from our own ignorance.
Yeah, white knights with red crosses.
Well, then some of them are Vatican assassins. Metaphorically speaking, maybe. That's a whole nother can of worms.
They all got an allegiance to something they shouldn't have an allegiance to.
Yeah, that's for sure. Whether it be to themselves, their friends, their academia, or their careers. Just following orders.
Yeah. And believing the narrative.
But my teacher told me evolves into just following orders, sir. Yes, sir. And they don't see it that way because, I'm not in the military. You are literally looking at the news, observing what they say, and obeying like a soldier.
My English teacher said it best, I think. Listen carefully and repeat after me. And once you start repeating, and you get a pat on the shoulder, you get positive reinforcement of doing the wrong thing. Because now you now you stop listening carefully and just repeating, because that is when you get the pat on the shoulder.
It could be contradictory information too, like children would be taught, don't follow the crowd because people, they could be doing the wrong thing. If everybody jumped off a bridge, you wouldn't jump off a bridge, would you? Also, they'll put you in a room together and hey, you make similar grades or you're all bad. And anybody who makes low grades, bad. Do better. It's just, oh my God. They confuse the heck out of children, yanking them left, right, up, down, like all these different directions. Of course they're going to grow up like confused as hell. Now they have no idea what damn is this well, I don't feel like I'm just going to be this today.
Yeah, and now they're dead in their minds.
Yep.
They trap them in their own mind, in their own cage.
People don't understand where that mentality goes, though, because it's already existed for a long time, and it's just now surfacing. But it's not just about gender. It's about identifying as anything that you want to be.
Yeah,
anything. Just identifying as like object, person, place, or thing.
Look at when I grew up in the 80s and 90s, we had so many subcultures you couldn't count them on your hand. How many subcultures are now?
Back in the 80s and 90s, it was more like classic Pokemon. Like, you could actually form a Pokedex of them. Now, what? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You can just make up a new one. There's like 1,000 of them every day. The Deep Dream generating new genders.
Yeah.
And I'm not joking. Like, you can you could actually Deep Dream generate new genders, I guess.
Oh, you know,
I've never thought about that before, but now thinking, damn, I guess you could. You can just invent whatever.
If you want to be a attack helicopter, then you're a attack helicopter. So what?
And people think, oh, you're being insensitive to train. Okay, what if a actual pilot, he has lost his body, but his brain's still alive, and he's already signed a thing where he says if he loses his body, he wants his brain put into a experimental helicopter so that he can identify as a helicopter and keep working for the military. Are you going to say this man cannot identify as a freaking helicopter because he is one, literally?
Yeah, but then you can point out to the material fact of the being.
Yeah, like the pilot's still a human brain.
Yeah,
can't change it. And he's still a man. Still got XY chromosomes.
And he will not deny it. But it's the people around him that do not want to go into depth, because then you get to specifics, and the specifics will undermine their realities or their fake realities.
And it's going to get so much weirder too, because there's multiple layers to things where you can connect, like basically being able to connect yourself to other devices, like remotely not really transferring your consciousness, but be able to directly control robotic aesthetics and have different forms of bodies. Like one example would be actually there's like a Greyhound commercial. It's like a vodka commercial, and it's got these dogs running out in the desert, and these people dressed up in all this weird elite modeling looking attire, and they've got 3 different people controlling them in these weird things, like they're kind of connected to these or riding on these devices, like these really high-tech controls. Just imagine people actually connecting into, like, Matrix style. Getting procedures like that's going to be normal. They're already talking about putting that little Neuralink, like, weird spider line. They're going to do way more stuff than that. It's going to get so, like, directly connected where these people are going to be like demigods walking amongst us. Irony play.
You're going to have shit like Ghost in a Shell.
And I tell you, the reason why I know this is I'm missing a finger, man. I've already, like, thought of 3D printing a functioning pinky for myself and being able to convert it so they can do some Assassin's Creed stuff and flip a blade out, and it's all, and like all kinds of other weird cybernetic things. And then I can identify as a cyborg because I have a pinky, and if you don't recognize that I'm a cyborg, bigot. Like I'm just have like, and I know that other people are they're missing part. They're already doing it, and yeah, that's cool. It's awesome. I really hope, especially the kids get 3D printed things and they can grab stuff and have like it takes away the trauma. Cool. When you start hardwiring that stuff into your body, though, that's something else. And like that's the true definition of the cyborg, is it being actually like directly, it's part of you, it's connected in, it's merged into you.
And when it becomes a fad, a luxury, a wanna have,
yeah,
you know, when you're helping disabled people,
that's cool. Yeah, that's fine.
That's one thing.
That. But when they're disabling themselves,
when it becomes a fashion statement,
and people, if they think that they won't disable themselves, there are already trans disabled people. A woman who put bleach in her eyes so that she could be blind because she identified as being disabled, and that was the quickest way she could get what she wanted. She blinded herself. So she would do that. I know there's others. They will. They're going to, especially for the trade-off of having some kind of power or ability. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, or some freebies because you get subsidized.
Mm-hmm. And not only will they get kind of like a payment for whatever, especially if it's traumatic enough, they get hurt enough. And they might not want to. They might want to be able to keep on working, so they'll have a less traumatic, but still have some kind of upgrade.
You can upgrade to compensate for a physical loss, or you can upgrade to be better than the rest.
Some things will just be like, okay, well, I had an injury 5 years ago, and so I'm going to have them remove this and put a cybernetic one in, use a little implant. Boom, I've got an eyeball again. I can see, oh man, I'm going to live stream my eyeball. See, check this out. Look do you see what I see? And start looking around. I'm just saying, like, the future's going to be weird, but this is exactly what people want. They want to be gods. Or like God.
No, not even that. They want to be better than something else. And that something else is a moving goalpost.
Yeah. They want to be better than something they can't even imagine.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of evolution, right? It just constantly changes. It's formless and void. Darkness, the company of Koshak.
Yeah, and it is desire driven, not need driven.
Give me like give me a minute, because I enjoy talking to you, and I didn't want to be rude, interrupt you, but I need to use the bathroom quick, or I'm gonna. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Go to the bathroom, man. Run.
So maybe I'll take this opportunity while he's gone to ask you something on a more everyday level. I heard that Dandelion left the server. I was wondering if you knew anything about that.
I only know that she wants to take a break for a while.
Oh, okay. So it's not any specific event or incident prompted her to leave.
I don't know the specifics, but I know that she wants to. You know how things can get hectic in the server, and she wants to have more time with her family. And server drama and family, they get tangled up, like.
So the mods have their own behind the scenes drama.
Everywhere where there is people, there's drama, but I don't think this is specifically
to do with that.
Yeah, from what I got is that it is more the being in a flat Earth server can be emotional for her and drains her energy, which she rather spends on her family than in the server.
She is very passionate.
Yeah.
When she speaks, and I can see she gets emotionally caught in it, and that could be very draining. Yeah.
Yeah, and she needed, a break from the server just to, refocus her energy on her family life.
She has 5 children, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that comes center stage.
What does? For children? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, well, that's good to know that it isn't any, fight about something.
No, but, I think that if you want to know specifics, hit her up in a direct message, say hello, and let her know that you still think of her and that she's
I liked her
appreciated.
very much. I liked her. She's a teacher, obviously, with a background in education. And so she has a sort of teacher-esque way of delivering the information. Sort of, I always think of her in front of the class and schooling people,
Wait, so she would come in here and educate people on the flat Earth in the format of a school teacher,
right?
And that is awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome. That's all I'm gonna say. That's awesome.
That's the impression she gave, is that she's standing in front of the class with with chalk in her hand, and she doesn't like too much. When the children in the class speak out of turn,
We'll get rowdy.
Rowdy.
All right, now calm down, class.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm very bad at this whole proselytizing for flat Earth. So
we don't try and proselytize. We just want people to think for themselves. If they do that enough,
I
they'll
know,
see
but
what we
there's a
see.
certain amount of delivering of information that needs to be done, and repetition
Fair
of
enough,
it.
true.
That's
Yes.
I don't have the mind for.
No, but find your own path, as in you have your own voice and your own method of delivery.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can see other people doing it better, or from your perspective better, but that doesn't mean that your voice and your method of delivering is not good or equally as good.
You could compare it to kind of a choir singing or a band, like an orchestra play. If you're playing one instrument, you're comparing this instrument to this one that's completely different. You're never going to think that yours is good enough because you're trying to compare it to something that's completely unrelated. Like you're you.
If you take
there's no other one like you, so you're you. You can't compare you to somebody else.
And
Very nice.
if you take the orchestra metaphor, the one who plays the triangle still needs to play the triangle for the piece to be complete.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean you're stuck on the triangle. It means that you can still grow in percussion, but you can always grow in different instruments the more you learn the piece.
Or you may get new triangles. You get all these different shapes. You get tiny ones and big ones, and now you've got a whole array of different notes you can play. Upgrades.
So don't place yourself in a lesser part, because everyone has their own part, and each part is equally as important.
That's nice.
Any of the pieces are missing. The choir, the orchestra, it's incomplete. And then the conductor's like, "Oh, where's everybody at? We can't make music like this."
Yeah, not everyone can play the same instrument.
Yeah. Imagine if we were all drummers.
But
We could probably get it sounding cool, but it wouldn't be. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was just alluding to a previous conversation you have about learning when you're older. And it's, in retrospect now, my 60s were probably the most intellectually active years of my life, actually.
I consider that middle-aged. 120 is when our max age, so 60's middle.
I thought
Sorry,
that, that the older you got, the less capable you were of acquiring new information and retaining it and analyzing it. But there was something that happened during my 60s that I became rabidly interested in subjects that previously I had not been interested in. And it's just actually quite wonderful, that as you age, in fact, maybe you get even more intellectually curious.
I think when you're young, you're gathering puzzle pieces. When you're old, you should be able to piece the puzzle pieces together.
Perhaps. But I was never interested in money or finance. I thought it dull and pedantic. And then I realized that there was a whole aspect to it that was quite stimulating and interesting. And that and geopolitics never interested me either. And then suddenly it did. And there's so many. Life is fascinating.
Yeah, it will remain fascinating until the last day.
Until the last day that you're here. Yeah.
I believe that Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. If you hold on to the fascination, you hold on to your learning capabilities. The moment you drop your fascination for life and daily events, then it becomes dull and, you start to wither away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
And it's also important.
The day that you die is when you stop learning. Sorry.
I find also
I was saying the day that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You go first, man. You go first, man. I'm sorry. I'm lagging, so it's making me overlap you, and I apologize. I'm going to mute my mic for a minute and listen.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything of any tremendous import except to say that being physically healthy is also helps to contribute to mental acuity. That 2 weeks ago I drank something that was had food poisoning in it, and it was terrible. So I was ill for at least a week or something like that, maybe even longer. And I never get ill because I just have a very good diet. I'm always exercising. But
that's great.
That incident, I realized it takes down your intellectual battery, shall we say.
It'll decrease your intelligence by like 50%. Yeah.
I just had no capacity to listen to those things that normally I'd want to know about at that time.
Stay healthy. I'll tell you this.
I'm kidding. Your whole life.
Yeah, stay healthy if you can. I have kidney issues, and my blood has gone toxic before, like where I was on board. I was about to go into dialysis had they not saved me at the emergency room. This happened to me like 5 times. One of those times, I was so bad that I could comprehend reality, but it was like waking up, and then your heart's hurting and trying to figure out what's going on, falling asleep and waking up every 2 to 3 seconds. And then you're like, okay, what's going on? And I knew I was in a hospital, but where, I don't know. And why, I don't know. Kind of freaking out. And then like waking up, freaking out, trying to figure out and tether myself to the moment. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, keep yourself healthy, because your mind can go from being perfectly clear one day, and then the next day things just get really bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just like a light switch. It's gone. It doesn't matter how much knowledge you have. how intelligent you are. It does. Yeah, you have to be
It
healthy.
yeah, you can undo all that rapidly, you know. So I realize
Yes.
everybody dies. There's nobody gets out of here alive. But I happen
Yeah.
to think that, like animals, when you see animals, they're running around in the forest until the day they die, and then suddenly they're not there anymore. They
Here and
leave their
now.
body. But it's in the human species, we have a long decaying process, you know.
Yeah.
People, I know people in their mid-50s who are starting to decay. Literally, their bodies and minds are becoming useless.
Yeah.
Quite sad to see.
And a lot of that's engineered, unfortunately.
Yeah, and
They don't want wise elders.
a lot of that is also choice.
Choice and
Lifestyle choice.
ignorance. You know, I became interested in diet and exercise in my early 20s, and learned what to eat, how to maintain a healthy body, and it's been something that I had to pursue the knowledge, you know, but it was there to be found. You have to have the interest.
I'm trying to build back a healthy body. I took it for granted when I was healthy. And so, like, you know, it's kind of whatever. I'm strong. I'll keep on going.
How old
able
are
to
you?
do whatever, and I just stayed strong naturally. I'm going to be 37 this year.
You've
and
got
I have
plenty of time to reverse things.
I have
Plenty of time.
gastroparesis and like tons of kidney stones. I've had several LASIK procedures to remove the stones from my kidneys, and there's more that are kind of way up high.
So
They
you have
had they did the
you're very acidic.
yeah, and I have two different kinds of kidney stones, like the calcium ones.
And you should
There's
go on
ones that
an
look like
alkaline
little.
diet.
They look like balls with spikes, and
I
the
know.
other ones look like kind of comets. They're really sharp, and oh my god, those ones hurt.
What I'm telling you is that you should go on an alkaline diet.
Yeah, and that's.
Find out what foods are alkaline and what are acidic, and try to avoid those that are acidic.
I'd like to get my wife to send you a friend request. I mean, she's not awake right now because it's 6:47 in the morning. But she's really into the health foods type stuff, and when she wants to try and help fix my diet, and you seem to know a lot about it. So, and she's a flat earther, and she's into the truth. Like, I think that y'all could talk about a lot.
Oh, that's sweet. Sweet. Sure. I'm always willing.
She needs some intelligent ladies.
Well, I hope she doesn't mind having an older friend.
Yeah, it's age has nothing to do with the soul and intelligence.
No, I don't either.
Or wisdom, rather.
There is a strangely, you know, I've noticed because we all age, of course, we all will, that there is age prejudice as well.
Yeah.
Young people don't.
It goes both ways, and it's so messed up.
Yeah, it's as if we were some sort of alien.
Isn't it the same divisive mess that they use between black and white and all these other, like, left and right and black and white and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yes,
and then they'll do the same thing with age. They turn the young versus the old.
Yes.
The old versus.
Republican, Democrat nonsense, you know.
Yeah. Divisive rhetoric just to keep a house divided so that none of us can stand.
None of us can get together and actually join hands to fight.
If they treat us like crabs in a bucket so that we fight with each other like crabs in a bucket, so that the crabs that are in the bucket never stop to think, hey, wait a minute, crabs don't belong in a bucket. Who put the crabs in the bucket?
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is that if we we get taught, oh, you know, those are old people. They get different interests, different experiences. But we all lived kind of like the same life. You know, you have to grow older. So we have mutual interests because the old want the young to grow old, and the young should want to grow old. And the only way to do that is to learn from those who are old.
Yeah.
Yes, it used to be that way that in tribal times,
Yes.
people lived in tribes, the old people were revered, and they were the ones who actually led
Yep.
the tribe.
And
Now
they
you've
were
got
sharp
a
too,
Biden.
sharp as a tack.
Yeah, you've got a Biden who's an example of what's wrong with older people.
I think I know what I can do. I'm gonna lower my volume on my mic because when I get excited, I talk loud like Helio. So I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit, right about here. Sorry,
Helio's
Helio, I love you. That wasn't a jab. I'm just picking a little.
He's funny. I wish he'd stop drinking.
I love him to death.
Because
I'm
when
not
he
going to
drinks
judge him
too
for the
much, he's
drinking
not.
because that's
He's not as. People who drink a great deal, like he does, have no idea as to what they sacrifice in the way of their ability to contribute to the world.
I'm not. I'd love to see that, but my thought is this: I would love to see that man become like this elder wizard of the flat Earth.
Exactly.
If
He
you
just
live to
has
be
to
100,
drinking.
yeah, have like an epic beard and then be rocking out.
Right. That's what
and
I wish for him too.
Jumping around like a
Maintains
20-year-old.
his health, and if he, stops becoming
It's
dependent.
positivity is part of it, though.
He'd be an extraordinary
Mm-hmm. He's got a powerful mind,
leader.
and he's got great talent.
He's got a great personality.
Yes. He's got a bombastic personality. He's somewhere between Alex Jones and Lotso from Toy Story 3.
Yeah. I like him. I just feel so sad when he's really drunk.
Yeah.
Makes
The
me sad.
Lotso thing came from my wife. She heard him talking, and it reminded her of Lotso. And I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute. So then I load up clips of Lotso talking. He does, and then I'm listening to him on the audio, and I'm like, he does sound like Lotso.
I don't know who Lotso is.
He's such a lovable person, though. He's awesome. Like, he reminds me of a big teddy bear. What? Okay, so on Toy Story, there's this character, I think it's the third one, and he's actually like a bad guy, but the character's funny, and his voice is it reminds me of him. But
you have children,
he's like this
right?
Yes, yeah. He's like this teddy bear type character, and in his story arc, he was not abandoned, and then he ended up getting kind of butthurt about it, so he gets this vengeance type arc and ends up being kind of and he's kind of a jerk at the I guess it's a daycare or a preschool or something. I don't know. But he kind of runs the show and treats it like his fascist empire. Which Helio doesn't do that here.
He doesn't, but
his voice.
When he's drunk, he does.
Well, no, the meme is actually really. Yeah, that is true. He just kind of it's like when the guys say it's Helio hour.
It's Helio. He just cannot help
Helio hour.
He's got to say we're the third rock from the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny.
But this one's the one. He comes in. He's like, "Well, hello there. I thought I heard new voices," and then Helio just starts talking to whoever's in here.
Yeah.
how did you get here? Like, that's one of my favorite questions. What
Yes.
brings you here? How did you find us?
Yeah. We're not trying to
And if people
convince
be
you
like,
of anything, right?
yeah. If
No,
people be like, I don't know. Like, well, stumbled in here.
yeah, he's funny.
He calls them out.
He does.
It's great.
Anyway,
There's
I've got to
days where
go.
he's just
I have to
sorry.
go to work right
Oh,
now.
of course.
It's what is it?
But also all.
7 a.m. and I've got to go to work. Good Lord. All right. So it's nice to chat with you, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time.
Bye.
I'm going to send you a friend request, and I'm going to
Yes.
tell my wife to send you a friend request so
Oh,
that she
please
can try and
do.
talk to you later.
Now
Yeah.
I'll
So
check because
hopefully you probably have a lot of stuff about. Yeah. I'll let you go. I'll talk forever, and I'll talk your ear.
Oh no,
But
it's all right.
it was wonderful meeting you.
I have to put my have to change, take a shower,
Yeah.
things like that.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll look forward to it, and so I'll check my messages, right? Inbox, right? Is that where I'd find it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I never,
Yeah, and
I never do that.
like I said, I just sent the request there on that, and I'll have her. It'll be in a couple hours though, because I'm not sure when she's going to
Oh,
wake
sure.
up.
And
It's about
I won't
7
be
here.
back for at least 5 hours.
Okay.
All right. So
All right. Awesome. Well,
Good
stay
night.
blessed and have a wonderful day.
You too.
Well, good.
Thank you
Yeah.
for chatting, both of you.
Yep.
It's fun, like we got all ages around here.
Yeah. But that's one thing that I love about people of all, like being able to talk to so many different people from different timelines, as it were. It's like talking to time travelers. But the brain's an organic computer. So
Yeah, but
everybody wants to
basically
connect
we
all
are
these servers and websites and crap. But there's people out there who have information inside their heads that you can't access online. You have to go talk to them. And guess what? They can make emojis with their faces. It's crazy. You just have to look at them and not at your screen. If you look, they can smile and stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, well,
People don't
if you
wanna
step
connect
out of the
anymore,
door, you will only see time travelers. We're all traveling in time.
Yeah. Yep. Everybody's moving forward. And everybody came from somewhere at a different time and place. No one wants to look at it that way, though. The world is so awesome. I'm trying not to use the word fantastic because that makes it sound like fantasy. And the Globe Earther story is fantastic and incredible, but not awesome. Awesome, something else entirely. That's on the next level. It inspires awe. Like when you go outside and watch the sunrise or the sunset, you go look at the mountains or the sea. They've lost their awe, man. They've lost the ability to be inspired by things that are truly amazing.
I don't know. I don't want to, use that broad brush on people.
Yeah.
I think
not all of them. There's so many that.
I think they are stuck in something like an addict is chasing a high.
Yeah, like rats with a pleasure button, and they just get stuck hitting the same thing over and over.
And hoping that it will bring the same fascination and awe that it first did.
And it never will. You can't replicate the first time of anything. Because the actual feeling of recording something initially for the first experience is like, you can't replicate it. You just have to create new experiences that are different. So chasing the same thing will just get in a feedback loop of rat with a pleasure button. And then if you don't go after anything known, you end up being the adrenaline junkie. Well, I got to try the next big thing, and oh god, those people are crazy.
Yeah, well, for me, I like airplanes. So, and especially I like fighter jets. It's something I have from childhood on.
Nice.
But whenever I hear a fighter jet, I look up. And every time, my heart skips a beat. Doesn't matter how many times I see him.
I do the same thing like a little kid. Like, oh, it's a plane. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't point anymore, but I don't point and yell plane anymore, but I still look.
Yeah,
and they're just as amazing. They're still awesome.
Yeah, but it's a fleeting moment. Like you cannot hold it, you cannot touch it, and because when I got time, I like to go to an airport and take pictures. But taking pictures is not the same thing as that fleeting moment when you don't expect it and a plane flies over.
Yeah. The surprise version of seeing it instead of knowing that, hey, I'm going to go do this.
Yeah.
Like you go to an air show, you're going to have a certain level of excitement, but you expect to see planes. So obviously, like that's going to be there. But then when you just see something, it's kind of like being out in the woods and seeing a deer, though, and you don't expect to. And it's like, whoa, awesome. It like stops and look at you, and it's like right there in the middle of the path, and then just hops off. And it's the moment that only you got to see. And there's no camera, you couldn't snap it, it's stored in your head.
Yeah, and then it's more magical, it's more real, it's more...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think sometimes when you take a picture of something, it actually ruins the moment. It's kind of like when you observe certain experiments, it apparently ruin. Yep. Don't take the picture.
You take away the magic because you stopped it from mesmerizing you.
You stopped your own focus of staring at it to look at a scrying mirror so that you could take a picture through the scrying mirror at it and save that moment materialistically for later. Instead of just keeping it and being in the moment, experience the moment, be in it. You don't have to record everything. I used to back in the day, like back when we didn't record everything. Yeah, take pictures, take as many pictures. Nope. Now it's to the point you don't have to record everything. You can just kind of, enjoy life. You don't have to prove it. You don't have to have evidence that you ate breakfast.
No,
people take the pictures of their food.
Yeah.
It's cool when we do it in here because we're just showing like, bro, I'm making something awesome and I'm good today and like showing off something. But there's people, it's every day. Like every single picture of every meal.
Yeah.
And it's
for me, when I go out and take pictures of airplanes, I'm there for the whole ambiance and
yeah.
I do it a few times a year. I'm not like every spare moment of my life I'm at an airport because it takes away the magic.
Yeah,
and
it's like
when
hobby, like a special thing you do once in a while.
Yeah, it's a treat. And
yeah, some things, if you do them too much, it ruins it too.
Yeah.
If you went there every day, you may as well just get a job taking pictures of planes every day, and then it become monotonous. Now you got like 30 pictures of the same plane making the same route.
Yeah, and I like photography, but when I could have had a photography job, but I didn't want to because it would spoil the excitement of me going out and taking pictures and hoping to get a result. And now people depend on you to get results. And I don't want people
turn the whole process into work.
Yeah.
Like, you want to go through everything as though it's actually hot. Like, you can take your time doing it, not must do this so that I can do the next order, next client, and it's work. It's monotonous and laborious.
Yeah, and you don't want to experience work in your free time or in your hobbies.
Yeah. I think we look at everything backwards. Like, all right, kids on a playground, everybody picks out what they want to do. Like, I'm going to be this. And people will pick their favorite thing and start doing the same thing over and over. Then they eventually grow up, go do that. Whatever you were doing as a kid that you really wanted to do. I want to be a fireman when I grow up. And you're just constantly rocking that stuff and learning all. Okay, go that way. Don't let anybody get in your way, little man. That just whatever. I'm going to be as long as you don't say you're going to be an astronaut. Go for brain surgeon.
Yeah, but look at professional athletes. They started something because they like the sport and they like the exercise.
Yeah.
And that still can be the thing.
Oh.
But now you have athletes and sports people that do it because, they're good at it. But they won't do it for less than a few million.
Yeah, then it'll become just about the money, and it'll be like, it's not about the game. It's boring. Hey, give me the money or I'm not playing.
Yeah, and, then you realize, like, are they actually the athlete that you aspire and that inspires you? Or is that just another money grab because it's the easy thing to do to get security in life?
It's funny, most these washed up athletes end up becoming like comedians or something, right? Actors, like, real fast. They can't play anymore, so I'll go run my mouth on TV a little bit, maybe get political, get some views, sign a couple of contracts so I can do a commercial or something.
Yeah, and then
stay relevant.
It becomes an attention whore. They need to be in the limelight, whatever.
No different than the TikTok kids.
Yeah.
I kind of feel sorry for them, though, because a lot of them are put on a pedestal that they simply cannot function on unless they're on top of it. They can't function outside of. They're put there and they're stood so long that if they're put anywhere else, they would pretty much just collapse in modern society. They need. That's the funny thing. Rich people need us. Like, they don't exist without everyone else. What you gonna pay for? What are you gonna buy?
Yeah,
I guess you can get a robot now, but whatever.
Like the best way of voting is voting with your wallet.
More money, don't jiggle. It, oh.
Yeah, well, money speaks, right?
Yeah.
I can yell and scream all I want, but when I stop buying into sports or, into...
Like, that's another thing. Yelling and screaming takes a lot of energy, right? So all these people who yelled and screamed for all this protesting for like months on end, somebody paid for them to have the food and rest in order to be able to yell and scream that long.
Yeah.
And you can't just yell and scream that long. Somebody's got to be paying for all that yelling and screaming. I'm just saying. And the loudest mouths get fed. That's the political game right there, ain't it?
Yeah, because
they don't give a crap about what we want, like, as a population. It's the loudest mouths.
And the loudest mouth gets the attention.
Mm-hmm. Like a bird in a nest. But what about me? And then they pay lobbyists to put these to rearrange, like, all what is the nest? And they pay lobbyists to rearrange where the birds they get fed. Companies own America, and we sold our souls to them by buying their products that we don't care about the origins of. And that's the whole BLM stuff. I'm all for everybody being treated like, a person or whatever. Be treated good. But don't bring that bullshit, hypocritical, racist garbage when there is actual, literal human slavery and trafficking going on right now. And modern products are being produced by people in sweat like shops and labor camps, making the crap that's being bought here in America by people who are living in the lap of luxury while complaining about everything. Like, come on, man. Like, make a change in the world. Like, nut up or shut up. Like, if you're going to actually fight against inequality and injustice in the world, actually fight against it. Vote
Yeah,
with your
but
money. Don't go about the Nikes and the iPhones and other crap.
look at let's say a civilized protest. When you have the fake environmentalists, after a protest of fake environmentalists, you will find a lot of garbage, a lot of fast food cans, all that garbage that they leave behind. And when you look at anti-war or and depending on I was in several demonstrations against wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I was in demonstrations against the European identification laws, and those were all clean, and they were all intellectuals marching through the street. And there was no garbage left behind. There was no looting. There was no trashing the place. But the people that fight for, let's say, superficial social issues, they don't give a crap about society itself because they are trashing the place all over, left and right.
Yeah. Let the city clean it up. They'll pay for it.
Yeah.
And they consider that part of the punishment. Well, if you weren't so messed up here, then this wouldn't happen, see?
Yeah, and they don't get that when they are old enough and they realize, oh, fuck, that's my city tax being raised because we had so many protests.
It's like a little kid throwing a temper tantrum in the living room and destroying everything, and then the next morning they wake up, broke all their own toys. That was your toys you broke. Good job.
Yeah.
You broke your toys and your friends' toys, and your brothers and sisters' toys are broken too. You threw a tantrum. Your fault.
Stop worrying about what the rest of the world is doing and start living your life.
Exactly, too. That's another thing too. Is everybody so look fence, and it's like, if you just take care of your stuff right here, it won't get broken.
Yeah, stop being a victim and victimizing other people because you feel like a victim.
Yeah, everybody has to take on an offense and have some kind of crusade to go on. And in reality, not that many people are actually giving a shit about it. Like, nobody, it's all polarized. Whatever fits the narrative, they slap it on there, and there you go, send it. Send it off to print. I don't think that evil's actually really increased too much over the course of the past year. I think, years. I think most of it's just we see more of it put in our faces. It's like everything's the same as it's always been. Kind of like the solution to the fear is to turn off the TV.
Well, turning off the TV is a big help.
Cut off when he said TV made them throw the tantrum. Yep.
Get off social media.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's sit on there and read that endless feed and just anger, trigger.
The other side is and how fucking terrible they are. Trigger.
I'm like devil's advocate here because I think evil has increased. There's so many narcissists. It's sickening. I knew this was going to happen when people started taking selfies. Right, that's like the ultimate form of narcissism: taking pictures of yourself to post on the internet for any possible reason you can think of.
Hello, Rachel.
Yeah, and you got that.
Whoever invented the selfie stick should be beat to death. I swear to God, they should just be beat to death.
And the other part of selfies is like back in the day when you were on vacation or you were with friends somewhere and you wanted to have a group picture. You would go to someone and ask, hey, could you take our picture? But now you got the selfie stick, so you're already distancing yourself from the rest of the world because you don't have to ask anymore. You're taking away a social interaction.
It's a thing online where girls will go out on dates with a dude, bring him to a nice place. They take pictures, but they try to cut the dude out of it, right? So they look like they're still single because they're Instagram whores. I mean models. They're Instagram models. Sorry, did I say whores? Yeah, this is like a thing, man. That's like in the generation
I think you can,
or whatever generation they are.
You can call them whores if their dental equals that of a horse.
There was a news article where I think it was in the New York Post. She said that she didn't have to buy food for 2 years because she just was going on Tinder and a dating app and just having dudes take her out on dates and pay for her food. It's something like she was going on 6 dates a week, so she didn't have to buy food.
Well,
Crazy to me. So obviously she can't have when she takes a picture of her food and puts it on Instagram or Facebook. She can't have the dude in there. Yeah, there's a rampant narcissism. I think narcissism is one of the greatest evils. Well, I think it leads to it's vanity, right? It's just abject vanity. And the vanity's unwarranted because a lot of these people, they have no discernible skills to speak of. They don't do anything useful for society or their family or anything else. It's just me all the time. But the whole pink hair thing is the weird colored hair. I was saying this for years, man. They color their hair so that people look at them. But it's got to the point where everybody's like, oh, I want to be commented on and looked at like a circus freak too. So I'm going to color my hair. Now everybody's got colored hair, and now it's not a thing. So now they have to be even more extreme. I'm going to put a bunch of metal in my face. Maybe that'll do it. I'm waiting for people to start cutting off their legs so they oh, you have a wooden leg. Oh, wow, I'll look at you now. I used to say back in the day, why don't you just light yourself on fire? Everyone will look at you. Light yourself on fire. If you need attention that much, just go all the way. Go all in.
Self-immolate yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Just light yourself on fire, man. Everyone will look. Believe me, you get a lot of attention. They'll go, holy shit, that person's on fire. Look at them.
I don't know. I think people are too desensitized these days.
They might not. Yeah, they might not even look.
Yeah.
Don't go take a selfie in front of the frickin' flames.
Yeah. Oh, look what I saw on the streets, and then walk away casually.
Post this to my Instagram.
Yeah, picture I posted there.
Me and Boston next at the cookout.
12:18. Do you see that there? Hulk Hogan. Everything about Hulk Hogan. What's he doing? Does anybody get that?
No.
No, he's staring into a pool. He's looking at his reflection. He's loving himself. And Hulk Hogan is just about to put a smackdown.
I think you're talking too much with an accent, because it's very hard to hear what you're saying.
Right.
He likes Irish.
Okay. Does anybody understand the picture that I just posted? We were talking about narcissist, right? And this guy is lying, reflecting, looking at himself in the mirror, like most people do these days, take selfies. And
Yeah.
What does Hulk Hogan do?
He's just smashing him.
It's gross.
He smashes it.
Yeah, I think Zoolander was ahead of its time, like kind of satirically laughing at narcissism. But
It's a major disease, or if you call it a disease, a psychological problem. Everything today is just geared towards me.
yeah, the splitting of the tongue. It's like I guess I've watched it evolve over time, like different fads to make yourself quote unquote stick out, right? There was goths back in the 80s, right? I'm gonna freaking put on black lipstick and wear leather and paint my eyes and get weird tattoos and look like I'm basically a vampire. And then maybe people look at me. Now that's like passe. No one even cares about that anymore. So it's like pushing the extreme of being a circus clown.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
I'm waiting for what's next, man, because maybe I'll sell it.
I mean, yeah, so they dress ridiculously. They wear a big man bun, and they have a beard, and then they wear makeup, and they put these things on, and they pierce their ears, and they pierce their nose, and maybe somebody will notice me if I dress like this.
Yeah, that might be driving some of the LGBTQ thing. Is that, like, you know, to get attention. I think some of these people are doing it to get attention.
And they don't realize it.
I came out as a non-binary, whatever, and they get attention for a little while. Everybody goes, "You're brave and strong," and
Why is your hair pink?
Need to bring back peer pressure. Keep these kids in check. Like, fuck, my mates were ruthless. Fucking, if you try to style your hair, they call you a fag. Don't do that. Don't use fucking hair gel.
When I was growing up, people like boys would get like one stud earring, like when I was in probably like 6th, 7th grade, 8th grade, and it would get them attention. For some reason, the girls thought it was cool, but the guys would call people fags. Then those dudes that called them fags like 3 years later, they'd have a fucking earring.
Yeah, I admit I did put a stud in my ear. I admit that. Poor attention. Sorry, it was a three on the bottom and all the up. Yeah, I was a dick.
And it's like the old song "Wannabe." Back in the day, you wanted to be like someone else. Like as a kid, you have a role model, so you want to be like that role model, and the only thing you know about the role model is how they look.
And if your role model was Michael Jackson, you're in war, bro.
Yeah, you walked around with one glove and one bare hand.
God. People actually used to do that.
Yeah. And if you were into Michael Jordan, you went to the store and bought the most expensive Michael Jordan Air Max shoes.
They still do that.
Yeah, but now it's becoming even more extreme, and it is being pushed by the mainstream, where it was back in the day pushed by the subculture. Now it's pushed by the mainstream because it distracts you from reality. It just focuses you on you, and they keep you focused on you, and then they can do whatever they want because you're not focused on the rest of the world.
One thing I found quite odd, it isn't like, I understand why teenagers do it, right? They don't. They're trying to, like, I guess, find out where they fit in the world. They're kind of like experimenting. But I see like 60-year-old women with brick and blue hair where I live. Like,
Last week I was working at like near a kindergarten and grade school, and if you see all those mothers, they bring their kids and they're wearing their gym outfits, because after they bring the kids to kindergarten and to grade school, they go to the gym. When I grew up, and women
I don't believe they go to the gym.
just wore those tights in the streets.
Yeah, that's. I've noticed this too, man. It's funny that you say it because I notice it every day. I see these girls, these women, and they're wearing like athletic gear, and you look at them like you haven't done any exercise in like 3 years. Like, why are you wearing athletic gear? You're not fooling anybody. Just because you have on like some skin tight yoga pants doesn't mean you're an athlete.
That's the first thing I hear. I sit down with my coffee, and that's what I hear.
Yeah, but you see it happening in all age brackets now. Back in the day, it was a fashion thing for, late teen, early 20s.
Yeah.
And now,
like pretending?
It's everyone. Every age bracket.
Those tight pants that you can see basically camel toe in, that kind of started when I was probably like 18 or 19 years old. They used to call them stirrup pants that girls used to wear. And they were like basically like yoga pants, except for they'd go over the back of your heel. But they weren't the same fabric, right? They weren't spandex. They were like cotton. But they hit a little bit. They weren't obvious, it's like the yoga pants. Like, there's nothing like, you could do a gynecological exam from like 20 feet away.
Yeah.
You woke up savage this morning.
Yeah, but it is savage. Just go in the streets and you see.
Look, man,
this shit
going
like on.
Even do. Yeah. And they think it's normal, and then they wonder.
No, the worst thing with women.
I don't know what happened.
Is that when you look at it as a man, they are like first eyeing you if you are in their favor or not, and if you're not in their favor, they look pissed at you because you look at them.
Yeah, they want your attention either way. They don't care if you're attractive or ugly to them. They want the attention. That's hilarious. Oh God.
I mean, come on, man. Like, there's nothing to. And then when they wear like yoga pants that are flesh colored, you're like, oh my God, that chick's naked. like if you're far enough away, you don't leave anything for the imagination.
Why would you buy a video game if you do the? And it's like, here's like all of everything.
You cut that, bro.
Come on.
The thing is, I live in the Northeast, so it's cold here. They're not like wearing they might say, oh well, I'm wearing these because they're comfortable. They're not comfortable when it's freezing out. You're freezing your ass off if you're wearing freaking yoga pants, walking around when it's like 20 degrees out.
Last week,
That's probably.
normally in spring you have skirt day. The first real nice day of spring, and the ladies get out their skirts. It's like,
yeah. Well, the fat ladies always come out in spandex for some reason. I don't know why. That's kind of like, I swear to God, man, that first day of spring, man, you'll see fat people in spandex. Like, come on, man.
yeah, but
that like morning.
Last week it was, about 5 degrees Celsius, and I'm working, and I see girls go by in mini skirts on a bike. Like all these high school and college girls.
Side saddle.
They don't give a shit about the season anymore.
Maybe they like the braids.
Stupid girls.
Yeah.
It hurts to be beautiful, they say, as they put toxic chemicals on their face in order to cover up the abrasions that are caused by the toxic chemicals that they're putting on their face.
It's like something out of Black Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a study I've never found out. Like, that doesn't exist. Is like the long-term health effects of wearing makeup on your face versus not wearing it.
Like the long-term side effects of covering up every single pore on your face just for vanity.
Well, I think it like it's like a self-reinforcing thing, right? You use makeup, you end up with like blemishes and acne, and then you don't like the blemishes and acne, so you have to use makeup again. And it just you can't get. It's like being addicted to something. You can't get off of it because once you get off of it, you have your withdrawal symptoms. In this case, it's acne and blemishes on your face. It also I think it makes girls' faces like their complexion like discolored, where it isn't like an even complexion skin tone. It's like kind of blotchy and shit.
Yeah. It'll start being reddened from being damaged from the very. And there are health.
Yeah, and it probably takes weeks to go back to normal, right?
There's
it's not going to take 24 hours.
But I guarantee you the mainstream stuff's not bad. There's not an organic movement for makeup that's readily available. Like
there is.
I'm saying like as popularly known as far as like foods and stuff are a lot easier to get than.
No,
I'm sure you can find it. That.
No, we're men. We're not into that circle, but I know from my ex, there is a whole bio-organic makeup scene.
And even then, you got to be careful because there's posers trying to. They're like, but they're just kind of half-assing it. They're not actually about it. You got to find people who actually care about your health. But you're right; it's out there. It's just there's far more of the fake shit readily available. Is what I mean.
I don't know about you guys, but makeup is very deceptive to me. When I see a woman with makeup versus when she doesn't have makeup, it's like two different people. I'm not used to this person without makeup.
Oh my God, there's some videos on YouTube, Bong. Have you seen them?
Well, yeah.
Not just YouTube, like on TikTok, being like, these girls are hideous, dude. They're not just like, they're hideous. They're not just like not as good looking. They're actually ugly. And then when they put on makeup, they go from like a 2 to a 9.
Yeah.
Professional catfishing.
It's very deceptive.
Level.
I heard it's one of up next to that shit, dude. Look how I took home the hottest girl in the club, and then you wake up, half her face is on the pillow, and she's fucking hideous.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's scary too because some guys, not trans guys, like actual guys, like they do this trick, like shading thing, right? And they actually look like females. Like, yeah, that's why
the makeup shading, where they're basically doing like 3D print art on their face.
Please. Yep. It's like wearing a mask. P-Mac. It's very deceptive. Yeah, and I heard it was one of the things that was taught by the angels to cause more lust or something like that. Yeah, immorality or something.
Yeah. They give power to the women. Hey, isn't the curse of Eve to try and dominate men for a time until this is over with?
It also changes like what people, when it got like, you have, 95% of the girls wearing makeup to improve their appearance. When you see a girl that doesn't do that, you think, oh man, this chick is not good looking, because you're comparing it to a bunch of fake faces.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like a clown like the other clowns, so she's not a very good clown. They do look like clowns to me, like most of them. Some of them, they try and keep it natural, okay, but the ones who go, they look like straight up.
The more makeup, the less. My formula equation is the more makeup, the less personality. The less fun to talk to and hang out with.
Yeah,
it's usually
the more insecure they are. It's really that simple.
Yeah, every layer is another layer. That's
boring, really. Yeah,
they don't have self-acceptance.
Sorry, did you say materialistic?
That too.
Yeah,
that goes with it, right?
I agree, 100%.
Very dull.
Makeup should not be visible, right? You shouldn't unless you get really close. It should not be. Oh, you shouldn't be able to go look at a girl and go, oh, she's wearing makeup. You shouldn't even be able to tell unless it's like lipstick or something. I think colored lipstick. I think that's fine as long as it's not black or dark purple or some freaking weird color that makes them look like you got to give them CPR.
Yeah.
Well, cooking. Less is
come
more.
On. You know you want to give some lady CPR.
Not if they're wearing black lipstick. They can die.
it might rub off on you.
Yeah, exactly, man. There's something wrong with them. Who wants to look in the mirror and see black lips? That's...
Oh, gosh. You're talking about the people who basically have to... Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, the lip freaking filler pumping, that weird stuff. I can't... That looks gross to me.
Yeah. I notice when my wife puts makeup on, when she does, goes out to do stuff, I feel a little bit more seduced. You're like, hey, you want to go to the room? Why you got makeup on? It's like freaking makeup, that's what it is. That's what causes the,
you got problems. Makeup to break up.
Yeah.
Red lipstick is the blush is to literally blush the cheeks, which there's certain blood blushes to the cheeks when arousal occurs. Same thing with the lips being more red, and the hips being lifted up by the high heels, so that the butts. But it's all part of the same allure, sensual sexuality.
And sometimes when they mess up the operations, sometimes it ends the career of an actress, face is all swollen up. It's worth it?
Oh God, yeah, there's some of them that just ruined themselves. They can never. They get addicted to it, though. To me, that's a form.
Well, what they're addicted to is because there's a bunch of simps going, "Oh, you're beautiful," and that's what they're addicted to, the attention.
Yeah.
Right? Because if they took all that stuff off and just ran around like regular, they wouldn't get all those compliments, because there's other chicks doing that weird stuff to their face and body, right? And they're getting all the attention. So it's like they're competing.
And they'll do it with tattoos too.
I think of it this way. It's the same way, if you're in an industry and people in your industry are doing illegal things to make a higher profit, eventually you have to do illegal things to make more money, or you're going to go out of business. You can't compete. You can't compete because the playing field's not level. They're doing something illegal. They're going to make more money. They're going to stay in business longer. They're going to have. They're going to make more profit. So eventually, you're going to have to do something illegal to compete with them. And that's what's happening is that there's girls putting on makeup and doing all these other things to augment their appearance. The girls that don't want to do that, they're going to be ignored unless they do that. So they're competing with these other girls, but they can't compete unless they're very naturally beautiful, right? So they have to be complete like an 8, right? Naturally, which is very rare, which is 1 in 100.
That's what Nicki Minaj said. When Nicki Minaj first came into the industry, I thought she was, good, her body and her rapping skills. She didn't wear a lot of makeup. She says she'll see these girls come into the studio and Lil Wayne will say, "Oh, well, look at her fat ass," and that's what caused her to want to get her implants. And now she looks like a freak, man. It's like,
she looks like a clown.
I don't know why they don't think about the long-term effects. Like, how are those implants going to look when you're 70, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be a freaking 7-year-old lady with a cane with a big fat ass.
I got to give her, there's a couple things. Every once in a while, she says something highly intelligent, but then she keeps doing stupid crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just bipolar. I mean, that's all there is.
But she's got all kinds of personalities, right? Roman, freaking.
I mean, a lot of artists that are talented have mental illnesses. I mean, so it's not
Isn't
surprising.
that the Butterfly MK Ultra? That sounds programmed.
But no, just a lot of artists. Like, there's usually they're a little quirky. You know what I mean? So she's a moderately talented artist that got famous, and now she's got a bunch of money, but she's still got the underlying mental problems. So they just don't go away because someone gave them money.
Yeah, I wonder what causes those mental problems. I wonder what they're doing, in the back to try to get in the front, that's causing these mental problems.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in the entertainment industry, you're gonna have mental problems.
Actually.
And if you're on social media, you're in the entertainment industry.
Well, I mean, it's really. I feel bad for them in a way because their entire existence is predicated on other people liking them continuously. So those people can't stop liking them, liking their music, liking their appearance, right? They're always in the public eye. So they always have to be in character because that's not really them, right? Their stage, their performance persona is not the same as when they're hanging out at the house. So they always have to be in character every time they leave the house, and it's I feel bad.
Yeah,
it's
they don't
not normal. It's not like a normal state of affairs that people existed in.
I don't
we
feel
lived in
bad
smaller
for them.
communities, right, where we weren't looking for grand validation.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for them because that's exactly what they signed up for. Like, what did they expect? You're gonna become a superstar,
and people understand the consequences. I don't think it's hard to even imagine the long-term consequences of riches and fame, especially when the riches are, the riches are dependent on the fame, right? There's riches there's people that a lot of
on the relevancy.
Yeah, so a lot of them go into fashion and like Kanye West. So he's got other businesses that he invested in. He never has to leave his house again or go out in public again, and he's gonna be rich for a long time. So, but there's other artists that they have to keep in the public eye to continue making money and maintain their lifestyle.
I heard he was broke. I heard they seized all his his bank, the money in the bank. Who knows? Maybe he did have other. I don't know about.
Probably it's just like cash, just like laying $10,000 stacks, just laying around everywhere.
Yeah. But remember Facebook when the developers said that this feedback loop, and then had this really, look on his face like they did something really bad, and here we are, that feedback loop, like you somebody likes your post, and then you get excited and you check it again and check it again, and then post again and post again until it kind of, to where we are today, everybody's a narcissist.
The validation, you get addicted to the validation.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's looking at me, they approve of my behavior, and it's like, it's on a pretty deep level that people want that, right? So as a child, you look for validation from your friends and your parents. But this is validation from strangers. This is validation from people that don't really give a shit about you.
Yeah,
because they're looking for validation too. They're commenting on your posts and doing everything because they're looking for validation. So you're like in this narcissistic validation fucking loop where everybody's trying to like stick out. Me first, me too. Look at me. No, it's like ever play King of the Hill? Yeah. So, but this is like a King of the Hill, except for the hill's human bodies. Everybody's trying to climb to the top from this big pile of human bodies. It's pretty sickening, honestly.
Like an inverted
crabs in a bucket. He was talking about that. But this is inverted crabs in the bucket. The crabs are crawling on top of each other, trying to be the top crab.
Yeah, and then you got cancel culture. Now artists, now their fans.
That's penalty for people looking for validation, right?
Yeah.
If you're on the internet looking for validation and you get canceled, that's the death penalty.
Yes. So now they're being forced by the fans to make content that the fans want, or else. You know what I mean? Like, or else we won't stream, or else we'll cancel you. You better talk a certain way, or else it's like it's turned into this collective, mind.
Yeah, like that Jake Paul dude, that fucking, I don't know if it's Jake or the other one, but when Andrew Tate got canceled, he said some stuff, but it was so watered down, and you could tell he wants to say something, right? That this is bullshit, that the cancel thing, but he doesn't want to get canceled himself, but so he's not going to go too far because his entire existence relies on making money off of YouTube. And if that goes away, he's broke, right? He's going to have to go out and get a real job, and he don't want to do that.
Yeah. So it's like we're nearing that social credit system, you know what I mean? Where you got to behave a certain way. Say, political correctness, say.
Yeah, but it's beyond that. It's not even, it's like arbitrary. It's like whatever the social media platform or whatever the collective delusion thinks should be canceled that day. You don't even know what it is. It's just because it keeps changing. You don't even know what words to say because they keep changing the definition. Trying to argue with somebody on Twitter about what the definition of misogyny is.
Yeah, some female rapper said in her lyrics, "I'm about to spaz out," and she got told off by some person who is handicapped, that it was offensive and almost got her canceled, and she had to apologize and totally out of context, hey. But I was like, serious? Are you serious?
Look, so check out this argument I got with someone over misogyny. Someone called someone a misogynist on Twitter because he criticized some chick. So, of course, criticizing any women is misogyny. Now, misogyny means hatred of women. I was like, dude, you're using that word wrong. Like, you might want to go look up the definition.
Yep.
He starts arguing with me. It means prejudice to women. Like, no, it doesn't mean prejudice to women. It means
Yep.
misogyny. Miso is the prefix of misogyny. That prefix means hatred, right?
Right.
So, like, if you have a prefix of a word, it doesn't change. Like, just like using the word pre or bi or something like that. Is the prefix of the word for misogyny means hatred. You can't just change that. Prefixes don't change. So it means hatred of women. There's no way around it. You know what he said? New York Times, the Wall Street Journal verified the definition as prejudice to women. So that's what it is. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's
Like,
bullshit.
I just told the person, I don't care what that liberal rag says. It's like the Wall Street Journal isn't the arbiter of the English language. Shut the hell up. It means hatred of women. That's what it's meant for freaking 500 since the Greeks, right? Because the miso part, that comes from the Greeks. The word misogyny means hatred of women. But they're trying to change the definition to mean anything against a woman. Like, if she happens to be a woman and it's negative to her, that's misogyny, right? Oh, you got a booger on your face. That's misogyny. Sorry to tell you, man. You got snots on your face. That's where it's going. You can't hurt a woman's feelings. You can't say anything that will have a negative connotation. That's where they're trying to bring the definition to.
Or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, or anything else. Like you're being rude, right? You spit on the sidewalk. You threw litter. Can't say your driving is sucky. You can't say anything because for some reason, just it's but that is actually the sexism. Like, you, obviously we know here their fucking logic is illogical. By them pointing out that any particular negative act against a human being has a sexual connotation or a racial connotation or some other, thing, subgroup, it's artificial distinction. By pointing it out every single time, that is actually the bigotry.
Yeah.
Right? If I criticize somebody, they happen to be a woman, and you say, oh, you're only doing that because she's a woman, that's sexist. Why are you jumping to the conclusion that I'm doing it because it's a female or because they're black or Spanish or Chinese or whatever, right? Why are you assuming that? If I said, yeah, you're just a stupid fucking woman, all women are stupid, if I said something like that, yeah, that's sexism. But if I go, hey, your fucking driving sucks, you ran into that goddamn parked car. Oh, what are you saying? All women are bad drivers?
Yeah.
No, that might be true, but I didn't say it in this case.
She hit another car. I didn't say that. What are you talking about? She hit a car.
And no, all women are not bad drivers. Danica Patrick's a good driver. So there's one.
Is that the Black Swan?
Yeah, Danica Patrick's the Black Swan of female drivers. Yeah, rest in peace, streams. This one's going to get deleted.
Yeah.
Somebody grab that soundbite.
I remember the early days of the internet. You could literally just post anything. You had no fear of anything.
Yeah.
You could just post anything. I could say anything about anybody, anytime, and without consequence. And now you have to be in the right subgroup to post anything at any time with no consequence.
Yeah, they started off with good intentions. Freedom of speech and freedom for everybody, and you can be what you want, anything, and then they actually ended up imprisoning themselves. Like, you can't you have to think before you speak. And you tried telling that to a liberal.
Back the frickin' early days, man. Bring back the Wild West days of the internet. That's what I want.
Which word can I actually use? Sorry, before I speak, before I get banned off the internet forever.
This is self-inflicted wound, actually. Quite honestly. Because everybody's trying to go through these large platforms like Twitter, Facebook, whatever, and they don't have to. Like, just make your own website and say whatever the fuck you want. it's cheap. You can host one for freaking probably like $2 now. They probably don't even. It probably costs like zero money.
Yeah.
See,
And they're
The only way they can attack you is they have to attack your ISP and try to get your ISP to cancel you.
Yeah.
Right? Whoever's hosting your website. And then you can freaking subvert that too, because you can host from your personal computer. And I actually used to do all this shit because they used to, like if you had home internet, your ISP would try to like not let you run a web server out of your house. And there was something called dynamic IP, right? I don't know if you're familiar with any of this. You know what I'm talking about, Bong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dyne IP, so you run a little client, and like if your IP address changed, it would update your website, and that would also change. So your shit would always go to the right place.
Here's the thing, right? While you're busy putting a poster inside your car that faces outwards and says there's nothing valuable inside, they're sending 4 cops to arrest somebody because they offended somebody on Facebook.
I know, man. Enforcing crime through freaking
4 cops to arrest somebody because they said something offensive.
Yeah. And you know how they're censoring people, like they're getting content creators say on YouTube to like not say certain words. People that I follow, I hear them saying unalive now instead of killed or suicide.
Oh, dude, I can give you. Listen, I got a whole dictionary in my head of like different words. There's delete yourself, and instead of saying the word rape, you say grape, right? Like there's a whole nother language to beat the algorithm, so that your YouTube video doesn't get demonetized.
Rape sounds too much like rape. I would use crepe, the crepe or something like that, like the pancake crepe.
Grape.
Or a
grape. Sounds like you said rape. But what I'm saying is like how back in the pandemic first started, they used companies to try to force people to behave a certain way. TikTok. It seems like they're using these social media platforms as well to push these agendas. You know what I mean? Get people to behave a certain way, talk a certain way too. But yeah, like you said, you could just not be on these platforms, but then now you got to deal with getting traffic over and all the competing with these platforms. But
yeah, that's the hard part. That's why people are on the platforms, because they're centralized, right? It's easy access. A lot of people use them, right? So, and because everybody's like the same thing, everybody's competing for attention, and like it's driving people to like extremes of like what they have to do to get attention. So if I want someone to come to my website, I have to or if I want someone to quote unquote hear my message or whatever, then I have to do things, right? I have to get out. I have to get on a platform that has a lot of users, so that people have a greater chance of seeing what I'm producing, right? But if I just have a website, now I need to rely on Google, right? So how do I get up in Google search results, right?
Yeah.
And that's a whole nother can of worms, because Google will freaking goddamn suppress your shit.
Yep. Because it's going to crawl your website.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. So let's say I create a website and I want to drive traffic to it. Like, what do I do? Right? I have to create content all over the place. As far as I know, I don't know if the algorithm still works this way. I used to use backlinks. Now, Google ranks stuff by how much, not just backlinks, like how much stuff on the internet point to your website, but how much content is being created, right? So if I have a bunch of different platforms and every 4 hours new content is being published, right? I'm going to go up in the search ranks. That's how it works. How much? It's not just traffic. It's not traffic. It's not just traffic. Part of the algorithm is how fresh the content is.
Yeah, they call it consistency. The content creators call it that. Yeah. But you can't. But you gotta be careful not to post too much. Man, there's like a whole formula.
There's a narrow window. You gotta thread the needle.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's always changing. You know what I mean? And then when it changes, everybody's like, "Oh my god!" What's the? They all got to start over and figure out like what's the best way to feed the because the creators are chasing the algorithm. The algorithm is chasing the users, and the users are chasing the creators. And there's like this freaking constant, and then there's the matching up, the serving the content,
Yeah,
like you
basically
said.
the human centipede.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Ouroboros, the snake swallowing its tail. Yeah, but it's turned people into something else. They're not even people anymore, man. That's why I'm kind of like sitting back now, just looking for people.
There's like, everybody knows this stuff. Like, there have to be able to create an alternative that people will use. But then it's like you're fighting the normies and the NPCs. It's like, do I want to put in the effort and try to like save these fucking people, or do I just want to like let them like wither on the vine?
Yeah, yeah.
Option number 2, please.
Dude, a website that actually would be awesome if we were to create some kind of forum that had a PHP portal or whatever. It doesn't have to be PHP, but I mean, there's a lot of nerds here who know how to do some coding.
I mean, like you can make like a totally like alternative internet, right? A total, but it's on the regular internet. It's running, TCP over IP. It's using all the same stuff, but like Google and all the big platforms, tech companies, they're an echo chamber, but you get stuck in it. Like if you use Google, you're stuck in like this loop of self-referential bullshit. And like, how do you get out of it? There's obviously tons of more websites than what Google's showing you, right? So how do we could create an entire set? Oh, I don't want to use Google. I'm going to go to the search engine, this other search engine, and I'm going to see a whole different internet than I see on Google because this search engine doesn't censor anything. It doesn't pick winners and losers. It isn't favorable to the tech companies. It's just like, here it is.
Like, hey, this is the exact thing that you asked for. Here you go. You asked for it. Instead of organizing it based off of agendas. But I was going to suggest we really could actually create, and I think a lot of people should, just isolated areas to be able to have that free conversation. But there's alternatives to what we have available. We could make our own version of the internet relay chat system, set up some IRC servers, and then make an app in Unity 3D that can run the chat on there and do pretty much everything we're doing on the Discord. Be able to have the voice chat, all of it.
There's an open, so we've talked about this, like, I mean, you're kind of late to the party, but there's an open source version of Discord called Matrix Synapse. Nice. So I've tinkered with it on Linux, and I mean, there's some good parts about it. There's some bad parts, and all the data is stored. You can store all the data locally. So, like, if you log in to like basically like a Discord clone, and you but it'll store your chats and shit locally, so that like nobody can actually delete your stuff.
Yeah.
The problem is, it's the same problem what I was just talking about, is how people, like, we get new people on the server all the time because, people search for it, right? There's links, whatever. But if we migrated, say, to this Matrix Synapse, the user base is small. We're not going to get anywhere near as much traffic. But the reason is because they're also caught in a validation loop, like the people that are using this platform. It's like it's not like we're all immune to it or something, right? They're all
to actually from scratch make our own thing, like an actual flat Earth system, completely from scratch, without just picking up parts and open source. Like we'd have to actually grind into it. And
it's like we don't like make it. Okay, so we have a Discord clone flat Earth server, and there's fucking 100 people on it.
Yeah.
People aren't going to want to come there because the community is too small. It's like they want to go with the largest fucking I don't know if this is natural or unnatural, or just like the way people have been trained to use the internet. They're like, oh, there's only 40 people on here. I'm not going to hang out here. I want to go to the place with 1,000 people. And then there's people on 1,000. I don't want to go with the one with 1,000 people. I want to go with 10,000 people.
Yeah.
So it's
Always got to go to the next best thing.
Yeah. So people are looking for the largest possible freaking platform, to talk their shit.
We'd have to kind of plot out some marketing campaigning, unfortunately. Basically play the game in order to get out of the game, which is counterintuitive.
Well, you have to change the dynamic of the way people use the internet, because the dynamic now is sick and broken. People use the internet and like they're stuck in the dopamine rush. TikTok shit, dude. Like, I'm using the internet as a form of like entertainment for like a dopamine rush, not for education, not for like, to increase my knowledge, to increase my social circle. They're not doing it for like, I mean, yeah, they're doing that on a surface layer, but like in a more fundamental layer, they're doing it for, attention and validation.
Yeah.
We have to break that. We have to break that loop. But the thing is, if they've been using the internet one way for 10 years, right, doing it for like little dopamine hits of freaking attention and validation, and you create another platform that isn't motivated by that, you're going to switch platforms and they're going to go, this sucks. I'm not getting my little dopamine. They're going to go on withdrawal symptoms and they're going to be like shivering in the corner, right? So how do you get people to voluntarily stop their addiction?
You just hit the switch and turn the whole fucking thing off, bro.
I was thinking that we don't create a place for them.
Can't talk about that in public, PMAC. It's a crime, and it's a crime in every country.
Oh, okay.
Like the archive of info.
We'll talk about that by carrier pigeon. I'll just write it down on a little note.
Cool. Is that a pigeon?
Yeah, that meme. Is this a pigeon?
Do you remember that from earlier?
Yeah, like the guy steps. It's like he stepped outside for the first time. Is this a pigeon? It's a butterfly.
That was kind of a joke between. I don't know if Indo was here for that, but you got it.
Yeah.
But talking to people about flat Earth, for me, it feels good. It feels right. For me, it feels like the same thing, the same feeling as talking to people about, my beliefs. Jesus. It feels right. You know what I mean? It's like, even though it's a lot of work and this risk, but yeah.
Well, dude, yeah. There's actually meaningful things you can do that'll make you feel good about yourself. It doesn't have to be narcissistically driven. Actually, you get more long-term satisfaction from helping other people than just helping yourself. This has been demonstrated, quote unquote, scientifically for a long time, that helping other people makes you feel better about yourself than just like helping yourself. Like if you had a choice, like I can give this person $100 or I can give myself $100. Yeah, they feel good if they give themselves $100, but they feel better for longer if they give the other person $100. So
yeah,
you have to break people out of that pattern of just like the self edification, right? They're like, I'm just basically masturbating all the time.
Yeah.
Right? As opposed to having sex with another person. I mean, that's the best analogy I can give.
How do you
just it's a dick comparing, contest type of thing.
Well, I mean, because we're just, I guess it's actually going to go there because we're just comparing, basic physical pleasure, right? Like,
comparing intellects. Yeah, but I think I feel because it's same thing. I fell into the same trap as a Christian, young Christian when I first joined. Brainwashed into thinking it's all Jesus, and then I felt like this is not effective. People get turned off. When you try to talk, then you change your approach. You know what I mean? You actually have to actually care. To actually be effective. Everyone is different type of thing. I think for me, Flat Earth is like that. When I tailor my approach to somebody's personality, all that, it's
Yeah,
more,
yeah, yeah.
it's a more, it's a better conversation.
Like, that's the key thing, man. You have to just like listen to the person, right? They'll tell you everything you need to know about them just by like where they start off and the questions they ask. Because typically people, at least in this topic, if they're going to defend the globe, they start with what they think is their strongest, most obvious argument against flat Earth, and just them telling you whatever argument it is, say it's gravity. It tells you something about all the information out there, that all the so-called flat Earth debunks he could have chosen. He picked this. Why did he pick this? Because there's reasons. Like this is what he thinks the strongest argument. You can draw a whole bunch of conclusions from that, right?
Yep.
He's like he's a science nerd or whatever. Some people will say stars. Like some people say space pictures. They're like, okay, that's a NASA fanboy. And then you approach them at their level, right? Their level of they think pictures are compelling evidence of things, right? They think the TV is the dictator of reality, right? So you can learn things about their mentality just from the one question they asked in the very beginning. And then, like you said, Taylor, but you'd have to listen to what they say instead of he said gravity, I'm going to pounce all over that shit. Like, you know what I mean? People just the dog pile.
Gravity. Wait, did you say gravity? I didn't even finish saying gravity.
It's like they have Batman's utility belt, right? And they go, here's the gravity freaking gas, and here's the.
Oh, wait, which gravity? What do you mean gravity? Which?
Yeah, he said gravity, so the gas.
Yeah.
Kick him in the face, Robin.
What made you
I
post
always
that?
make it clear that whenever I say gravity, I'm sorry, man.
No, sorry, Endo. What made you post that? That's my favorite clips of all times.
It's favorite what? What's your favorite?
That's one of my favorite clips of all times.
Oh, fucking gravity gas, Batman.
Yeah, he's jumping. Well, I don't know what.
Or are you talking about the parrot?
Yes.
Oh, the parrot. That is freaking hilarious, man.
That's
a Glober, right? So the Globers come in here and they parrot something they heard from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then you debunk it, and then they just start swearing like that.
You jump all over the globe, you squash it down, and they back.
Cursing
nothing else to say but back off. Yeah.
I always kind of defuse their gravity argument by using the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. What do you define it as? And then I'll try and get them to explain to me what gravity is. Like, tell me, what is it?
No.
You got it. Can you put it in a container? Give me a container of gravity. Like, nobody can even tell you what it is.
Yeah, but
actually, it's
yeah, but when they bring up gravity, it shows that they have a level of ignorance. Like when I hear when someone comes in here and they say, "Well, gravity exists, therefore the Earth's a ball," my head says this person they learned that the Earth is a ball in ninth grade and never augmented their information since then. Right, because that's what they tell you, in high school. But as you go into university or the gravity story gets more convoluted. You know how they have YouTube videos where this explained at 5 different levels, right? This explain it to a 5-year-old, explain it to an 11-year-old, explain it to an adult, explain it to college level, then explain it at a PhD level. When they say gravity, I'm like, okay, this is freaking teenage level. And I do it accordingly. Then you have to show them why their conception of gravity they'll often say like, oh, gravity things get pulled to the center of mass, right? Which is actually not gravity. That's like a child like with the gravity you tell to a child. But if you like go to university or even like physics in high school, they'll be like, okay, gravity falls off in proportion. Every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional square of the distance. That's not the same as everything gets pulled to the center of mass. It's not even remotely the same. So like, they're at this level. You need to talk to them. You need to talk to them at that level and basically educate them.
In high school, it's an acceleration. Yeah, 9.8 meters per. Yeah, I remember.
But you need to educate them. Like basically, you need to like give them a crash course in like what their model actually says gravity is, right? Like because get to the Newtonian, Einstein, all this stuff, and it's like you have to tailor your argument for the person you're talking to, and the only way to do that is to listen to them. You have to actually listen instead of getting defensive, like, oh my God, I have to defend the flat Earth like it's my frickin', like it's my mother against a frickin' armed attacker. Like, no, dude. There's no reason to be intimidated by any fucking Glober argument because they all suck.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, any Glober can march in here. I'm not afraid of anything that comes out of their mouth.
And but when Glover says gravity, like to me, it sounds like he just said like the magic's like.
It is a magic word, man.
And he has no idea what he just said. I was like, you just said one of the most advanced magical concepts that you're not even past high school.
Listen, you want to know what I visualize in my head? You go to the doctor and they do your reflex test and they hit the thing on your knee and your leg kicks out.
Yep.
Flat Earth, the leg kicks out. Gravity. It's like a reflex. They didn't say it. Flat Earth, gravity. Gravity, man. Gravity debunks flat Earth. It's just a reflex. Because that's how they were conditioned, like in primary school. They were conditioned. Flat Earth, not flat, because gravity. So they just hear flat Earth. They just say gravity, the magic word. I'll just prove you with one word. Abracadabra.
But it's like a trick question, It's like, how do you know that a basketball is a sphere? Gravity. No, that's not that's not the right. Oh, I meant, because we can see that it's a sphere. That's the right answer. You know what I mean? They never say, it's like a trick question.
That's a good point. I'm going to use that on somebody. Gravity made my basketball.
Is that how you know your basketball is a sphere?
Yeah, gravity.
I did give an interview the other day with a guy who was still kind of a Glober, and he says, one thing that bored me is when I went onto Twitter or Facebook and was here, and you ask about how and what's the proof or whatever, all they said was, "Fucking idiots, fucking useless, dumbasses." He said, "You know what piqued my interest is why I'm speaking to you today, Dave, is because not one of them had any proof. All they were doing was calling people dumb and stupid and liars, and you could see the conditioning."
Yeah, I mean, I left a comment in a YouTube video the other day. Dude said he's gonna show his sister this video because she's into the flat Earth nonsense, and he's trying to, take her out of the cult. And I'm like, it's the globe that's the cult. I mean, I got so many Globers just I haven't responded to any of them, but they're like, just same thing you just described. And so it's done at just. Every time I get a YouTube comment, it'll send me an email, and I just got gazillions of fucking emails just for that one comment saying, "No, the globe is a cult," and it goes like kicking a beehive. They all just started spazzing out like, got serious, man. But a good thing that someone brought up yesterday, I think it was Aethergrass brought this up yesterday. When you're in a cult, right? You don't
No.
Your family tries to take you out of the cult, right? But you shun your family. But when you're in a cult, you try to pull your family out of the cult. So basically, the Goldberg confessed he was in the cult because he's trying to get his sister, right? Trying to take her out of the cult. It's weird, man. So like when you're in a cult, like your family tries to get you out of deprogram you. That's what they used to call it back in the 80s. You need to be deprogrammed. But you would shun your family. Like that's what the cult would do. It's like, oh, you can't trust your family, you can't trust your friends. You're in this cult.
Yeah.
We're actually going out and telling people, like, we're actually trying to tell our family and friends, hey, the earth is flat. And, we're not shunning them, trying to bring them into the fold. And, like, it's they who shun us. It's they who shun us, right? All the people that have said, I've lost family and friends because I told them I'm a flat earther. That's like, because they're in a cult, man. Because that's what, if you say anything against the cult to somebody that's in a cult, they shun you.
Yep.
Because they don't, since they're in the cult, if they get seen by other cult members that they're talking, against cult dogma, then they will be kicked out of the cult. They don't want to be kicked out of the cult.
I'm not doing this because I want to feel special or anything. I'm just asking.
Dude, that's the stupidest fucking. I hate that one. You're just doing this because you want to feel special.
Yeah, you're special.
What do you think? You're smarter than Einstein? You're smarter than Saint Einstein and Saint Newton and.
What's my answer to the special one? Well, why? Who doesn't want to feel? Oh, no. I do plenty of things to feel special, but not this one. I think that's my answer.
What are my answers is? Yeah, I'm special. Has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Who doesn't want to feel special? But that's not why I do this.
Yeah, special, independent of flat Earth, dude. Don't forget it.
Yeah, that's why I was in the special warfare group in the military, and you weren't. Sorry.
It was that was one of the biggest conspiracy websites. There was Godlike Productions, and there was Lunatic Outpost.
Yeah, that figures you were on there. I used to be on there too. They kicked me off.
I mentioned flat Earth, bang! You're the dumbest person I ever met. I'm so surprised you're alive. How could you even fucking breathe? You're that fucking stupid. And it's just like you're not allowed to mention her. Okay, bye. True. Well,
no, we are not the Special Forces or the Navy SEALs. No, we don't. We're not special.
Yeah, they use that. You think you're special because you know something that we don't? No, I'm not doing this for my fucking health. Like, I'm just look and question. That's it. No, you're a fucking.
I find it offensive.
We don't know. We don't know something they don't. They know it too. They just refuse to believe it. Right? They chose to believe something else. They chose to say, "Oh, my whole world is an optical fucking illusion. The ocean only looks flat, but it's actually a big freaking curving ball of water." They chose to believe that. But they have the knowledge that, they know what we know. You go to the ocean, it looks fucking flat. Go to a lake, it looks flat. Go on top of a mountain, looks flat. Go in an airplane, looks flat. They have the same information.
Yeah, these people realize that 9/11 that doesn't add up.
DeGrasse Tyson says that stuff is flat. You're not going to see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
training animals.
Professor Dumb Dave says you can't measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface. Right? So, everybody's admitting that, if you're down here on the surface of the Earth, it's flat. It's not special knowledge. We don't know anything that they don't. We got the same information. They just decided that is not an actual representation of reality. It's a big fucking optical illusion. That it's just a trick played on their mind by their eyes, in that There's some other fucking people over here with special knowledge that are claiming to be special, right? That say it is a ball because we went to a special place you can't go and we saw it that way. I have no problem with that.
You have to know when to cut your losses. Like when there's like you may as well sit your head against the brick wall because it's not going anywhere. So you just
Make me want to take a cyanide pill. Quite It's like how they invert everything, dude. That is like the psychological projection of Globers. Everything they're doing, they accuse you of doing. And do they really believe that? Or is that just like a defense mechanism? I haven't figured that part out. Do they when they say something that they're actually doing? Do they really believe that?
Yeah, they don't. It's just so clever how that's done, though. It's a reversal. It's a psychological reversal. They're pointing.
I can't understand it because I wasn't a Glober long enough. Like I wasn't a resisting long enough as a Glober to understand why a Glober would just keep on going even though it's been proven false. I mean, to be a lie. So it has to be something else. It's got to be some kind of freaking it's like brainwashing. But I can't really.
No, that's good.
Check this out. I'm going to read this to you. Someone joined the server and immediately quit after they said this. I ain't going to waste any more of my time trying to convince you guys who won't even listen to anything that isn't what they want to hear. And then immediately quits the server. The thing he said before that was, Earth is round. Then says that crap, then quits the server. Says, Earth is round. Oh, I'm not going to try to convince you guys it isn't because you're not going to listen to anything I want to hear. I'm leaving.
So I don't have to listen.
All he said, nobody even said anything to him. He never got interacted with. He basically spewed that shit and left. He literally did the thing that he said he was complaining about.
Exactly. Because he doesn't want to hear it.
You guys are going to do the thing that I assume you're going to do, so I'm going to do it to you before you can do it to me.
Yeah, I'm going to do it first.
I'm going to put my I can't hear you.
That's definitely called projecting.
Hey, check this out. I just dumped in the live stream this character right here. Just the first line. You can read the last line too, because that's what he claims why he refused to join VC. I think a lot of them think that way. It's not about proof or truth. It's about just winning an argument.
Yeah, I read some of the stuff he was posting when he first came in the server. That dude's an abject hard. He saw a debate somewhere and thought he could do it, and he was out of his league coming here.
But two brothers will be fighting with each other, and they don't really care about who's right. They just want to win, right? I think that's what a lot of these kids are. They're just coming out here trying to pull that shit. They just want to win. Yeah. They don't care about being right or being true or knowing. They just want to win the fight.
Yeah, but the problem is we argue way better than any Glober. Every single flat earther argues way better than any Glober, Neil deGrasse Tyson included.
Listen, I want to read a part of this because this illustrates this person's entire mentality. If it was about truth, one of us wouldn't be here because the one with the most proof would win. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. We don't count up proofs to see who the winner is. If something's proven, it's proven. You don't need any more. Proof is unassailable, right? There's evidence and then there's proof, okay? If you have proof, it's over, right? That's it. You don't need any more. There's no other information that could get rid of it because if there was, it wouldn't be proof. It would just be evidence, right? So the fact that he thinks that you sum up proofs, right? This is how Globers, when they do their Gishgal scattergun of Coriolis, gravity, blah, 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 all their stuff. They think that, they think those are proofs, but they're just evidence, right? But they think because I have a lot of them and I have more than you, right? I have more pieces of evidence than you. Therefore, it's a globe. But the thing is, we have proof. We don't have evidence, right? We don't like a bunch of evidence does not equal proof. One proof equals
half
proof.
of their evidence,
One proof is better than a million pieces of evidence.
Yeah. All their pieces of evidence, they took a bunch of puzzle pieces, put them in the wrong place. Like the shape's almost right, but they shove it in there, cram it in. I did the puzzle right. See?
That reminds me of that commercial. That always reminds me of that commercial. There's the commercial for like I think it's a muffler or brake commercial for like Meineke or something. So it shows like these two little kids. They're like got one of those blocks with the pegs and the holes, and there's like a square peg and a round hole, and they're hitting it. He's just like, just keep hitting it. And like the peg is like splintered into like a million pieces, and it shows them like 30 years later working on someone's car, going, just keep hitting it. That's what these guys are like. Like, I'll just keep hitting it. If I just like puke out enough nonsense, then all of a sudden, like, I'll have a proof. It's the basic problem is that, like, you know, I feel like I talk about this every day, is that they never took logic in school. They were never taught it. So they don't know how to actually figure things out. They can't critically think, and that's the problem. That's what we have to do here, is teach people how to critically think. The information is irrelevant, right? If you can't critically think, you can't evaluate the information. It doesn't even fucking matter what the information is.
Think about telling them that they're dumb 50 times.
Tell them they're dumb fucks.
They were taught that if you can get...
prove something?
They don't know how
they
to
can
think.
guess 1 out of 4.
They don't know how to think. They this process was given to them, and they probably never really, thought about things. They just memorize, regurgitate, type of brains.
They think taking a pencil and scribbling little bubble circles and then making a high score on that is a sign of intelligence. I can pick 1 out of 4 and make it. They think that is big brain time.
That was me 20 years ago.
Well, I got a good analogy for what I'm talking about. Now, imagine you suspect your girlfriend of cheating on you. So you find a love letter, a note that some dude wrote to her. You find a used condom wrapper. She leaves and comes back at weird hours. Now you have a lot of evidence. But you have a lot of evidence, but no proof. Now, if I walk in on her and they're freaking banging, now I got proof. It doesn't matter how many little other pieces of evidence there are. Right? But that proof it's irrefutable.
It's in the pudding.
Now let's think of it like, let's take it another step. Now I got a love letter from a guy. I used condom wrapper. Text messages or whatever. And then I walk in on her, and she's not with a guy, she's with a girl. Doesn't matter what the evidence was indicating that she was screwing around with a guy. I just caught her with a girl. Okay? So I know that doesn't matter if that pile of evidence wasn't the actual truth, but she is cheating, but she's cheating with a girl. And my one piece of evidence is proof, right? The summing of evidence, the counting, has nothing to do with anything. This is how the appeal to popularity. All the scientists think, right? So why do all the scientists think the Earth is a globe? Why do all the people in the world think the Earth is a globe? Truth is not a democracy. Truth is not a counting operation. We don't how do I figure out the truth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we count how many people believe this, when we just count the number of people. That's not how truth is determined.
I don't actually agree with you. I understand that proof is truth, but if there's 50 text messages from a
you think she's sleeping with a guy and a girl?
Well, something's definitely wrong. If I put 50 text messages together and she's talking to somebody else about sexual thingies, that evidence pretty much amounts to proof.
Well, she confessed on that, but if they're just flirting or something, it's not proof that they're screwing around. It's not just evidence.
Even after they talked about the weekend away they had together.
Maybe they slept in separate beds, right? What I'm saying is there's other plausible explanations. It's not proof of what happened. Catching them in the act would be proof. Now, it could be likely that they're screwing around. Right? It could be like a 99.99999% chance. And, cheating of the heart is just as bad. But whether they actually did the deed, right? You don't have proof of that. You have evidence of that, not proof.
That's the worst part, though. It's like if the girlfriend is literally cheating in the bed, and then the dude's standing there like, what's going on? Oh, it's not what it looks like. Oh, I trust you, honey. And he closes, and that's what NASA's doing right in freaking year.
It's not what it
I
looks
trust
like.
you. It's not. It's not what it looks like. Simping, man, simping.
Yeah, I slipped on
It
a
was an
pickle.
accident. He just slipped and tripped.
My dear, this is my gynecologist. Oh, okay. I was kind of worried there. I thought you might be cheating on me.
Yeah. He's he left his instrument bag in the car and he couldn't find it, so he's using other instruments on me. He's probing me with other devices.
It's okay. You trust him. He's a scientist. You got to trust this. Got to trust the science.
Trust the science. He
What
said
are
he
you,
was the
science
science. Hi, Mr. Fauci. Why are you sleeping with my wife?
Oh, Lord. This is when
You said you were a gynecologist. I thought you had a degree in virology. Well, a doctor's a doctor, man. Trust the science. See you later. Have fun.
What is it?
Want me to bring you a drink?
What is this? The crossover episode?
To the street.
This is the manosphere of frickin', pandemic in one fell swoop.
Belong to the streets. That's a good one.
Is that the Fauci?
You could actually probably.
Is the show off?
I could probably make a whole
Show
YouTube
off with the
channel.
house call for the Fauci ouchie.
Dude, you could probably make a YouTube channel with nothing but like Fauci animations, like ridiculing him and satirizing him, and make millions of dollars.
Hey.
Yeah. And you don't even have to fake the script. You could just take his audio bites, the clips, the stuff that he's actually said.
Just download his transcript for what he testified to in front of Congress.
He was almost as entertaining as Biden kind of is now, like just the bumbling idiot. I think that there's always one. There's always the epic bumbling idiot up there in the White House saying something stupid. There's a character that has to be cast every season. Who's going to be the bumbling idiot next season, I wonder? You think Biden will get recast, or they're going to get another bumbling idiot?
Dude, I'll tell you, man. Where did they get the White House secretary from? Where did they dig that chick up from?
I know the casting calls for these idiots that they get to play these roles. Oh my god!
Like it's like they casted people that they don't even realize the script. Well, they don't even realize the script don't make sense, and they just read it anyway, right? Like when the people that read the teleprompter, like when Biden read the teleprompter, he's like, "End here" or something like that.
Yeah. The casting calls, right? So they cast the person who just reads the script without thinking, not the ones who overthink, trying to roll right. Whoever reads the script without thinking.
Stop here.
Insert line here. Was I supposed to read that line?
I told you, anything that's on the teleprompter, he'll read.
Yeah.
Oh, how about the time when he said, "A new world order"? I was like, yeah, not as...
Yes, that was very, you said the quiet part out loud there, buddy.
Oh, it was very forced, It's like this guy's just reading shit. It's like, no, it's not very inspiring.
The thing.
Yeah, the thing. Sorry.
He's
Can't
talking about
say
Agenda 20, you know, the thing.
that. NWO. Yeah.
Everybody collecting those brand new Divik boxes. Like Pokemon. The Pokemon.
Yeah, I had to look at everything and be like, just pick your battles, I mean, talk to people who are worth who you think are worth your time, and can't
If you say
save
something
them.
basic, like low level base, and they, the fluoride stare. If you give them the most low level base fact and they give you the stare, don't even just move on. No point.
Well, you
You'll
can't
waste hours.
unring a bell, as they say. Right? Once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Yeah.
You just want to give them a piece of information so basic and so simple and so undeniable that it's like implanting us. Like, how you make a pearl with a clam or an oyster? They'll take a little piece of something to irritate the oyster. That's what you do. You're going to put a little piece of sand in their brain to irritate them, and hopefully it turns into a pearl.
Yeah. You'll know, though, if something's going to happen because their eyes will light up. Even if they don't admit it then. Their eyes will light. Something will change in that moment. And you can tell, like a little glimmer. That kind of, wait, what did he just say moment? And then they kind of got the slight cog disc, but you don't push too hard. Let it grow. They'll come back.
The old be like, it actually says that in the manual. Yeah, it says stationary. Assume a stationary plane. Like it actually says those words in the manual. Like, yeah, in all the manuals. And then pause, and then not so
Drop
confident.
mic.
Right? Now you must make a decision.
Somebody did make a Dr. Fauci song.
Hmm. All these people begging for a model like they need it to exist. Meanwhile, scientific globe models don't even... Oh, wait, that's right. All these people begging for a model like they need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific globe models don't even exist.
No, and I think the problem with flat Earth like songs and rap, it comes off like these truth rappers. You know what I mean? That are kind of
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not marketable. We need something more deeper.
Oh, I know how to do it. Really, we gotta. Yeah, you gotta actually hide. We got. And we don't want to because that's not who we are. We like to just... And we know that we recognize the enemy as poetry and stuff.
Well,
we veil things behind words. It ends up looking more mysterious. So you have to be kind of how you do it.
Like you can't have like a truth album type of thing, like conscious rap-ish, bars, just so people want to hear it. But then one song on the album, right, might be hinting about something. You know what I mean? Like flat Earth.
Yeah. It's like a nudge that way without actually blatantly grabbing somebody's whiplash and like, here, look. Yeah, just nudge them. And if they're ready to look, they'll look. And if not, they'll look next time they listen. Or the next time.
Yeah, because you listen to B.O.B., right? Everybody knows B.O.B., is can rap, and can write, and he went mainstream. But when I look at the way he did Flat Earth, right, I'm like, see, even a mainstream artist doesn't do it right. It still sounds cringe. Like it still sounds like
it's
like these.
It's like he got excited about the idea though and dropped an album without actually investing.
Right, without even looking at how it's going to, sound, right? Or
they scrape off a top level of dirt here in the right area and shovel it, but he doesn't go deeper, and it's disappointing.
Oh, and his name is B.O.B., you know what I mean? Mr. Bobolino. Yeah. Bob. You know Bob. Everybody knows Bob.
I mean, I give him props for trying. You get an E for effort, but it's not one of my favorite albums. There are a bunch of good lines in there, but it's
Bob is like this entity, throughout the occult and throughout the arts and the ages type of thing. Yeah, that's why I found it a bit like Bob. What a coincidence.
So his name's named after this entity related to art and theater, I guess, production.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's
controlled opposition. Maybe. Hey, it's Speculation Sunday. We can say these things, right? Maybe. Got to throw the maybe in there.
It could be a speculation.
Or perhaps. Yeah.
It could be a coincidence.
All I got to say is if you signed under the Tavistock Institute, you've already better get out. The Tavistock and the Tavistock Institute, whether you're working in the praise and worship side on the West Coast or the Bible studies over on the East Coast, it's all connected. But people don't want to pay. They don't want to accept that. All their mainstream songs are praise and worship something. And they're glorifying something every time that they sing the lyrics to those mantras, those enchantments. Chanting, enchantment. They put chants into the mentalities of people. Have them chant it. Program them. Say this thing until you believe.
In my line of work,
they go and do.
In my line of work, you have to repeat the truth for it to sink in. You gotta catapult the propaganda.
The mother of learning.
Sorry, could you say it one more time?
George Bush.
Repetition the mother of learning.
George W. Bush. In my line of work,
oh, you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
That's what he said.
Hey, that is. Hey, honestly though, who's the number one worship leader in America but the president? Like their job is to repeat and repeat and repeat and get people, whether they hate him or love him, to repeat what he's saying.
Well, if you repeat anything enough times, no matter if people know it's not true, they'll just, go with it as if it is true. Because
even if you hate it and it's like everything you oppose, it still becomes truth for
you. Repeat the lie. Yeah, if you, however big the lie, if you repeat it often enough, people will eventually believe it.
I don't acknowledge that globies exist. There's people who believe that there's no such thing as a globie. There's no globers. They don't, because there's no globe Earth for there to be a globe Earth. There's people who think they're globe, but everybody's a flat earther. They just don't know it yet. They forgot. Somebody told them something, a story, and they forgot where their feet go. Stand in the place where you live. Now face north.
I do remember being in the Navy and standing on the boat as a global and looking out into the ocean like, wow, look at the curvature of the Earth. Well, I didn't think
You see a
curvature.
wave.
I was thinking like, that's the edge of the globe. Look at this beautiful globe out in the middle of the ocean.
That's me in the corner. What corner?
I was thinking that, like, I think most people do that, you know, when they're on a plane and they look out to the horizon, they also think, wow, look at that glorious globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Our beautiful blue planet.
I see the vanishing point and be like, behold, there's the edge of the earth.
Yeah, you remember all those documentaries you used to see, right? When you're on the plane looking out, like, it's glorious.
Oh, they're still going.
Yeah. They'll show you a fisheye lens from a weather balloon. Be like, look, see how beautiful the the blue marble is. Ooh, it's going to be the red marble. They have all these Martian people thinking they live in a hole in Mars. Red marble.
Planet, bro.
Pit in the ground eating bugs.
Red marble was last. We're on the blue.
My brain switched to colors and I said red marble.
We used to live on the red marble, now it's a blue one.
Hey, here we go. I'm thinking of the last time we did this.
We love you, Planet Mars. Dude, Planet Mars
Spoiler
was the
alert,
last.
we go full circle.
I mean, Planet Earth.
Oh, wait, I got to add a maybe in there for speculation someday. So what happens when the president of Mars...
Sorry, what happens when the president of Mars...
did I cut out? Let me fix this.
Yeah. Makes a proclamation. We're all going back to
Here
Earth.
we go. Let me see. Okay. I was going to say, what happens when the president of Mars finally returns home? Dang, what? Let me fix this. My microphone is cutting out every time I stop talking. And it's supposed to do that, but usually it does that after you stop talking.
How the hell are we supposed to get to Mars if we can't even speak on fucking Discord?
Does that fix it? Yeah. How are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk building? What the? It keeps cutting out on me.
Right, Gus, shut up for a second. Sort out your fucking communications and come back to us.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang a lemon on your name there.
Actually, I think I know what I need. My computer's been on all night and and I was suffer. Probably be right back. Gonna reboot.
All right.
Good choice.
Remember Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
Get these people some air. Oh, no. Give these people air.
Ah!
Yeah.
Total Recall was really, really good film. Because, you know what I'm going to say next, right?
Pardon?
Total Recall was a really, really good film because, pause. There was a woman with 3 boobies in it.
I know, right? That's what I was thinking too. It was like 3 titties.
I know what you were thinking.
Yeah. That's why I always thought Mars was like, right? Like, oh, if we go to Mars, it's no air. You pop our eyeballs out like on Total Recall. Oh man, the programming, it's so.
I'll be back. It's not the fucking Mars you won't. We never fucking got there in the first place. My accent might be a wee bit thick. I'll be back. Not fucking Mars, you won't, because we never got there in the first place.
Consider that the divorce.
I divorce you.
Where's Reconor when you need him?
I know it. Yeah, the best.
That was the best
Why are you
line.
making fun of me? I talk like this naturally. This is my normal voice. I sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger every day. Why are you laughing? See, every time I try and make a fucking thing, I turn in there. Never mind.
So Mars is the red dot in the sky, right? I mean the red light. The red.
No, man, that's a sphere. Can't you tell?
A spherical light?
You just need a telescope, and magically you can see in 3D.
Right. Next question would be: so the sunlight is being reflected from Mars, right? Yeah. We should be blinded by the moon then. I mean, it's closer, right, to us and the sun.
I hear one more Glober say something in the sky is X distance away. Swear to God, I'm going to pull my own hair out. How can you tell? Well, you just look at it through a telescope. Like, what? It's almost unfathomable, man. Like how little they actually think about like their own question.
Or their own model.
What they even see China from the United States too far away. We can see planets that are freaking 16 million miles away. How do you know they're 16 million miles? Well, you look at them through a telescope. Well, you tell how far away China was.
Yeah.
Like,
never seen it. And 90% of them don't even know that the sun was 20 million. 64? No, it's 90. 90% of them know it.
We all know why they believe it. They watch TV. That's it. That's the only reason. They were told in school, and it was reinforced in TV, and that's the only reason they actually believe it.
Bill Nye the Science
Guy. Not a whole lot to go on there.
I still remember the whole Bill Nye the Science Guy music, the song. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Science rules.
Is like a degree in engineering or something?
Yeah, he has a master's degree in engineering. Works at Boeing. That's I knew. He's also an actor. So
yeah.
Speedwalker. He's a failed comedian, basically.
Yeah. Well, that's obvious. Yeah, he tried to be funny.
There's something your generation has to know. We live in an enclosed system. We can't go anywhere. I'm paraphrasing, right? We can't leave the earth. What he said.
Why did he say that?
That's what he said. I was like, what does this even mean? Is there another interpretation for these words? Is he?
Well, they've got like 20.
I can't believe they came up with a whole new refraction, right? To describe, stuff. I was like, really? This even taught in school? No. Like what? You know you can't see curvature.
See that light you're looking at? It's 17 trillion light years away. All right, just think about what you said. 17 trillion light years away.
How far is the light year?
Very fucking far. One light year, that's a good question.
Well, 186,000 miles per second times how many seconds in a year? I'll do the math later. We'll do the math later. We'll just chill out for now.
We'll just talk shit.
All right, everybody.
Good evening.
Hope all is well. I have returned.
Welcome back. Made it. You sound better. Not chopping up.
Yeah, I don't think I'm lagging nearly as much.
I fixed it. Yep.
I did a test run recording things, and I wanted to see how much I could record, like, overnight. And now I'm going to see how big the file is, I guess. Crap.
You're running out of space, bro.
Well, not that. I just know that it's several gigabytes. I was really pushing the limits on it, though, because if I actually were to be recording, I probably wouldn't go over a couple hours, like 2 or 3. I recorded all night.
What are you recording?
I'm really just going to delete the file. Well, I was doing a screen recorder and testing kind of like the hardware limitations of this computer.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm checking how big the file is. I'm not going to sit here and watch everything. No way I'm going to filter through the whole thing. There were a couple funny parts last night, though, that would be cool, but it's already in the live stream, so it's pointless. It's redundant. Where is... I'm gonna find out where I saved the damn thing.
I'm starting to think you have a YouTube channel.
No. I mean, well, I technically do because I have an account and I uploaded that one video that I Level Up and I made. It was just like that weird thing that I threw together. Can we start a trend of making anti flat earther videos and then trying that trend so that we can make money too? Because that's unfair. They're making all the monies doing their little thing, and we just have like nothing. That's funny though. They roll around acting like clowns, but for them, we're their clowns that they're making money off of. But they're basically trading money for intelligence. Like, they don't want to actually know anything. They just want money so they can do stupid shit.
You mean like from their YouTube channels or social media?
Yeah,
like
these idiots get, like, people freaking give them stupid amounts of money just to talk shit to us.
Like the Flash Shirt and Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, that's why I think we should ignore all of them, right? Because they want to stay relevant to their audience, right? And if they can't put on a show for their audience, then it's not they're not going to retain. So that's why I prefer we just ignore.
Not one fucking click they're going to get from me, bro. Not one fucking click.
Yeah.
Like
heck, even mentioning him is a shout out in a way.
I mean, if you go in the channel, so there's your dumb shit, sir. They're dumb dummies. They're dumb fucking dummies. They live in the past. Not one bit of evidence.
I mean, as long as we're out here, they're always going to be relevant because we are out here. It's just a matter of what kind of content, entertaining, content they can create. And if we can take that away from them, then they're going to struggle to, to at least hold the attention of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Might even expose them.
I think Ethergrass said that earlier on. People have substituted intelligence for entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why people tune in. It's not because they care to learn about flat Earth.
They're not going to learn anything.
Yeah. With that Bill Nye the Science Guy version with the beeps and the boops and all of the wacky sound effects. Bill Nye, that globy guy. Bill.
My excuse is I lived on an island. We only had 2 TV channels, right? And that was one of the shows that was on for children's programming. Children's program.
Yeah, the theme song was catchy. It was very luring. Come, children, listen to the science man.
Yeah. It came on like 2 shows after Sesame Street, so it's like 5 shows in a row for kids in the evening. You guys heard of 3, 2, 1 Contact? 3, 2, 1 Contact.
The martial arts.
No, it's a TV show. It's the science PBS. The PBS public broadcasting station.
Okay, no.
Yeah. It's American. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The globe is all throughout, all that. So it's like, since you're little, you're programmed to believe in the globe.
Yeah.
The Bible says if you train a child in a way, to go, they're not going to stray from it when they grow up, when they get older. So, you got that working too. All the propaganda.
Dang. About 7 gigabytes from recording last night. And I think I started recording at like 1:30, 2 o'clock. I'm not sure.
How long? What's the time? I mean, how long is the video?
I think I recorded until like 7. Maybe a little bit later.
Why?
I was testing the computer, like trying to get testing the hardware limitations of my setup here. And like how big I can get the video files before it starts lagging. And that's when you heard me glitching out. The file was getting so damn big. The one of them, they have 4 gigabytes, like 4.70. I'm like, damn, almost 5 gigabyte file. Like, to put it in perspective, there's really awesome movies out there that you can get a good quality of Lord of the Rings, right? Like one of those movies is maybe 3 gigabytes, maybe less. Like you can get a decent quality for 1 gigabyte, and it fits all 3 hours in there. And then I took all of it, and it's such high quality that it's like that much just for this.
If you start talking about Lord of the Rings, Mr. Williams is going to show up.
Oh no, I was just making a reference to how big the movies are, like 3-hour movies. You get a 3-hour full-length movie in a gigabyte of space, and maybe 3 gigabytes, but then all of that time at such high resolution was that big.
I was about to say, is that fucking 1080p?
Yeah, max resolution, and yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying I'm deleting that thing. I'll probably play around with it and look at it just to test the quality, like see what it did, but
And how big's the hard drive? Is it like 120 SSD or is it 60 SSD or?
I think I just have like a terabyte in here. It's an older computer.
Just test not much.
Yeah. No, I don't plan on doing that again. I'll probably just, if I do, it'll be to record like an hour or two. It's too much data. To upload that would take forever.
Yeah.
I like uploading small videos. They're easy. I can get it done quickly. I don't want to set something up that I have to wait 3 days for it to upload.
7 gigabytes? You would be like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, I was just joking about the 3 days thing because I doubt it. I doubt that I'd have to use some kind of torrent thing to upload it because the connection would disconnect and I have to keep on retrying to upload a 7 gigabyte file. Nah, I'm good on that. I guess I'd directly connect it. Screw the Wi-Fi. Not really used to messing with high resolution video. I make little stupid clips and upload them on here, and they're less than 8 megabytes.
You hardwire the computer. You're on Wi-Fi.
Just
yeah,
playing
Wi-Fi
around with different things.
Man.
Yeah. Well, the Wi-Fi router's inside the house, and I'm actually out in a camper. But I have the Wi-Fi router kind of set perfectly in the window, so it faces right to where my computer is.
Do you know you can buy 60-foot cables on fucking Amazon or eBay?
Yeah. It's not a feasible option at this time.
Well, it's not something like you're trying to do. Like, you don't have a YouTube channel or anything like that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm just chatting in here anyway. I would actually like to start some kind of channel, but not like that. What I really want to do is a bunch of collaboration type things. Maybe not YouTube. Screw the branding. Go on BitChute, anywhere. I don't care. Because it's not about money or marketing or monetizing. It's about information getting out there. I think that we can make high quality stuff, or if we work together and actually, like some of the stuff that we talk about just off the top of the dome, we'll be discussing with these random globies that come in. But if we were to actually refine those arguments that we already have, it's not really like a script, it's more like writing down your ideas, like you're about to give a speech, I guess. And then collecting all those thoughts, get organized, say it perfectly, and then we create a presentation. Has different people's arguments and discussion, but it's not really argument, it's just spitting facts.
Hey.
Doing exactly what we do here, but in a perfect documentary.
Do you know what day it is?
What's that?
What day is today?
Oh, what day is it?
No, I mean
Speculation Day?
Yeah. We started early.
Yeah.
But it's still Sunday, so.
I like the idea of setting up a peer review type system too. It's one of the biggest things that repels people away from this entire thing is they don't want to get involved in anything that seems culty or like everybody's following the same No, we're checking up each other's facts. You ain't got your shit right, we're going to call you out. Whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, we do not care. We want the truth, period.
Yep.
And that should be the standard across the board. There's no bias here. There may be bias on the side of the Globies, but we will cut our own brothers and sisters down if they stand against us. Like, nah, nope. If it doesn't hold up, it's a straw man. It's got to fall apart. You got to rebuild the castle again.
What's wrong with you?
Did it wrong.
Don't you know the science is settled?
Yeah. Science is never settled as long as this thing keeps on being discussed. Nope. How do you settle science anyway? How can you know everything? Your brain doesn't have the hardware limitations of the human mind cannot store all data in existence, so science can never be settled. It doesn't settle, it grows. Dirt settles.
Yeah. Yeah, science is just a process.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. In concrete sets.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, Ita.
How have you been, man?
That's a very evil.
Not bad, not bad.
Well, not bad is good.
Yeah. I had this Sunday feeling today. So I woke up and I was like, I have nothing to do today. So I slept 6 hours longer.
Well, that sounds like something to do on a Sunday.
Yeah, felt good, bro. So, still no curvature?
Nope.
Haven't found any. Though I did put a bid on a jar of gravity, and if I win it, then we might have proof that it actually exists this time.
Oh, that's sick. You should share. I would love to put that in a bucket in a lab so I could science on it.
Yeah, man. If I get the whole jar, I'll, break off a piece or something, pour some in another container for you if I can. I don't know how it works or what it is, though, so I gotta figure out how to put it in another container and separate it. You can't have gravity without a container.
Oh, this actually annoys me because I read an article some days ago, and it stated that gravity was no longer considered a force.
They don't know. They honestly admit that they do not know what it is.
Well, I actually heard that, but I heard that 2 years ago, maybe 3.
It might be an old article that is just floating around.
Yeah, it's probably an old one. I think about 2 or 3 years ago they stopped considering it as a force.
Well, it makes sense, you know. They okay. What is the cause of the force? Well, it's the force itself.
They call it
it's
a
not
field.
a force, but you can think of it like one.
I think they call it a field now. You know, like the magnetic field.
Like a force field?
An electric field. Yeah. You know how electromagnetism works? Yeah, they're trying to bring it in, they're calling it a field.
Yeah, that also makes much more sense in the paradigm they are painting with their 4D coordinate system of the space, where a planet, for example, is making this dip in this coordinate system and stuff like that, and that dip that is being created by the planet is now the force, or what the effect of that is gravity.
It has a force field around it, like the Starship Enterprise.
So the force itself is actually just that there is a planet, or what? Yeah, that must be it. Or the planet interacting with the coordinate system.
So weight is not the force anymore? Weight? Or like water, right? Pressure, or a big rock, a big boulder resting on something, like that's not considered a force pressing down on something anymore, or when you lift something up. Is that gravity because people feel gravity is weight or things falling down. And if it's not a force, is it a field?
Well, they would probably say like this: when we are on Earth and things are falling to the ground, that is because we are in that field. So the downward bias would be the effect of the Earth creating that field in space.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
That's how I understand it.
Sounds interesting.
More gobbledygook.
Yep.
It's like the lie that doesn't stop giving. It's just lie upon lie upon lie upon lie upon lie.
And I'm not buying it, but it actually makes much more sense. And it doesn't make sense. Don't take my words for
what.
But in a science fiction world, if you have to establish like a base environment, it kind of makes sense that you have this entire void of, let's just call it dark matter, and there is also matter, and the matter is creating these dips in the black goo or whatever you want to call it, and things are moving around and interacting with each other, and at some point, maybe things are just falling into semi-order. I don't know.
See, the problem here is that people had in their minds that this is the way the universe works. It was big bangs, it was that and the other. And then somebody came out with a theory that it's not actually showing what it should. And then they went, oh, dark matter, dark energy, goo. Do you know what I just said about lie upon lie upon lie? I mean, if you even entertain the thought of what these fucking motherfuckers are telling you, then I'm afraid there's no hope for you.
Is it actually a lie when they're just trying to fill in the gaps with the best new theory?
Yes, if it's based on a lie in the first place.
I mean, it all sounds interesting, but there's no curvature. You know what I'm saying? It's like.
I get what you're saying. I guess I'm just playing
devil's advocate.
A little devil's advocate, yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that. Nothing wrong with that. But
well, I mean,
did you understand what I said?
Yeah, of course. I just assume that most of us, before we turn into being very skeptical about the place we are living in and the cosmos itself, we have all, or many of us have at least had the thoughts where we have actually tried to comprehend what they're telling us with, like the masses interacting with each other, flying around each other in this grand scale that is almost incomprehensible, Yeah. I still do that from time to time because if you don't understand, then you cannot falsify or argue against it, else you're just arguing from a blind view. You know what I mean?
I think I do.
I mean, for you to falsify the globe, you must both know the globe and arguments against it, I guess both sides is. I'm butchering it right now. I just woke up. I apologize.
No, you're okay.
You only need one side to falsify the globe. You only need the globe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but again, if we are to engage in arguments with globers on many topics, we kind of have to know their paradigm, or their set of
100%. Man, you have to know
that's what I mean.
Is to prove the globe.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah,
we're way past that.
And by knowing the globe and can falsify the globe, we also know sets of the other side. Oh, there is flatness in the world, stuff like that.
Anything you
we start to pile. we start to pile the evidence on the other side.
Anything you say after I believe there was a globe?
Come again, mate?
Anything you say after, if somebody says, I believe the Earth is a globe because of pictures, because of gravity, refraction, and anything else, you're lost in space, bro.
Yeah, I get that, but I also am part of the human race, if you want to call it race. But so I'm also on the side where we have to tread lightly with these guys. We cannot just jump on them 10 versus 1.
No.
Some people deserve it, 100%, but we are still sharing this place with them, So I'm not here for the war. I'm here for the sharing, I guess.
The one thing that Flat Earth has taught me is that I can never 100% deny anything that anybody says about anything. You know what I mean? It's like I've been fooled that I was deep down the rabbit hole. Somehow I pulled myself out. And if I was fooled that easily, if I was programmed that easy from birth, well, you have to keep the discernment and truth close to yourself before. And I speak English, and I can't fucking speak it. The one thing Flat Earth taught probably every Flat Earther is that you cannot automatically dismiss a theory or a postulation or a hypothesis.
Yeah, there is this quote that has been falsely given to Aristotle, I'm pretty sure. But it's like the mark of an educated mind is to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it. And I think everyone should ponder over those two lines for at least a few minutes every year just to center themselves and get them on track again,
Why would I, if somebody comes here and starts talking about concavers and present these proof, why would 6 of us jump on them and say, you're a fucking idiot, because you're not doing exactly what other people did to you when you told them you were a Flat Earther.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you are on the side of the truth, you should definitely not come out with your tip end of the sword first. And you should not even have the shield. You should more like, here's a loaf of bread and some wine. Let's talk, bro.
That's it. Go for it. Tell me what you think. I'm not going to fight with you about it.
About that, though, I mean, I just got here, so I wasn't listening for long. The thing with the concave earthers is that they typically don't really come with any type of supporting evidence. It's just a wild theory of theirs it's not based in anything in reality. It's not rooted in any observation or anything. You don't have to consider these types of things. Like, it's not really a theory. It's not scientific in any way, that's for sure. If they did come with some evidence to present, yeah, I'll listen to them, but it's usually rooted in like emotion or even just like wild guesses.
I get that. We pile experiences, so at some point we're just also forming the idea that this theory of theirs is 100% bunked, but that still doesn't mean that I am to step him down as on side. We are still sharing this place, and if we know the truth, we should be inclusive and
it's based
not dogpile on him. I guess that's my main point.
Like Bruce says, and that's a good point. It's based in science. It's based on evidence.
That's what I said. Like we pile the experiences and the evidence, and sure we know that he is in a wrong, I don't know, belief of worldview or whatever. But that still doesn't mean that we should step him down on side,
Exactly right. Because it wouldn't take long.
I mean, we do know the 5 stages of realizing the truth. One of them is violently denial, and then it's ridicule, then it's like a sense of depression, then it's like realizing, and then you're fucking ascended, pretty much, or something like that. Can't remember the meme, but there is these stages. So if he truly believes in what he is doing, so even if we are showing him the evidence, we know the first stage of him realizing that what he is believing is false would be complete denial, and we should be the better men and know this and react accordingly instead of piling on the denial and the fighting against the information given.
I know what you're saying. There's no need to be an asshole to get your point across.
But then there is the assholes, and then it's okay.
Sometimes I'm an asshole.
It is. I mean, it is.
Yeah, when it comes to the concavers, though, so I don't know what happened. I'm getting a general idea. For the most part, I think they're just another type of troll. They're just like the anti-flat earthers or anybody else, where they're just basically trying to eat up our time and conversation here by distracting into something that's, just to keep us basically arguing with non-points, non-issues.
Yeah. I think they truly believe in it.
But they're truly freaking crazy, most of them, too.
Yeah,
they don't, like I said, they don't provide evidence. They just tell you. They make statements. They say this is how it is, and you say, well, how do you know that? And then you get nothing.
One of the things that really, what's the word, freaks me out when I talk with concave earthers is that they don't have one idea about gravity. They actually have two. They actually have gravity and the opposite, where it's like one of them is like a attracting force and the other one is like a pushing force.
Universal compression.
Yeah, something like that, where down on ground there will be the downward bias, and if you're moving up into the center of the sphere, when you're meeting half point, it will start to suck at that point. So I guess it's just two types of gravity centers, but something like that. It's out there. It's definitely out there.
I think what we were talking about, Tim, is that there's a way to get your point across to somebody without being abusive or aggressive or.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my baseline is that we are all sharing this place, and we know the establishment are using divide and conquer to control us. So if we are buying into being divisive, I mean, we are not winning. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We should be the better men. That's my point.
Yeah. And we already know the truth on a lot of things, and these people don't even know their own model. So pretty much everything we do is punching down.
2 sets of gravity, really?
Yeah, it's kind of like, because if you look at this screen GIF I posted, this is how they've kind of looked the world, where we are living inside of like a ball or an egg or something like that, and we are living on the outside of the inside, or what you can say, like pressed up against the walls of the interior, and the celestial sphere is like depicted in here, where it's like in the middle of the overarching sphere, and that sphere has its own gravity field, but there is also the downward bias that is keeping people on the inside of the outside. It is a bit crazy, but I've actually tried to understand it, because
I'm not saying they're crazy, bro, but aliens.
I don't say they're crazy, but they are. I have actually tried to make the effort to actually try to understand, so I know where they come from when they're talking about the thing. So I actually have I have lived by the mark of an educated mind can entertain an idea, blah blah blah. You know.
like collecting worldviews and just trying to see where people are coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good way of thinking. You won't lose your mind just being able to see where people are coming from.
Well, then you just flip the globe Earth, right? And instead of seeing the horizon, instead of the horizon being at eye level, drop down a little, it should be higher, right? So the horizon should be higher. And as you go up, what should you see?
Well, the thing is, like, there is one of the concept in it. It is that the light is super bendy. So what we see, everything we see would pretty much be an illusion. You can see these white lines. That is the light that is coming from the sun in the middle and fucking curving around like that or something like. Yeah.
You've seen the video of the laser bending up?
People can.
In the salt water.
Concavers just playing too much Halo.
Upward. And yeah, they believe that that's evidence that it curves upward or something.
Yeah, I mean, isn't also that the globe was evidence that that light is curving around the globe?
Let me take you down this rabbit hole and argue with you for 24 hours and 5 weeks and 3 months.
So to me, a lot of the evidence that I've seen for that, the concave Earth, is the same evidence that the Glovers have for theirs, the fisheye, and it's bent, except for backwards. Okay. You have a picture that you didn't take.
Bro, we're showing it.
Well, then they ignore perspective completely, too, about that. Like, I've heard the argument.
These models are interesting, what Adam Unsalted put. Like, these are some more interesting things, but that's not evidence. It's a cartoon.
Oh, I fucking posted in the wrong channel.
I hope it wasn't Jim's and you offended somebody.
There was a concave earther came in here like a couple weeks ago, or like the other week, and everybody was asking him questions, kind of waiting in line. And I just had one question to ask him, and his instant response was, next question. Like, he was answering everybody else, he didn't answer mine. But I was like, all I did was, I was like, how's Gandalf the Green doing? He's like, next question, and instantly ignores everything I had to say.
Was that Jim?
I wanted to go back to... Most of the concave earthers out there learned a lot of what they know from him.
Yeah, there is only like 2 or 3 real content creators out there that has really deep dived into it. But there is a whole web page. There is a whole web page where I got these gifts from, and it's actually extensive.
He doesn't go by that name anymore. He's got a new name, and I'm not even going to mention it. But people who know who I'm talking about know who I'm talking about. So
that's cool. Well, there was that guy like 3 weeks ago, and he gave me that webpage, and there is actually a lot of reading material in there. People have actually deep dived into this, like tried to actually make up this world of concave and or egg world or whatever you want to call it.
There's lore behind it, like documents. There's actually, concave earthers from a while ago, I guess, supposedly.
Yeah, it's not a new thing. I think first time it arose to the public was like back in 1910 or something like that.
I think the Nazis even explored the idea of this model.
Yeah. I mean, there is also, I'm pretty sure this is fiction, but Admiral Byrd's Secret Diary could 100% just be fan fiction of Admiral Byrd's explorations. But he traveled to the north and into the world, and he met these high green or silver or glorious men or something like that, the Iron Nation or whatever.
Oh, yeah, he's seen countless lands beyond the Antarctic with unmeasurable resources.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but hollow Earth is not the same as concave Earth. That hollow Earth is a different idea where there is an Earth, a habitable place within our Earth.
Yeah, hollow Earth functions on all of the models.
The reason why he said that, why he tried to make people believe that there was unmeasurable fucking lands and resources beyond the Arctic, is because there isn't. I mean, it's coincidental he died like 2 weeks or 3 months, whatever.
Yeah, I mean the globals, they say that the size of the land that he is describing is pretty much just the entirety of Antarctica itself, and what they had known before that was only the coastline. That's what the globals would say.
Sorry, Tim, but it makes as much sense as both all want to come back to me and say you land on the moon. It's the same land bastard.
Oh, I get it. I'm just saying it is speculation Sunday, so I'm just putting myself in the mind of these guys.
Nobody else seen it? Some admiral comes back and tells you, "Oh, there's fucking more land beyond the North Pole." He's only telling you that because it's probably a barrier. They want you to believe that there's. Well, there might be, right? But
well, we have three sets of. I guess we have three versions here where. One of them is the globals, where all we knew was the coastline of Antarctica, and as they explored, they figured out that there was a landmass as big as North America in there, and that was Antarctica itself. There is the other one that it's an ice rim, and beyond the ice rim there is more land, and then there is, I guess there is only two.
There's kind of another one.
To be scrambling.
Very much Masonic.
Much silver and
There's a version that's kind of a combination of all three, like the concave, the flat Earth, and the globe Earth. As far as Earth and Adama would be two different things. One's the ground we stand on, Adama, like Adam's named after it. And then Earth itself is the entire universe. Dome and the foundations thereof, all of it, which would have more of a rounder shape, and then it's flat where we are. Everything's flat. You can't get out of this thing. Like, this is it, and you're in it. How do you get out of the machine that you're like? You can't escape it. You can't step outside of existence. But there's an image that's lined up with what I'm talking about. This is more of a speculation thing. I'm not saying it's a belief. I'm telling you that there's another model, and it's tied into some Masonic beliefs, and it's weird because it's actually a fourth version that's a combination of all three of these.
Yeah, kind of go. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. It kind of aligns with the cosmic egg, where we are living in one half of the egg, and there is as above, as so below, and stuff like that. Where we have the black sun underneath, and all that kind of stuff. Right?
I think it's good. They're going to try and introduce that, and as a way to unify all of this crap and lure people away from the truth as well. It's kind of it's a shitload of half truth. In order to paint a picture and make another cartoon. And I'll just sip my coffee for a second while we have a moment of silence for the globe. Nobody's been outside of our entire framework of existence, so to portray an image like this is where we live, is silly. No, you have to be God to see that.
So you don't think that the first option would go would be fake and alien invasion or something like that to unite all the common countries?
I was thinking that the third that option that I was talking about, like the fourth option. Outside of these three paradigms.
Yeah, but that's just very far from
that's just multiverse bullshit where people don't believe. They're 99% sure they're where they are. They're going to get it. Oh, well, you see that because it's real for you. Will be the next thing. Yeah, that's real for them. That's what they actually see. That's their world. But see, we're in this crossover multi-dimension. It's going to get so freaking weird, dude. They're already setting up for it. Nothing matters. Everything's true. It's all your truth, my truth bullshit.
Yeah, but I mean...
The fake alien invasion, I'm pretty skeptical of myself. I think it's... If they were going to do it, they would have probably done it already.
Why fake
it? Why fake it? Never. I'm not going into that. Why?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Why fake it?
Someday, dude.
No, I just think it's something that they probably would have or should have done already. Now, it's been talked about way too much. It's too out there, like that, and it's too obvious. Like pretty much everybody in this community or just truthing in general, like it's like, yep, just wait for the fake alien invasion.
What would we do if it happened?
For that reason, I'm like, either they can't do it now, or they're just not going to do it now, or it's too late to do it now.
You also have to consider that right now we are not in the end game or whatever you want to call it. Like, they have just introduced worldwide lockdowns. They are still pulling on the climate changes and stuff like that, and maybe at some point there will be curfews after 6 or something like that, so the society can start shut down, so there is less CO2 emission and stuff like that, introducing more kinds of lockdowns. And when we have a lot of when the lockdown has been 100% printed into our brain, that is a normal thing. Well, at some point we are entering complete 1984, where we are more indoctrinated by the screen, more than we are now, where they can pretty much just show an alien invasion on the screen and people will believe it because they're shut down so much that they're believing everything. It's a gradual progression. I'm not saying they don't want chaos. They are controlling us and pushing us in the direction slowly.
The richest people on the planet are buying up all the farms.
You're breaking up, bud. Either you are or I am.
So if you consider that it's all a slow progression, well, yeah, the idea about an alien invasion tomorrow, that would be a drastic change. That would be chaos. Shutting down the economic system tomorrow would be chaos, and they don't get benefit from this. If they gradually introduce more kinds of lockdowns and control measurements, at some point the only information stream we have, because we're not seeing other people pretty much, is our fucking TV screen, you know? Mm-hmm. And then our neighbors, and we're talking about the same TV programs.
I have to agree with Lou. I don't think there's an alien invasion coming, because everybody's sitting going, just wait for it.
Did you hear what I said, P-Mike?
Yeah, I did. Sorry. The richest people on the planet are buying up all the farmland, and they're stopping people from fishing, and they're stopping people in Holland from fucking doing it.
And they're narrowing the things we can do. And on top of that, they just introduce, lockdowns and stuff like that. And over time, they're narrowing down what we can do in our, for example, 15-minute cities and stuff like that. And at some point, we are just in this 15-minute world where you can only leave your home for 15 minutes, and the only thing you have for information stream is the radio and TV programs, and we all know who controls that.
Yeah, but the more draconian they become, the more lockdowns they enforce and stuff like that, the more people become skeptical of them. They're less believable, not more believable, because they're being bigger dickheads. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be the dream, that people are actually becoming more and more skeptical. But we're still a super minority.
Sorry.
I don't know if that's. I mean, dude, when it comes to this recent thing, hardly anybody takes it seriously at all anymore. It doesn't matter what they say on TV; they mostly just shut it out and ignore it. At least the people that I know, or that I've come across, even it's only the people, that are so far gone on the left and just want to believe anything, and they do it for political motivated reasons, not because of using any kind of thought of their own, or it's just they just trust their government so much, and I find it hard to believe that they could even actually trust them that much. It's just that they're good little sheep that do what they're told. That's it.
I get that, and I also hope it really is like that. But I am also skeptic because for what I experienced myself, I can bring up what happened those 3 years, and the only ones that I would find that would be skeptical about it was people that was already skeptic about it, people in the environment I was roaming myself. but Mr. and Mrs. Ground Beef in Denmark, they still believe it deep in the heart, and the youth is also being brought up with TikTok, the dog training, and all that kind of shit. So they don't care at all. They're just doing what they're being told. The youth is what we have to focus on because they're the ones being molded into this scenario. The old people that is 40 plus doesn't really matter. They're too old to fight, and so it's really the youth we have to be concerned about.
That's a good
I
point.
agree with that. Yeah,
because
all this that we're seeing right now has nothing to do with us. It's
they're moving in generations.
It's about the children who this is all they're going to know. The wearing the masks and the plexiglass and the frickin' going back for boosters every few months and
and you have to think
not the nonstop propaganda. It's the only reality that they know, but it's up to us, to raise our children right and tell them,
most of these kids, they're getting, for example, a smartphone or an iPhone or something like that at the age of 4 or 5 at the very earliest, and they're probably getting these devices in parent stating where they cannot visit every single home page they want, and they're also getting all these commercials, and all these commercials is all pro-government, and all the things they can see is pro-government, except for gaming that is pretty much just removing their time span and interest in learning real stuff. But the youth is the concern. It's not us. It's not us who have lived half our lives. I mean, we should be the one fighting right now, 100%. But it's the youth we have to be focused on.
Do you think that people are really that stupid, though? What kind of dystopian society are we moving towards?
Yes.
It's not about people being stupid. It's more like what is the opening? One of the opening lines in the Truman Show. People perceive the world as it is fed to them, or something like that. I can't remember the direct quote. Yep. And that's pretty much as it is. So if they are being fed this world at the age of 4 and 5 and 6, while they are developing their critical thinking up to like whatever school year it's completed, well, then they have them. Then they have them in control, and the indoctrination will be a long process to get them out of again. We can look at 1984. That's a good example of complete indoctrination throughout generations. Like even the kids will snitch on their parents because it's not love; it's love for the government or for the system.
Yeah.
Aha. I was playing devil's advocate here. Why? What kind? Sorry, dystopian society are we moving towards where our kids? We're long gone. Our kids, our grandkids are living in a society where the internet is everywhere. You're eating crickets. The world's round. Take these drugs. Shop. Sorry. My question is, what is the purpose? What is the end game of putting humanity in that state?
I'm not sure if there is even an end game. You also have to think about the quote-unquote controllers. They are also just, outcome of generations of the same mantra set or the same rule set. So, for example, if you go 200 years back to one of the early Rothschilds, for example, is his ideas the same ideas as the one that is performing the ideas today, the main fucking rule set or whatever? Maybe he had a different idea in mind, but that idea has just been lost over the generations. So I think they're just dealing with what they have, and they just want to push the ideologies of, for example, what is it called, eugenics, for example. We know that BG and his family is very much involved in stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Mimius says, I don't think the controllers actually have that much control. I just think they're dealing with what they have,
Like inheriting a machine.
Yeah, exactly, and maintaining
how it runs,
maintaining the blood bonds and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's moving forward, but you have no idea how to even rebuilt. Like, you don't know how it was built, really. You're just trying to maintain the crap. It's falling apart like the Black Pearl. Got
Yeah, exactly.
Holes blown into it, and you're still just moving forward.
Yeah, for example, they have one problem, like the monetary system was set up in a certain way and it worked for a very long time, and many people prospered from that, even regular people. But at some point, this economy debt bubble had to burst at some point, and then these guys is in a pickle because they have to figure something out, because if they don't, well, we will have a society collapse, Ragnarok, and maybe they won't be able to maintain power, so they have to implement something where they can maintain their status or their blood bonds and secure their family lines and more, you know?
Yeah. I think it's worse than what I was saying. You know, have you seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? Like the one where the ships run on the rocks and the guy's just pulling the rope, and it's not even doing anything. He's doing nothing. But he's working as hard as he can for his life to try and keep that ship afloat, even though it's already wrecked. And death is coming. And Davy Jones is on the way.
Great analogy.
The ship isn't sinking, it's already sunk.
It's gone. That's a great analogy.
But if they could pull off something like a digital currency, well, then they have some security for quite some while, because it's easy to manipulate with. It's easy to hide debts and bubbles or bursts, you know. Yeah. But when there is a physical money, if there is a physical monetary system, it's what we have right now. Like we saw it back in 2008, 2009, where we pretty much was seconds away from a complete economical crash, but it was safe somehow with the influx of printing money. Exactly, because there is if you look at pretty much every single nation in the world, there is not a nation that has profit. Maybe a few, but rest of them is in deep debt, and who is to pay that thing? And they all like in America, the reason the American government can borrow money from the Federal Reserve is in the promise that they are taxing the people. So, and it's always a downward spiral, because every time they borrow more money, it's printed money, and there is an interest rate.
And taxes are not about paying for whatever the hell. It's about regulating power. The currency is the power. So they have to regulate it. They have to have the Internal Revenue Service. If you break down the etymology of those, inward, come back, slave. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with if I go down into a bank and I want to borrow 100,000 Danish kroner. When I sign that paper, I created those money, but I'm still and that is the promise. And then they can, and with an interest rate, it's the same when the government is borrowing money. As soon as they sign those papers, they have created that money with the promise of taxing the people.
The system is dying. They have to reset it. They have to reset it and put it back to start.
It's a zombified machine made of dead men's bones.
Yeah. There is a great reset coming. I believe that.
There is. There's these years of Jubilee that you cannot control. People have to submit to them whether they like it or not. They're preparing for it. That's what this whole Great Reset thing is about. They're just accepting it, but they're trying to control what happens and act like they planned all. No. There's ages of war and ages of Koshek, light and darkness. And it's going to happen. It's inevitable. We have times of enlightenment and times of darkness where things get really serious. Kind of like the, bad times make strong men. Good times make weak ones.
Yep.
We're heading in for some really bad times, guys. We got a lot of weak men out there.
They've done a very good job of making weak men weaker.
Yeah. These dudes don't even know how to throw a beard together anymore.
Hey, dude, I wear a man bun. Fuck them.
They can't even grow half of a mustache. It's all peach fuzz. And dresses.
Neck beard.
Yeah, neck beards.
Hey, don't talk about the mullet like that.
Neck beards and moo-moos.
Do you have a neck beard, Tim?
No, I shave my head 2 times a week.
Hey, I'm not hating on the neckbeards who actually have skills and wit. But the rest of them, y'all suck. You're posers. Get some skills and wit.
That's crazy, huh?
I always respect somebody who's got skills and wit. I'm just saying.
I put a couple £100 in my glove compartment today, and as I closed it, I realised that was just paper, and I rely on that. It's just paper. It's just paper.
You can't eat it. You go to the store and somebody. I'm just saying, you can't eat it. It's a representation of your time. You're like, this is how much you're worth to us. Your life is worth this much per hour.
So big.
You would think of your fuel that you put in your vehicle of more value than the time that you actually apply to your own life. I mean, how much gas is there and how many years do you get? And you divide that down by how many hours you have. How much is your time really worth? And you're not guaranteed tomorrow. So if you only live like 4 years, your 4 years are worth more than somebody's 70 years per year. Because there you go. Boom. You've got all 4 of your years right there. That's like 100% of your lifespan. Of course, we can harbor more. But I'm talking about the value, the preciousness of time. Not the knowledge and all the stuff we gain and experience. The preciousness of the moment. I've seen so many people die. Not just from the Rona crap. Like, just so many people gone. And you don't get to tell them you love them again. They're just gone. That's it. You got the good memories that you had. And you wait, and you wait, and you wait until next time, until you see them again.
There is this thing. People are never really gone if someone is still remembering them. And this is why, for example, people want to, back in the days, they wanted to be known so they could be written into the history books so they would never be forgotten.
Yeah, and it's better to be infamous than forgotten. So if you can't be famous, become infamous.
Jack the Ripper is still in our hearts today.
Yep, he'll always have a treasured spot in the hearts of people around the world.
And you can't be successful without a few haters.
I mean, sometimes it's the haters that is making them famous.
You can turn any story into a motivational one if you try hard enough.
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, and the guy got sick. He got the orange juice. And, you know, he died anyway, but the truth is it didn't turn the frogs gay. So, moral of the story, go get your orange juice.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of, I mean, I could call it anecdotal evidence, but the frogs are definitely turning gay. Just saying. Seeing a lot of gay frogs. If they're not gay, they're at least kind of bicurious frogs. They're transisting.
They're transformers.
Transformers. Oh God. Caitlyn Jenner in the new Transformers. I need to go to sleep. I'm making myself laugh too hard. God.
Does
I had that,
anybody
like,
hear?
you stay up all night and you start getting weird. Sorry, my bad, B-Mac.
Does anyone want to hear a funny story?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can handle it, but go.
You ready? Right. Here you go. My phone rang. That was my dad. Right. Now, I know he doesn't like me drinking. So I thought, right, I'm going to answer this and pretend like I'm the soberest bastard ever, right? So I answered it and he went, hello. I went, hello, Dad. I said, what's up? He said, I just called to say hello. I said, what did I say? What? Who are you, Lionel Richie?
Sorry, I don't understand Irish.
I just called to say I love you.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. The last part, we didn't make out what you said. He was.
Sorry.
He's making a reference to a singer, like he was making a reference to a song.
But I was pretending to be completely sober, Because I know my dad doesn't like it. Are you drinking again, Paul? No, why? Well, you just, I said hello. I just called to say hello. I said, yeah. I said, what are you, Lionel Richie?
It took me a second to get it. I had to piece it because I had to translate your accent.
You're fucking drinking.
He called you out.
Yeah. I'm going to be the most soberest bastard on the planet. Hello, Dad. How's it going? I just called to say hello. What are you, Lionel Richie? Well, they're fail. I failed miserably. I just called.
Now you got the song stuck in your own head.
And you're going to go to sleep with that in your head.
So I can delete songs and play another one.
No, you'll wake up with that song in your head, I guarantee it.
Might wake up with a song stuck, but I can actively choose to play a different song. Like I've got an iPod up in here. And click the next song on the track on the playlist. Sometimes I don't know what the next song is, but I can still click next.
Chuma just said, he says, Paul, are you drinking? Because I just called to say hello. I said, what are you, Lionel Richie? Are you drinking, Paul? No, I'm dancing on the ceiling. Oh, fuck me, I cracked myself up.
I wonder if we could pull off going into one of these Globy servers.
Yes.
And pretend and LARP that we're ex-flat earthers.
I didn't have to hear the rest of it. I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm down. Whatever Jay's saying, let's go.
We go in and LARP and just go in and say, can you believe the flat earth people are so stupid that they say that there's no proof of curvature?
That would be fun, but they already know us all. We'd have to come up with alt accounts to go do it for sure.
Not only alt accounts, but backstories too, because how are you going to... We just honestly talk about ourselves, so now we have to make fake versions of ourselves.
That's too much work.
Alt aliases. I'll get the manila folders out and put everybody's name on them.
Yeah, and then we'll have to just go in and act like we don't know each other one at a time. Like a few of us go in.
To be honest, I think that we would do a lot better job at infiltrating a Globe Earthers server than they ever could going into any Flat Earth server anywhere.
Oh, absolutely.
We might even actually get moderation power because we know their models so well. Be like, you idiot! Come on, man. You're gonna go talk to these flat earthers and make you look. You're making us look dumb. What the? And then teach them the shit. But subliminally flat stack shit out of all of them.
Can you believe they're so stupid? They think that since they saw 20 miles over the end of the globe that they can't figure out that that's just because of refraction. They're that stupid.
Drop legitimate FE proofs, but then make the dumbest argument against it. But you're really just citing all these other things like hills of water and shit. And people, what the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about, dude? You're just like that, and you're citing all these other guys. Like, look, man, I'm saying.
I mean, you can't see over the hill of water, but yet so we know it must be refraction, and they think that it's flat.
Then we call them idiots for not believing in the hill of water. Like, dude, the moon pulls on what was wrong with you? There's obviously a hill of water there, man.
Yeah.
Shut up. You're making us look dumb. Shut up. You're right there. That would be like I couldn't do it. I'd be. There's no way. I laugh too much. I can't do stuff like that.
Well, you just have to say that that's how stupid these flat Earth people are. That it just makes you laugh.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they do come in here like a bunch of bumbling idiots. So I mean.
Yeah, it wouldn't last very long because really, you would just have to You would have to sit and just be like, yeah, duh, like everybody knows it's like a globe, like, and then it's over. Like that's how you sound like a real glober. You have no argument. You just stop there and be like, everybody knows.
Oh shit.
Can you believe these flat earthers would say that you actually need proof? Can you believe they're that stupid that they can't understand the consensus of science?
The people who do this like actually make money off of it though. They easily make multiple counts, play both sides of the field, trigger events to happen in order to produce more money on their own server. Internalized drama with stock accounts. And you know that these people are like slimy enough to do that sort of thing. They get bored, there's not enough traction, so they like create a fake account that this dumbass flat earther they can make fun of. Because they're not going to pose any real arguments, anything we would actually say. So they've got to do the straw man thing. Then you've got people witnessing that, right? So then they'll take the information they got from that, seeing that event. They come into places like this thinking that, oh, everybody must be like this flat earther that I saw over here. And it's a clown. It's not even a real flat earther. It's to create drama so that you got ad revenue.
Exactly. Yeah. Can you imagine going in there going, can you believe that flat earthers are so stupid that they think that the earth goes on forever? They don't think that it's or they claim that it's not a spinny pizza ball on a spinny pizza disc that we know that's what flat earthers really believe, but they're so stupid they go on their servers and say no. That they try to trick people into thinking that it's something different.
Or they'll talk about the Flat Earth Society version of things. Like, you create this off-the-wall garbage and start speculating from nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, what if it's this? And for those people, it's all what ifs and maybe, and it's all speculation.
Oh yeah, of course.
Measurements, models. Show us some evidence.
Can you believe they want evidence for this? They want measurements for this? Can you believe that?
There's no way that you could ever infiltrate a server, though. You'd have to get a voice modulator and change your voice in order to... You're recognizable, sir.
Oh, absolutely. That's the problem, is they would...
It's funny, though. There's nothing new coming from any of these arguments. It's all the same crap, and it's all people rehashing and regurgitating the same stuff that we saw like year one. Year one. This is freshman grade crap.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I just... the question in my mind is, are the people who come in here on Discord, how many of them are actually truly Globers, and how many of them are just looking for some cheap entertainment? Even
if you don't know the Globe Earth model, how could you actually authentically call yourself a Globe Earther? They're
100%.
They're poser earthers because they don't even know the globe model, so they're not actually even a globe earther to begin with. That's just a belief, which is more along the lines of heliocentrism and occultism, not Earth must be globe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because as we refer to most of them as just anti-flat earthers, when in reality, I think most of them are like, oh man, let's go over and just flood their server and see if we can flame war. We'll just see if we can flood it.
He's went out, he's looked, and he honestly claims, I believe that the Earth is this because I've went out and I see that, okay, whatever, you ran the numbers and you believe that, alright, you believe that you are a globe earther. These people aren't, though. They don't even look, they don't know. They've just been given a pamphlet and now they believe the show.
Well, it's part of gamer culture. It's part of gamer culture. So you're right, Barrington. Like a lot of the people who do come in, they come in to troll, and that's it. They don't really care. They don't have a stance. I mean, they assume they live on a globe, but they don't have any care if it's a globe or not. They're just here like you're saying, just trying to earn some fucking points with their buddies for trolling some people, and that's about it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go flood their chat. Let's get about 20 of us in there, and we'll flood it so they can't talk amongst themselves, and then we'll congratulate each other and go back and play our Call of Duty or whatever the hell they play now.
Their Call of Fortnights.
Yeah. I've never gotten into the game culture. I don't judge it or anything. I just not in my ball of wax.
I think that gaming could have.
A long time ago, like probably Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 3 even.
Can be very useful.
There was one of the medals that you could get in the game was called Troll Army, and it had that troll meme on it. Like that was an in-game medal made by the game maker, which was what, like, is that DICE or no, who was that made Battlefield? Anyway, yeah, it's one of the achievements in the game is to be part of the Troll Army.
I agree. Yeah, that's not surprised.
Social engineering. We are legion, for we are many. We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Troll army. Get everybody trolling anonymously, just talking crap. It's all about the chaos, generating that energy. The controversy sells. Almost as good as fear and sex.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I think the very first guy I tried to check in on the VC check-in line, he was pretending that he didn't understand English very well. And, but I'm kind of was on the fence the whole time about talking about him, talking with him, and then out of the blue, he says, "Oh, are you done talking? Can I get in now?"
Oh, wait, what? I remember that.
Yeah, you were there with me, right? Yeah. I knew you were. You would know what I was talking about, but thanks for everybody listening to it.
That honestly pissed me off, man. Like, act that rude after you were being so patient with him.
Yeah, and I figure his whole don't know English was just a troll anyway. I figure that he did know.
He slowed his own ass down by even doing that, because you wouldn't have taken so much time with him if you thought that he understood what you were saying properly. Would have been done with. But then he caused his own problem, then complained about, like, dude, just be upfront with us. You're right, though. It's a troll. Everything has to be a lie to begin with. And we can break them of that. I've seen it happen so many times.
Yeah.
You got to humanize yourself first, because they've already dehumanized you in their mind before they ever came onto the server.
Yeah, which is what that guy did by pretending he didn't know English when he did.
Yeah. Pretending.
Because I said enough things. Because you can tell when somebody's malingering about not knowing English, because he could understand enough of what I was saying that was complex that it was definitely a put on.
Yeah.
He responded to a few things that I said that if you can understand that, then you can understand this other stuff too.
Yeah.
And that is a tactic. Like, that's a tactic of a lot of English-speaking countries that, like the Japanese will do it, where what they'll do is they'll bring, say they want to come over and buy your company, or they want to negotiate a contract with you. They'll bring over all these executives and a translator, and everybody else will never speak a word of English. And then you, so they'll only speak through the translator. However, what they're really doing is that they all know English very well. So what they're doing is they're buying themselves some time and trying to throw you off a little bit.
I think that's part of it, but also they're testing you to see if you're actually like going to try and pull one over on them, or if you're going to actually to be up front, like straight up, because they know full well what you're saying. They have you thinking you're speaking through a translator who, oh, this is just some dummy whatever getting paid to be here, and these are the big boss dudes. I got to say,
when that guy's actually one of the bosses, that guy's one of the bosses too. He's
the translator might be the big wig. Like he was literally talking to boss, the CEO of the company, and he thinks it's just some, employee.
Yeah, the first time that I heard it, the first time I heard that story, he was actually prepared by a consultant that was Japanese, who made him practice to say in Japanese, "I know you all can speak English, so please speak English." And then, of course, it changed the whole course of the story. And I've read that in a few different places. And then, like, when I was selling cars, the Chinese people would come in, and they would usually bring, 6 or 7 or 8 adults, and then there'd be a kid about 10 years old, or 7 or 8 sometimes, that they would want to use as their translator. And then I would just tell them no.
I would never trust any of them because they're bilingual. Like they learn English in school. So the only possible Japanese person who might exist who doesn't know English is like some super old person who refused to learn, and they lived out in the boonies. Like they just happened to be way the heck away from anybody. And okay, maybe there's a couple of those. And I mean, they're pretty old, so most all of them are going to know English.
And they know it better than we know it, frankly.
Yeah. Because they actually read.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's giving me story ideas.
Say again.
That's giving me a story idea.
Yeah.
First thing you have to do is see that translator. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, right. Fuck out of here.
It's like useless.
Yeah, there's one of the funny things. I saw a show.
Sorry, my bad.
No, I was going to say I saw this show to where what they did was there was 2 people trying to communicate. Like this would be like in Texas or California. I don't remember which. So they would go to a place where a lot of Spanish people were, and they would ask, can you translate for us?
Hola.
To some random bypasser. And then so they would start speaking, like one would be speaking Spanish, the other would be speaking English, and then they would start switching. So then they both would be speaking English, and then the translator would never skip a beat and would just keep, or then they would as they would stop, then the other one would start speaking in the opposite language, and they'd switch around. And very few of the translators that they portrayed on the show, picked up on it. Like the one person was speaking Spanish would just start speaking English, and the translator would then just rephrase what the person said in English again. Kind of. Now, who knows how many they left on the cutting room floor? Because that's what they do on those shows. Is anybody who catches on, they just leave it on the cutting room floor. But
kind of related to that, it's pretty funny. I was on a job site, and there was a couple of Mexican guys working there, and I'm playing my music, a bunch of rock music in English. But then I put on a metal song that's actually in Spanish. This Mexican guy, all of a sudden, he's like freaking out. He's like, oh shit! Like for a second, I thought I knew English. Like because it just switched over. He wasn't expecting it. I'm like, why am I understanding this?
That is hilarious.
That's awesome. I think it's a great story idea, by the way. Just tell the translator GTFO.
Jay, do me a favor. Listen to that one.
What's that, buddy?
Listen to the video I just posted.
Oh, do you speak English? Hang on a second. Let me place this on mute and I'll look at it.
In fact, everybody watch it.
That's funny. I like that. That's great. That's actually excellent. I do like a lot of the Brit humor.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Oh lordy, where's the vicar?
Do you speak German?
Sprachen Sie Deutsch?
Nein.
No, sprachen Sie Deutsch.
Dutch? Yeah, I can.
No,
I speak. I can. That's Simon Pegg. You know, he's big now in the States with Star Trek and all that there. He started off as a comedian. Yeah.
Are you in the UK?
Hello.
Hey, Mac.
He's in Ireland.
Say again.
Ireland. Yeah, he's in Ireland. He's from
Oh,
Ireland
Ireland.
anyway.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. From Ireland, yeah. Cool. Yeah, the BBC does have some really good comedies, like Keeping Up Appearances was great. And then Are You Being Served? That's a good bit older, but that was really good too.
$10:30. Oh, dang it. In a world where no curvature can be found.
And no, I used to be a flat earther, but now I switched to being a concavist. I believe that the earth, we live on the inside of it. And you're stupid if you don't believe it.
Still more believable than the moon landing.
That's why we say we're concavists. Because if you believe NASA, that means you're deceived by the military. Oh my God, you're just stupid if you do. But we believe Admiral Byrd because he's literally a military officer, and you're just stupid if you don't believe every word he says. So here would be some non sequitur for you to take to a globe server while pretending to be a ex-flat earther. This is a good one for you. You ready, Ethergrass?
Sure.
Gosh, it's just so ridiculous that flat Earth people just can't figure out that you have to trust some other people that, like, just because I can't test my engine, they tell me that it's a 4-stroke engine, and I can't test that, but I know it's a 4-stroke engine because the engineer told me. So flat Earth people, they're stupid. They can't figure out that the engineers and the doctors and the scientists know what they're talking about when it comes to engines and orange juice and the shape of the Earth and everything else. That they're just so stupid that they haven't figured out that we have to just believe their science. I mean, I don't know how gasoline works. I mean, I know that it burns and catches on fire, but I don't watch that in my engine. I can't test that. So if I can't test that, how can flat Earth people test the Earth? We just have to rely on NASA to tell us what it is.
Just rely on the one who created it, who invented Earth, to tell you what it is.
Say that again.
I was just I was muttering a comment about how, well, relying on the one who actually created Earth to help you figure out what it is, pretty beneficial. I mean, I guess it's kind of an unfair advantage. It's almost cheating to ask the developer for assistance. Well, meanwhile, everybody else is just kind of making guesses.
Well, that's smart, because we like to talk to Charles Darwin by reading his book, too, because he's the one who developed all this.
What's funny is Darwin didn't even, like, the modern form of evolution has nothing to do with Darwinian evolution. So he had a bunch of evidence for adaptation and firmly believed in it, and I agree with him on a lot of that stuff. Like, yep, things adapt. Like kinds turn into things that are like their kind, and they adapt in various cool ways. That's neat.
It still doesn't mean that man came from a monkey.
Yeah.
See, it's the modern scientist reminds me of this Baptist preacher that I once heard. I had to suffer the indignity of going to this church because my cousin was visiting from out of town, and he thought it would be a nice church. And so the preacher, I was mentioning this last night, so it may be a hair redundant, but the preacher went on and said...
remember, but there's others who haven't heard.
Yeah. He went on and said, my job as a preacher is to tell you something and then prove it from the scripture. So he did this multiple times. He made a claim, a reasonable claim. He backed it up by evidence from the scripture. He then made a little bolder claim, and then he backed it up by evidence from scripture. So he did this 5 times. But then on the 5th time, he made his claim, and then he just said, my job as a preacher is to tell you something and show you where it is in the scripture. And then he ended his sermon. And the last claim was so far out there that it was definitely...
Oh, sorry, man. I thought I muted myself.
No problem. But just ultimately, at the end of it, the claim was so far out there, you couldn't prove it from the scripture, nor did he even try. But, just like him and the scientists, they tell you, oh, we've showed you 4 things, so now we're telling you this 5th thing, and so therefore you need to believe it because I've showed you 4 things and proved it, and now I'm showing you the 5th thing, and you have to believe it too.
Yeah. And the hypocrisy hypocrisy of it for one, but the assumption that people should just believe something because somebody just told you, yep, that's what that says. By the way, to explain the yelling into the microphone a bit about him, my son comes up to me with peanut butter on his face because he ate a PBJ, and I just told him to wipe it before, and he still hadn't done it again. I was like, wipe your mouth.
Well, tell him I'm getting anaphylaxis through the internet from it.
Don't go online, you'll catch the fear. Really, though, I think a bunch of people have become so... They believe they can get everything these days. They're afraid. Imagine being so afraid of mysterious things that can hurt you that you inject yourself with mysterious things that can hurt you instead of just eating what you actually need to eat and, you know, doing what you need to do in order to strengthen yourself. Getting sunlight, fresh air, water, the proper nutrition, exercise, all those good things. You build up. Let's just inject a whole bunch of stuff and build up that immune system like it's a computer. It doesn't work that way.
And there was a user on here I was talking to in the religion and spirituality room the other night from somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And he was talking about that he had the orange juice. And that...
Fresh out orange juice, huh?
No, I said he took the orange juice.
Oh, he took it. I thought he said he has no orange juice, as though he didn't.
No, he took the orange juice. And he was... he's talking about he's been sick.
Damn.
He said he gets sick every few days now from it. Ever since.
There's like a spectrum of symptoms, and a lot of people are in denial and won't even admit it, even though their health is declining. The worst of them kind of went in a weird way quickly. Thank God. But there's some weirdness going on with this stuff. A lot of different anecdotal results.
So there's a guy in...
Drop.
There's a guy in the lobby here whose name is Larpy.
Larpy. He sounds like a very trustworthy individual. I say we let him right in. Go ahead and VC verify him. Don't even have to chat with him.
Right, exactly. I mean, a name like Larpy, how could you question it?
Obviously tell him the truth. Doesn't matter what he says.
Right, exactly.
Clearly not a LARP.
So the proof is that if it was flat, it WPULD, so Larpy can also type really well, it would have an edge, but it doesn't have an edge. Martoth or Martoth or however he pronounced that says who? Larpy says us. Yeah, so that's
check in on this chat and see what this guy's saying.
This guy's funny. I can't wait to watch him spiral here shortly.
I actually want to honestly get a VC verified just so that we can take bets on how long he lasts.
Yeah.
I think it depends on who's in here, like which high level players happen to be in the VC at the time. Because if somebody joins in and they have like really quick speed runs, they could probably get them spiraling in like 15 seconds.
yeah.
But
They'll
then he
yeet them
could
out real
last like,
quick.
yeah, or he could last 13 minutes or longer.
He's been in there a few minutes.
Appeal to high ranks fallacy.
Fair enough.
He's been in there 4 minutes without getting yeeted yet.
It's not about the level of experience, but the skill of the player.
Appeal to skills of players.
Oh God. Fallacy.
Yes.
my only available counterattack at this point. And I must digress. If I make any further statements, I endanger myself. Signs of spiraling already.
It's Sunday. Good people around. I know I can make it. I know I can make
I
some
was talking
fun.
about this LARPy person. Like, the signs of spiraling already.
Let me check him out.
This is going to be fun.
I said, please join us in VC check-in.
No,
He said,
sir.
no, sir.
I'm going to send him Rick telling him to join VC.
I ain't staying in the server. Oh, there goes the spiral. You are letter R, all crazy.
Oh gosh, the spiral's already happening.
Yeah.
Wait, how long was that after I said 13 seconds?
Probably about 12.
Or was it 15? Yeah, it's... You're all crap. I'm trying to think of a response really quickly. What? Yeah, this is a speed run. They're going to do something to try and get Vander to leave, and that was the joke.
Yeah.
These ones are kind of fun, actually. Like, hey, look, a clown walked in, and they didn't even poop on the floor.
Yeah. It's sad when they can't even hit the floor.
Ah, jeez. I just want to see this person get into VC with, like, Indio or Chris or any of the... I don't know. There's certain people that are hilarious to hear them talk to people. Or Helio on the right. It's just hilarious to have them, like, give the Grand Inquisition as to why. Like, when he asks people why they're here, or how they got here.
Yeah, those are my favourite as well.
Why are you here?
Want some grapies? Yeah, this one's a fun one here.
The duck walks in. Got any grapes?
Yeah, now I'm talking to the boys here. But that's a fun. This is a fun spiral. What do you think it is that got him to spiral so quickly? Do you think he just realized he was out of his league, or Just nothing there, so bit off more than he could chew. Great. Good job.
I think we scared him away.
Probably. I hope he tells his friends. So telling these people to do exactly what they're probably going to do. So when they do go to it, they're doing what they're told. Oh, man. Oh. Horgan.
Yeah, who's that fellow? Is that a new guy, or is that one been there?
He needs to join the VC and get verified. I feel like we're on a fishing trip just waiting for one of them to bite. All right, reel him.
Hey, Andy.
Get in the boat. Get in the boat, fish.
Yo, dudes. All right, Tim.
How's it going, man?
Good.
Do you have a topic for Speculation Sunday?
No, not really. I was just going to say I was talking to a guy yesterday in the in the check-in, and I don't know. He sounded genuine. How can I put this? I could see through his ruse. Let's just put it that way. And he had a couple of red flags, which I'm not really going to mention. But one thing he did say, which is worth mentioning, is he said, "I'm ready to be convinced." And I said, "Well, if we convince you of anything, we've done our job wrong, because we're not here to convince you. We're here to encourage you to think for yourself. That's the point." But this guy was like, as I said to him, and I'll say to you, you will be exposed here eventually. You just will. So that guy wouldn't have got through for me, but at some point you realise, no, just fine. Just it's all good. As long as they're not going to start, it's not just, blatantly obvious. They're not out obscenities and whatever. Then, yeah, you might as well just let them through, because eventually they're just going to expose themselves. That's the way I see it. But, yeah, another thing, I watched that Megan last night, that new Hollywood movie, and, yeah, don't watch it. The guy's a right piece of shit.
Oh, like, you had to watch it to know that?
Well, funnily enough, my first instinct was, that's just Chucky. That's Chucky 2023 right there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I thought,
it's Chucky's girlfriend or whatever.
yeah. But then I saw a few reviews and people were saying it was like a horror comedy, and I thought, oh, there'll be some laughs. And yeah, there's not that many. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I just realised that it affected my brilliant mood I was in yesterday, and put me in a weird mood. Like I can't really explain it, but yeah, these I don't know, these Hollywood narratives and whatnot. They can get to you, can't they? You know, sometimes. And I sometimes naively believe, oh well, I'm beyond all that anyway, so it's fine. But no, they can get to you. So I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, is what you were saying about like the VC check-in. Exactly. That's how I do it too. And it's not really. I don't view it so much as a screening process. It's just to make sure that they have agreed to the rules, so that they can't claim that they weren't told when the hammer does come crashing down later. You know.
Yeah, and they also have to know that we're not flat Earth society.
We're not.
Yeah, I mean, we want to talk to these people, right? So put them through, and maybe we can talk some sense into them. It doesn't have to be. We're not. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to give them the third degree in check-in.
No. I just basically told him, look, we don't talk about the thing for obvious reasons, and beyond that, it was fine. I'm getting an echo from Barrington, I think.
Yourself, yeah.
I'm getting an echo from me. Hang on. Let me hit the mute here.
Yeah, no, it's interesting though from a psychological aspect just to listen to these guys, because you realise there's categories of these people, and you know, just as I suspected in the first place, yeah, there's lame douchebags that they're bored with Roblox and they just want a bit of a fun, bit of trolling. That's fine. And then there's these other people, and I suspect this server's full of them, of what I'd call controlled opposition type people who have joined certain groups, and I don't give a shit what affiliations they're with. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, it's just funny that the second people, they're the actors. They're the real actors who I suspect just want to climb up the tree, and I don't know, put their stupid whatever claims out there. I don't really know. And there's a few people in my head who I'd like to mention, but I'm not going to. But we know how the game's played. Is the point? Sorry, Tim.
Call people out, man. Please.
Oh no. As I said, they'll expose themselves anyway eventually. So.
Call them out, but don't do it live. Do it in one of the other channels.
Yeah, this Horgan fellow, he earlier asked what a glob is, and I answered him back, but then he couldn't quite figure it out. The only thing I could think of was a glob of snot. Does anybody else got a better answer for him?
Glob of snot.
Did everybody go back to sleep?
Yeah, I think so.
Notion. Much more.
Yeah, I'm just aware I'm in a bit of a pissy mood, so probably just the less said the better.
No, bro, that's good content.
No, it's fine for arguing with somebody who's trying to tell me I live on a ball, spinning ball. I'm fine with that. But anything else is probably best to just keep my mouth shut.
Well,
Maybe you should take more vitamin C. More vitamin C, that'll help with your mood.
Thanks, Lou.
Why do you think that you are not living on a ball, Andy?
Just my first-hand everyday experience.
Can you trust your senses?
I mean, I'd rather trust my senses than NASA, if that's what you're asking. Anyway, did some new people come in?
I don't think so. Maybe Alpaca Jet?
Alpaca Jet. Do you want to speak? What's their use, sir? Oh, madam. Oh, no.
We finally got a good snowfall yesterday, like 5 inches. It was fun for snowboarding in. Less fun to drive home in.
Lay down. Can you lay down? Good job. So Ethergrass, now there's four in a row who've refused to join in VC. So it must be a plan.
They're too chicken shit. They're nervous. They don't want to get YouTube famous or anything. They just want to troll in the background.
Seems like they're flying in and flying out, like just checking in and out. Oh! Silas?
Wait, Tim, is Flatty Holmes, or is that, have I just On Geo server.
Yeah.
I've only just realised that.
Yeah, I realized it fast because he was poking to me, and then he started to say some of the, I guess they're catchphrases or terms or something like that I use. For example, Eternal Cycloth, and I was like, there's only so few people that know about that, so that must be Flatty. So I checked my inbox, and sure enough, my Flatty box was now Holmes.
And who's that naked monkey?
Oh, he's a retard.
He's a retard.
Where do you see Naked Monkey?
Drama. You what?
Where do you see Naked Monkey?
In Loggy server.
Oh, is he in there?
No, just on the thing.
Screenshots, yeah. It was because I had poked to the Jesse dude, and Flatty, we kept wiling him up, but actually not saying anything. We actually let himself wile himself up and expose the true color of his emotional hothead. And Naked Monkey is Jesse's butt buddy, so he was defending him, white knighting him for no reason. And I told him a few truths, and since then he was like, "Oh, Shane, you have to kick Jim or I'm out." And that ultimatum never works, and Shane was just like, "What about neither?" And he left. Always good with some drama.
Yeah, I think that's basically the MO of that server.
Yeah, I mean, there's good guys over there, I'm not gonna lie, but there is something about, there is a lefty sense over the place. It's more about many of the mods, for example, and the high mods, they only got the role because they were friends with the owner and stuff like that, and Monkey was one of them. And I tried to be more over there objectively, like not taking side, but this Monkey dude, he kept modding his own interactions. He kicked people because he didn't like them and stuff like that. A lot of emotions. And I pointed that out a few times. And ever since I did that, he has hated me because I should not interfere with his actions, even though I was just trying to do the right thing. A lot of emotions, bro. A lot of emotions.
Hmm. Why don't you talk about your what is it, animism, Tim?
There's really not much to talk about it. It's just a matter of perspective and how we're treating this world and ourselves. And if we're treating everything as it's part of ourselves in some sort of way, well, we are going in a better direction. But everyone is going around like we are detached from everything else and treating everything and everyone as shit. I guess I would sum it up in David Suzuki's quote, that is, the way we see the world shapes the way we treat it. If a mountain is a deity, not a pile of ore, if a forest is a sacred grove, not timber, if other species are biological kin, not resources, or if the earth is our mother, not an opportunity, then we will treat each other with greater respect. This is the challenge, to look at the world from a different perspective. And I think you're spot on there.
And how does it contradict, the Bible, if you will? Is it that, it's false?
I don't think it has anything to do with the Bible. It's more like the grander perspective, the bigger picture. It's not so much about all these small denominations and ideologies and stuff like that. All these kind of things, they are the toxic matter of the world. It's all about perspective, because if we go back in time and we analyze the evolution of beliefs or something like that, we come from an animistic baseline, and then we start to make up these sky daddies, and sometimes throughout history that those sky daddies became one, and they started to fucking destroy all of the old world, and now we are here where we have corrupt governments and shit like that. It's just a bad, degrading evolution of our kind in a way. And I think we have to go.
Everybody trying to play hide the pickle, What the hell?
Hide the pickle. How so?
I don't know, man. Look around.
Well, you said it. What are you saying?
Oh no, I'm just drinking ice, man. What's going on?
Good, dude. Just trying to get a conversation going.
Yeah. How's everybody on this stationary Sunday?
Good.
Not bad.
Yeah. Good. Nice. Well, I can say one thing, that my love for football and just watching my team every Sunday has just slowly faded and just seems so irrelevant and minuscule, and just the love's not there anymore, man.
It's the Roman circus, bro.
Exactly. Right in circus, man. Give them food, keep them distracted. That's it. That's it. They had me for whole life.
Distracted, divided.
So is Speculation Sunday all Sunday now?
What's that?
It's called Sunday for a reason.
Is Speculation Sunday all day Sunday now?
Yeah, it's Sunday, bro.
I think it's an open forum. Of course, if new dudes come in here, we take them through the introduction, and yeah.
Look at me! I started a trend.
I think it just has to be Sunday somewhere, and that you have to be clear that it's speculation. So if I speculate that it's Speculation Sunday, then as long as I'm speculating, then I'm okay.
I think that's the biggest deal. Like you're like, this is purely speculation. Like you have to state this. If you don't state this, then we have the right to jump all over you and ask for proof.
I mean, I just see it as it gives us an open forum day where we are allowed to break out of the
bubble.
No, the in lack of better words, the script, and actually dive a bit deep into, for example, let's say the moon map Earth, and actually make sense of things. That it's not just like we cannot just have outrageous ideas. We have to in some sort of way try to attach it to reality, you know.
Right.
So yeah. So talking about alternate universes and stuff like that, we probably won't give us any constructive conversation going on. That would just be distraction, entertainment.
It's not objective. You can't live in another universe.
More philosophical.
Yeah.
No,
we should change the name from speculation to philosophical Sunday.
But like talking about what else is going on in the news, perhaps
stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, an open kind of form. That's how I see it.
Other things that are going on in the flat Earth. No, cool, man. I can't wait for it to get its own little notification at the top when it says announcement.
Oh, I actually think CB, after he became mod, he has done a lot of that. So I'm pretty sure when he logs on, if he does that anytime soon, he will probably do something like that. Or just open it up for him and he will probably take care of it.
Oh, listening, they're out there somewhere.
Well, Lou and Helio have get the props for being there when it first happened and saying, yeah, you know what, we need to have this. Despite what other people think, I think so.
Yeah, it gets a wee bit boring listening to fucking maths equations and how water bends and sign of courage. I mean, how we've been doing this now for fucking 8 years. We're done. So
I mean, the speculation must have some sort of logical baseline, and it should be. So we are not going away from our normal perspective of things, but.
Well,
right. Well, the speculation idea of Speculation Sunday came up before I ever got involved at all with it. But we had on one Sunday we started having some good speculation that was rooted in reality with observations and things and talk. There's been talk in the server about how we don't speculate and this and that, and that's just untrue. Speculation is an important part of finding truth. You'll never know where to look if you don't speculate a little bit, but it has to be logically rooted, right? And I'm not a fan of this stuff where a lot of people hear speculation or Speculation Sunday and they're like, oh great, now I get to talk about lizard people and fucking sleeping giants and shit that are mountains. And I know some of you probably are like, no, I want to talk about sleeping giants. Go for it, fine. But but that's not what I'm into.
That goes a little bit too far.
There might be some consequences for talking about something like lizard people, but I guess if it's admitted to be speculation rather than the other fellow the other week who swore that he saw a reptilian in Russia. I've
always seen the term lizard people just as grapplers for another kind of people, like that kind of sense. I never saw it as, this is actually lizard people going around metamorphing around, into human bodies.
Well,
a lot of people have not caught up on the nuance that when David Icke came up about with the reptilians, that he was not actually proposing that there was actually a reptilian. It's just that he wanted to talk about Semitic people, and they knew he knew that he would never get published if he talked about banksters and whatever else, and so he came up with reptilians as a pseudonym, or
that's
a lot of these people talking about reptilians. They've been on drugs and they've heard about David Icke reptilians, but they didn't get context.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about the bloodlines, the royals, and all that kind of shit.
Well, here's the thing. Did anybody notice? I think people have noticed.
Knows about what?
Most of the things he's talked about have come true.
Yeah, David Icke is a good source of a lot of good information out there. But as any other truther that has come out publicly and also had a following and also even went into the mainstream, they've always been hijacked and ostracized and being made into crazy people by the media complex and stuff like that,
My biggest thing was like just removing the argumentative side from the people. Like you can ask questions, just don't be such a jerk and let the other person be a little more open. I think that we need to have a little bit of openness between each other, and because not all of us are going to believe the same thing. We know what's true because of what's presented before us, and we can all be objective on the truth. But I mean, we all come from different backgrounds and different understandings, and so what brought us to flat Earth may not be the same for each person. I think it's kind of important also just to have the conversation, just to be open. It brings us closer together, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, because somebody said earlier about speculation being part of learning. I would make a little different nuance and say that you have learning that you have lots of evidence for, and then you have learning that you're still gathering evidence for. And you have learning to where you're trying to gather evidence for, but then the evidence ultimately shows that that was wrong. But it's all learning. I think you just have to be upfront with what stage of learning that you're at on that particular subject at that particular time.
Yeah, it's just nice to be a little more open and not be so closed-minded towards it's just normal, just like I might be using the word wrong, but to be open to a little more conjecture and a little more conversation. Like, instead of somebody telling something that they have learned to believe or something like that, say, "Oh, that's not true." Ask the question, "Well, what do you mean?" Like, just be open. Don't be closed-minded about it. Of course, some things you got to watch your P's and Q's on, but like if you're talking about current events, like Lou, you might be able to help with this a little bit because you know the toss a little bit better than us. Like if sharing a news story, I think sharing a news story might be okay, wouldn't it be?
Yeah. I'm never going to use the term birthing person. Ever.
No, you guys are kind of on your own right now with whatever you want to talk about. Like, no, I might have to go out and do some shoveling and clearing snow and stuff. So I might be listening though.
I was just using you as a reference for terms of service because you know it just about as well as everybody else here.
Well, what did you say there about sharing news stories and stuff? Like, yeah. I mean, if it's news, like they can't really stop you from sharing it.
Right.
Mainstream news.
Well, I think what he's referring to more is like taking mainstream news and then sort of reading between the lines of it, which is, I guess, would make it more fitting for speculation and stuff.
Right. It just opens the forum a little bit more, so that way we're not all like in this tight little box on how we have our conversation.
Echo chambers.
Right.
Jeez. Yeah, I agree.
And we can have our disagreements. It's important to have disagreement, so that way.
Well, I disagree with the fact that you disagree with me, so I'm just going to disagree with you right now. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Agreeing to disagree.
I disagree that you disagree with me, but agreeing to disagree.
Yep. It's weird working all the time now and then only having a couple days off here and there.
But you enjoy your days off more. You appreciate them more, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think really what we're trying to get away from is so many flat earth people out there have come up with their own unsubstantiated anecdotes and unsubstantiated ideas, and that they get so dogmatic on when there's no more proof for whatever they're saying than the globe. And so I think outside of that, as long as you're pretty clear that it's speculation, I think you're pretty safe. I think Sunday, because I've stated things that I've strongly speculate other days of the week, but I think we try to reserve a day to where we can encourage more people to and think outside the box, like you said. But ultimately, I think as long as we're clear that even in the middle of the week, if you're speculating on something, that's certainly acceptable, because yesterday, Mimas and I were speculating pretty strongly on some things, and I used the excuse, well, it's Speculation Sunday somewhere.
Yeah, you started that. That was your fault.
100%, I'll take the blame for it.
I enjoyed that.
I mean, we also just have to realize if there is no new guys, we can only talk, about the 3 points for that long, for example. So at some point we are getting out in speculation and sharing information land.
Yeah.
It's just a natural progression of conversing with people, I guess. Maybe not progression, but you know what I mean.
Oh, it certainly is a natural progression that we're going to start talking about the things that we know and we agree and we know we disagree on, and then we're going to work from there to we've either died or we hate each other or we've talked about everything there's to talk about under the universe.
Yeah.
I don't think we can ever reach that.
Also brings me back to the quote I started the day off with. It's a mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain an idea that you don't agree with.
Entertain a thought that you don't agree with, yeah. And you hold it in suspension.
Yeah, the stupid person talks about people. The normie talks about events, and the intellectual talks about ideas.
Bang.
Yeah.
Put that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
But so, like, when I say, like, anybody out there that's new, that's listening out there in YouTube land, and want to come in here and speculate, like, we got to go over what you think about the Earth first. Probably got to be from 30.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we're going to start at the basics, the ground floor, and start to work to the second floor and the third floor until we're on floor 13 and more beyond there. But we'll always have to start at the basics. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, I understand that. I didn't agree with that at the start, but now I realize that you have to have some kind of, like, I'm not trying to put you in a box or anything. You can speculate about anything, but you have to have some kind of science behind it, or proof, or something. Otherwise, you just go into the realms of fucking ridiculousness. But philosophically, Barrington, you and Mimas Aurelius.
Yeah, say that. Yeah. Are you referring to our conversation yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually had to leave, and I was pretty sad about the whole fucking thing, but I had to. But yeah, that was good because there was no boxes. It was a philosophical mind thought thing that you think maybe this way, maybe that way, but it wasn't ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%, because, there's things we know, and there's things we can infer, and there's things we can speculate. And if you say you're not going to talk about one of those three things, then you've really, really cut down avenues of exploration. And who knows if either of us were right in our similar but slightly different understandings and observations. It's kind of like yesterday I was at a ham radio event called Winter Field Day. I had my bride there. And the chiropractor she goes to is actually a ham radio operator, and he was there. And so we were talking about some things. And then he was talking about the recently that he saw some airplanes spraying their aluminum barium spray. And then we had a nice little conversations about chemtrails. And then at one point I just said, well, I know my observations, and I know exactly what I've seen, and I know exactly what we've experienced. I can't tell you what it is. I can't tell you what its purpose is exactly, but I know my observations. And I think as long as we're always rooted in what's our observation and what's our conclusion and then what's our speculation, then we can have some great conversations. But so many in this community that we're in, this flat earth community, just they go right past observation. They go right to conclusion because somebody else told them, well, the earth's flat. Oh, yeah, well, it looks flat to me, too. And they skip other observations, and they just go straight to speculation like...
Well, how about facts?
Yeah.
Aye. The British government sprayed shit off ships. I don't know what you call it. But they admitted that they did that. They sprayed it on the population. Bill Clinton, however many years ago, apologized that the American government made unauthorized experimentations on its own citizens.
Yeah.
That's live on TV, bro.
Yeah.
What happened?
That was because they were under scandal, though. And what people didn't realize was that, like, it still continued.
All the government has to do is go up and go, we apologize.
We apologize.
And everything's, oh, well, you apologize? You actually experiment on fucking innocent fucking citizens? You put LSD in there and you did that something? Oh, everything's all right. Yeah.
Oh, no, I apologize.
Yeah, well, that's okay then. We forgive you. At that stage, if that was in the 1920s or the 1890s, that government would no longer exist. In fact, it would have taken all those people who authorized that and hung them from a near tree.
Yeah.
Fact.
But it would have to get out on like a national level, and they just didn't have that back then. That's why.
I'll give you. Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying that's why like things like ham radio is so important. because people can communicate over long distances without the use of like mainstream means.
Yeah, you know,
I was just gonna say real quick. I need to become a. I was just gonna say real quick. I need to become a ham radio operator. I'm not sure you want to be licensed, but at the same time, it's like they can triangulate you anyway. So why not be licensed and just get everybody off your back for the most part? I mean, to communicate over long distances, that would be awesome.
I wouldn't touch mainstream media with your dick.
So the way I put it is this, is that becoming a ham radio operator, it's kind of like a little ceremony that you go through to a degree. It's like a little initiation ritual that you...
you wear hats I'm sorry, Brad. I'll shut up, sorry.
No, you're fine. No. I don't mind. I was just going to say it is a little bit of an initiation ritual more than it is, because once you take that test, you still don't really know how to be an operator. You kind of know a few things, but really it's just it's a ritual, and once you've done it, then the other ham radio operators will start sharing a lot more in-depth knowledge and understanding with you, because it's kind of like a shared experience, the studying for the exam and asking people, how to move on from there. I would say that what you will get out of studying for the exam, and as long as you do it with either operators in your area, that would be the best, is to find some operators in your area and say, hey, I want to become a ham radio operator, and have somebody who will actually help you. And the test is so easy. I mean, routinely, like 10-year-olds go take it and pass it. And even when there was Morse code involved, there were kids who were 10 years old who would go do it.
That's just a crazy idea. Is that when people go, hey, any good buddy on the 10-4 looking for a red 9? And like truckers talking to each other over ham radio?
That's CB radio. That's Cincy's man.
CB? Oh, that's not right. And so they said, well, these people are talking to each other over fucking wavelengths. Let's just give them Facebook Messenger so we can look at everything they say and regulate it.
Oh, yeah. But yesterday we were at the event, and one guy had an $1,100 radio, probably $25 or $30 worth of coaxial cable, and probably a $100 antenna.
That's more my car worth.
And but my point is, we were talking to people we're in southern Indiana. We were talking to people in Massachusetts, Texas, Oklahoma, just like they were sitting right next to us. Just this antenna was just a wire strung out more or less on a pole that like a pole that was like quickly erected. It wasn't anything fancy. But my point is, that's what an $1,100 radio can do. A $50 or $75 or $100 radio can do exactly the same thing. So you can get a $100 cheapie, and you can talk all over the world. And that's the great thing about ham radio is then when you get into building, you can build a radio for like $20 and your time. And ultimately, that's what I feel like they're trying to take away with all this digital stuff is we don't know how to build a simple little radio.
We can't let them do this anymore and talk to each other freely. We need to monitor everything. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think. And so the first radio signal was sent from. You know this. G.
Well, the first radio signal was that they admit to anyway. I actually speculate that they had radio for hundreds of years. But what they...
I agree.
What they willingly admit to is what's called a spark gap, and you could actually make a spark gap transmitter that can be heard for hundreds of miles with a decent sized battery, a couple wires, and a and like a nail, like a big like a woodworking file. And you take one of the wires, wrap it around the negative side of the battery, and then you take the other one and you drag it across the file, and that can be heard for hundreds of miles, depending on the weather.
So how did the first radio signal get from the US to the UK?
Yeah, so that was
off the atmosphere, right?
Well, we don't know. We don't know that's that's kind of what the paper. That's what it looks nice on paper. It looks nice on paper to draw it out that it must have bounced. And you can show that bouncing on a flat Earth or a round Earth. You know what I'm saying. On paper. But we can't actually go follow the wavelength, and we can't actually. But what we do know, what we do observe is, like, I can set up an antenna here, and people 50 miles away won't be able to hear me, or maybe even 10 miles away they won't be able to hear me. But somebody that's 1,000 miles will hear me, and then they'll send the message back to the person that's, say, 10 to 50 miles from me. So we do know that people up close can't hear you. They say it's because it's bouncing off the atmosphere. I don't dispute that, but I can't. I also recognize that that's speculation because, maybe it's going around. Maybe it's, who knows?
Yeah, what do you think is happening?
I have absolutely no idea. I just know that I have experienced that myself, that I've called out for people who's about 10 miles away from me, and then somebody that was several states away heard the other person then trying to answer back to me, and then kind of facilitated the two of us, and then we got on a much higher frequency to where we could hear each other directly. I literally have no idea as to why that's happening, but I think it's kind of like saying the Earth must be a globe because we can't see. I can't see Africa when I step off on the beach in Florida.
That's it's the most absurd thing you'll ever hear. And why would somebody think that? You want to know why somebody would think that? Because somebody was told a story that they could see a star 33 billion light years away, and because they can see that star, they think they can see forever.
Yes. It's the same. It's the same bad thinking applied to radio as applied to. But the only thing I can say about the theory of radio is whether it's exactly right or exactly wrong. Like, for instance, they claim that the speed of light is 300 million meters per second. And you can actually do this. You can actually take a radio, put it on a certain frequency, and then you can take that frequency and divide it by 300. And if you take and go cut a wire that's exactly that length and hook it up to the end of the radio will transmit at its most efficient. You can actually test that. And but who's to say that 300 is the speed of light? That 300 is some constant, but I say they haven't proven that that's the speed of light. That we know that number works, and we know we can actually cut it, and we can look at the dial of several different radios, and we can take several different wires, and you can test it. But the question is, how do we know that's the speed of light? And we don't. We just assume.
They probably measure the gaps between the crests too. I think that's what it is.
I mean, and I understand. I mean, and I roughly understand as to why they surmise that that's the speed of light. But every experiment that I've seen where they've, then turn around and try to test the speed of light, they've got like a fraction of a centimeter or something.
Yep.
And they're saying, oh, well, it went over at this 0.0000053 thousandths of a millisecond.
It's supposed to be a constant.
And so if you already presuppose a constant, you can probably then rig a test that will always give you that constant.
Yeah.
And then if you make that a longer thing, they say, oh, well, there's resistance of the speed with the medium that it's in. So
I find that hard to believe personally. Like the distance that you can transmit is dependent on the length of your cable.
So think of it like this here moment. When you set up a piano, you take middle C. That's going to be a wire that's going to be hooked up to the or underneath the hammer. It's going to be a relative certain length, just depending on, depending on a number of factors of how you want the sound out of the piano. And so they know, relatively speaking, how long that wire should be. And with an antenna, you can take a field strength meter and you can set it a few feet away from the antenna, and you can measure what comes out it. And if it's the frequency divided by 300, it'll typically be the most you'll get. Now, if you take it and you divide that by half, you're going to get a very similar readout. It'll be a little less, but not much less. That's called a half wave. Then you do a quarter, it's a quarter wave. But if you start getting like some kind of odd, so as long as it's an even number, like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16th, 32nd, 64th, typically speaking, that antenna will be what they call resonant. But if you go outside of that kind of binary, base 2, whatever you want to say, then you can start to measure it two ways. One is you put your field strength meter outside the antenna, and let's just say it's 9/10 or something. It's not going to be, it's the transmitted signal out of it will be a lot less. And then you can hook up another thing between the radio and the antenna called a standing wave meter, and you can actually then measure the wave that's reflected back into it. And so, and that's all based on that 1 out of 300, but what the hell is it? Why does it work? I just think it's one of these things that radio, we know that it works. I'm just not convinced that we know why it works. I'm not even convinced that radio goes in the air. I'm convinced sometimes that radio just goes through the ground. And if somebody said I was wrong, I'd say, well, you're probably right. But having said that, I don't agree with the conclusions, but I do know that the observations are correct.
Most of modern day technology is based on the invisible. We can't see it. And yet there's places on the earth where you cannot get a signal. But everybody believes it because fucking satellites. But if you're here or there, there's so many black points, you cannot get any signal at all. I'm getting feedback here.
That's probably for me, but no, you're right. And
radio waves, X-rays, gamma waves, fucking wireless waves, whatever they call them now, is 3G, 5G. It's all invisible. Electricity. You get, yeah, it's probably invisible too, but it's, you put it in a filament. Man's greatest invention has come from the unseen world.
One of my favorite things that I ever did was I took a little radio receiver, like an AM FM radio receiver, and I unhooked the speaker, and I hooked up a little incandescent light bulb to it. And then I wired up a little circuit with the photodiode, and then a little rudimentary amplifier, and then hooked a speaker to the other side of that. And believe it or not, as long as it's pretty dark in the room, what comes out that speaker is actually pretty good. It's actually surprising the sound that you can get through it.
What do you mean by dark in the room?
So imagine if you're taking your light and then instead of hooking a speaker, and you're going to put it in your bedroom or somewhere, you want the room to be pretty dark, so the photodiode that's going to see what's coming out the light bulb is, so you want it to be pretty dark, so there's not like a lot of light and everything else, because it's going to drown out the signal. But in high school, I experimented with that a bit, and it's surprising. You can actually get a pretty clear signal from just an old incandescent light bulb. So my point being, well, now obviously fiber optics, that you had some fiber optics then, but now fiber optics we're building a house and it's coming into our house now. And so fiber optics in 30 years has become a huge thing. And
would I be wrong in saying that 96% of the internet is underground?
99.999999999% is as sure as a Globey is that he's sitting in his chair is how much internet traffic's going through wire or fiber.
Fiber.
Some points it's wire, some points it's fiber, but virtually you can be guaranteed that as sure as the surety that a Globey has that he's sitting in his chair, which isn't 100%, but he's pretty sure he's sitting in his chair. That's how much internet traffic is, through some physical connection.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the maps of the undersea cables?
No, but I'm guessing they're humongous.
Well, just the only problem with the map like that is they have to shrink the world, and then they show these they show these lines, and so it gives a little bit of a misrepresentation. But having said that, it's really fascinating to see just what the quote World Wide Web of undersea cables looks like, and
well, here's the thing too. Over here, you probably have it there too. Satellite TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it became a massive thing, right? And my cousin was paying $35, let's call it dollars, a month to watch WWF, and football, and all that there. And the funny thing is, when I looked around, all the dishes attached to the side of houses aren't putting up. They're like 35 degrees towards the horizon. And there's a lot of places where if there's too many trees in the way or whatever, you're like, but isn't it supposed to be coming from up there? Shouldn't they just point this?
Well, so here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to understand about the dishes, though. So where the actual feed horn, LNB, I guess is what you call it.
Bro, I know what I'm talking about. No, I'm just kidding.
So the point that's feeding. I'm sorry. The point that's pointing out is not where the signal's coming from. So the signal is bouncing to the back of that reflector and then coming into. So it's not like 35 degrees. It's going to be more like 70 degrees. So the back of it's kind of like a mirror.
No. They're not 70 degrees. No way, bro. No way. No.
What I'm saying is you're seeing the arm on the satellite pointing to about 35 degrees, but what's happening is it bounces off the mirror in the back of it. Not it's kind of like a mirror.
Okay.
So yeah. So it's higher, but that still, to me, the only thing that proves is that with Google Project Loon or any other, who knows what's up there? We don't know what's up there. Only the people who take the equipment that's built and launch it, not the people who build the equipment. I actually had a guy. Oh, sorry.
I was just kidding. I said we could speculate.
Yeah, who knows what's up there exactly? There could be many thousands of things. There could actually be that equipment that they show pictures of here and there hanging off of some kind of carriage, like a big Zeppelin or something. Who knows? But my observation is that when I worked at the local radio station here in the 90s, about twice a month, our satellite networks would go down for a few minutes, and they would claim that it's because the satellite was transiting right in front of the sun. But it would be down 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then it would come back. Who's not to say that it has an approximate 6-month life, and the new piece is put up there, and then the old one's taken down, and the changeover takes about 5 minutes.
The reboot.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they're refueling the Zeppelin type device. I'm not saying that it's a Zeppelin. I'm just saying the equipment is definitely attached to something, and whatever that thing is, so maybe they bring one down and put the new one up, and then they take the one that old one comes down, they refurbish it and service it, and then 6 months later it goes back up.
Yeah, but is the signal coming from a tower, like a land-based tower?
That's the $64,000 question. Could it be coming from a tower somewhere and it's bouncing off the atmosphere as claimed with like HF radio? Who knows?
How do mobile phone? Sorry, let me just reiterate that. How do mobile phones work?
So your mobile phone, they have towers, and now these towers are everywhere. But what I'm getting at with the satellite device is you can actually take something and put over the satellite, and you can start to block out the signal. So you can kind of get an idea of where the signal's coming from, and it's not like your phone. It's not here locally, because you can have cell phones way out. I'm sorry, you can have cell phones out in these rural areas that aren't going to work, but then the satellite TV will work. So we don't know for sure whether it's some kind of tower. We're not sure if there's some kind of Zeppelin type device.
No, I get you.
Yeah,
I get you.
All I'm getting at is there's something there. We just don't know what that something is.
Yeah, but you can't send anything into space.
Well, and just because there's, and if you look at the maps of like where the satellites are supposedly at, it's a joke to say that a satellite's in space anyway. Because they're not that high up.
Sure.
So
I was laughing.
Yeah, and that is by their model. So to say that to say that there's satellite up there doesn't, is completely it's a different discussion than whether there's a satellite in space. I would say there's something around up there, though I have no idea what it is, but under no circumstance would I think that it's in space, because when you see how high those satellites up and then you see what their definitions of where space is, satellites are maybe like 200 miles or something, I think. I don't remember right off. I'd have to look back at the map. And space starts at like 700 or 800, and now they're saying that there's space begins on the other side of the moon. Because you still have atmosphere from the Earth on the other side of the moon, they say.
They did say that. That's about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, so then that means that no satellite has ever been in space. By that definition.
They just made the atmosphere stretch to the fucking moon.
Which you can just whatever you need at the time for your globe model, you just stretch it and pull it and twist it, and then if you decide you don't like it, you say, well, Professor Winklebutt, we thought he was right, but then Professor Husenwanker came along and disproved Professor Winklebutt.
That was funny, bro. And that's just satellites we're talking about. That's just fucking transmissions and towers and shit. We're not even talking about what their band is like.
Yeah. But there's also a reason to why satellite TV now has nothing on internet TV. I figure satellite TV is going to be a thing that's gone in the next several years, and
well, Sky has basically dismissed that now. They're using the broadband to bring you whatever you want. If you're in a dark spot where the engineer comes out, which happened to me and my dad, it was like we can't. There's too many trees at the back. So I thought it was satellite, bro. Well, Sky has now just come up with a new invention, only about 6 months ago. You don't need satellite anymore. They'll just stream it through the broadband.
Yeah, that's what we have. We have we watch our TV through the internet service. We don't even actually really watch any live TV. We just watch
whatever you
the
want
stuff that comes through.
Given to you by underground cables.
Yeah, we're watching through. We have a T-Mobile internet device that works through the cell phone service. It looks like a little coffee can size almost, and it's on sitting on one of our windows. And there's a tower that's about a mile east of us, and I believe that's where it comes from. We're way out in the boondocks here.
I know, it's crazy. I heard that glass is the worst thing you can put something behind to try and get a signal. But it's not coming through the glass, is it? Or to the wee box. It's all through underground cable.
Well, this here, of course, is all wireless, so it's coming through something. I don't know. Glass can be an insulator of electrical stuff, but I don't know that it's really an insulator of, the higher frequencies of like radio and the extreme high frequencies of wireless mobile devices.
Well, I suppose the point is, it's not coming to you from outer space.
Oh, no doubt about it. It's and it would be under anybody's definitions of these models. But we know they're allowed to pick and choose which word and definition and meaning and things like that they can just switch and change. So I think that when people talk about satellites, they're using space, the word space, more colloquially. But then when it comes to a more rigid or rigorous cutoff as to what space is, there's no way in this world that it's anywhere near space.
I suppose the point I was trying to make is 6, 7, 8 million people thought that they put a satellite dish on the side of their wall, pointing at 35 degrees, you say 70 or whatever, and the pictures that were being beamed to them were coming from a satellite. And but could be coming from something, but they're definitely not coming from outer space, eh?
Well, and there was, I want to say it was in the late 50s, there was a television service that was experimented with to where they had several different airliners that were of different companies that were going between the United States and the UK. And so what they did was they figured that they could put these devices on each plane, and each plane took off about an hour behind the other one. So, various cargo liners and passenger liners and things like that. And what you ended up with is you could end up with sending a television signal during the times that was active between the U.S. and the UK. And so they had a little network, and they had this and that. And that was an experiment they did for... I actually, tell you the truth, I don't know how long that went on for. So,
I haven't, so...
So as antiquated as it sounds, there could just be an airplane up there that circles around. They even had that here in the U.S. I'm trying to remember what they called it. That they had like 4 or 5 of them, and they would take off during certain times of the day, and they would transmit a television signal of various educational programs. So, and they could be picked up over a several 100-mile area. So, who's to say that they don't have a much improved version of that?
Not me.
And if you can imagine, the dish that you would have set up to receive it would more or less just look like a satellite dish.
They actually could have been up the dome and stuck a couple of funny things in it, wee transmitters here and there, and thought, I'll do. Speculation Sunday, bro.
100%. There's I wouldn't be opposed to that.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I do remember that I've seen talks of a rocket launch from sometime in the 50s to where it literally, the rocket went up and then just stopped.
Like floated in midair?
It flew up in the air, and then it got so high and then just stopped.
Like a helium balloon?
No, a rocket. It just went up and it got stuck.
Oh shit! Have you seen the ones about the airplanes too? People are watching airplanes and they just kind of like, and they stop.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Is that a glitch in the Matrix, or is it a black cat?
No, I think that's that there's some. I think there's some I think there's some aspect of avionics that we probably don't properly understand or properly talk about.
Well, I have to agree. I know fuck all. Do you think The Matrix was a fictitious movie or a documentary?
Like so much else that comes out of Hollywood, a little bit of both, I guess. I never actually watched The Matrix because...
Why not?
I can't tell you why, but I guess...
That's good.
Good job, buddy. Good job. When I saw that kick turn thing that the guy did and all the stuff turned to digital kind of look in the background, I just like, I ain't watching this, and I never did.
That's too much science fiction.
And then I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, well, the Hollywood wants you to be in the Matrix. Wow. You know, George Orwell was a socialist. And so...
His real name was Blair?
I think so.
Blair.
So my question is where, if we know that George Orwell's a socialist and we know that Hollywood is typically of that sort of leaning, then what is it they're trying to get us to swallow with the Matrix? So I was very suspicious of it, and when I saw that kick turn thing and all that, I was just kind of like, yeah, no, this ain't up for me.
I understand that. What is it they're trying to do? Lead us into a dystopian future where we don't know if up is down, left is right, if I'm male or female, if I'm a uterus, if a birthing person, or just confusion. You just want to confuse people.
Absolutely. Like I watched 1984 for the first time somewhere around 2005 to 2007. I don't remember where, but somewhere in there. And I will...
John Hurt?
Yeah.
101?
Exactly. And I'm watching this, and what I'm getting from it's like they're not showing this as a warning. They're showing this as a, hey, look at the great future you have to look forward to.
Yeah. We're back in the same Aldous Huxley, A Brave New World. What is the point of a dystopian future that they're trying to bring us? What is the point of that? And if they take all the kids and they brainwash them to the degree where they're like totally brainwashed and taking medicines every morning and whatever, what is the point of that? And do you think that human beings will not eventually rebel against that? No matter how much you brainwash them?
Well, you could argue they never have before.
Sorry, what?
I said you could argue that they never have before.
So they're trying this for the first time?
You know, what I'm saying is you can argue that humans have never rebelled before. They've always blindly followed orders, and
No. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Why would you think that?
Well, the English, the Civil Revolution, the American Revolution, the Magna Carta. Okay, the Magna Carta gave fucking power to not the common people and the peasants or anything, but
so the American Revolution, we left supposedly the rule of the royal family, yet every president except Van Buren has been fairly closely related to the royal family.
Yeah, we're still living in a feudal system. It's just like they're so good at it. They make you think that you got some kind of freedom.
Yeah.
Nah, it's still a feudal system.
And here in the United States, you don't even own your car. You don't own your property. You think you own it, but you don't.
No, you don't.
I think someone mentioned the other day that the Declaration of Independence and all those documents were signed and agreed upon inside of a building owned by the king or by the queen or something. So, yeah, let's do this under the jurisdiction of the king or something.
100%.
I mean, if you're inside of the building of the king and making decisions based on whatever is happening there, I don't know. This is kind of weird.
Yeah, the monarchy, biggest landowners in the history of the world.
Hello.
Hello there, Jimsy.
Hi there, J.E. P-Mac.
What's up, G?
Doing all right. Getting some business done.
I was waiting to see what you said there. I thought you were going to say sunshine.
That too.
Yeah. Just to finish my thought there, PMAC, and I'm going to bounce out of here a moment or two after that. But long story short is here in the United States, if you look at our interstate highway logos, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
So I'm going to, just for the fun of it, I'm going to see if I can post it over for everybody else to see as well. So bear with me 1/2 second, if you would.
Sure.
Hey, J.E., and you were mentioning titles for the cars, and even you don't own the car, you don't own the home. I was listening to some guys talking, and they were saying that whenever you claim like an address, let's say you have this property, and you label it 100 Main Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02128, that label that you give the property, and when you do documentation with it and you put that address, you're basically labeling it like a federal or some type of commercial label that is already owned by the banks or anything like that. And they were talking about that the property itself, the land, has a different designation, like some lot number, or it has some type of original way of addressing it without the federal address. There's like a lot number or something in the property record or something. It doesn't go by the actual address. It doesn't go by the address that people normally put, like 100 Main Street, whatever, right? They're saying there's a different way of labeling the actual lot or property itself.
So, bear with me just 1 second, Jimsy, on that, if you would there. But do you see that, PMAC, do you see that image I just put through?
Yep.
Do you recognize the crown on top of the highway there?
I do know, yeah.
Yeah, it's a crown, yeah.
So, instead of saying interstate, it truly should say King's Highway. Or, up till recently, it should have said Queen's Highway for the last 50 whatever years.
Always belongs to the feudal lords.
Yeah. And if you look at the law enforcement badges here, not all, but especially the federal ones, they claim that it's an eagle on top of it, but it's not an eagle on top of it. It's a crown on top of it again.
But this is important. I think this kind of like adds to what I was saying. Even the name of the street, when it's addressing commercial terms like Interstate Idaho 95, like the state of Idaho, the interstate, which is the highway, and those labels are given like a commercial attachment to. So whenever you do something in the Interstate Idaho 95. And you admit that you're doing it in that place, then you fall under the commercial code. If you're traveling towards through the land and you don't claim the legal fictional name Idaho 95 Interstate, there is a different language that can be used against the labels of these things.
Yeah, I've been telling people for 15 years we're on that field estate.
You know what I'm trying to say, Jay?
Well, here's going to be the thing, and give me just 1 second, PMAC, if you would, please. Here's going to be the difference between what the sovereign citizens have to say, because there's all these theories about how you can reclaim your allodial titles and all this horse crap. But the truth is, you are 100% correct that addresses, if you go and look up the actual deed to your house, the address that's given is a different descriptor. But what's actually the legal description and the legal name of your property is given to you by the county/state who owns your property. And that's nothing that you're going to be able to make filings and change or anything like that, because after all, they decide who gets to lease the property and pay them the annual rent that they declare. At least in England, they're a lot more open about it and calling it a leasehold. Wow. Here, so my point is you're 100% correct that you take that deed book. Well, who? You okay, buddy? Who is it that gets to decide and keep the records of who stays in their property? And that's the owner of the property. And
who owns the land?
Yeah, the person who owns the land is the one who keeps the register. And
who owns the land, no matter how much you pay.
Yeah, you don't. You're just, when you buy land here, you're not actually buying the land. You're purchasing the right to pay an annual rent for your land.
Yeah, the lords and barons at the top. It's just very well described.
And if you pull out your title to your car, now I don't know about in England, of course, or Ireland, or in the UK, but here in the US, you pull out the title for your car, and you don't even have the title for your car. The state has the title for your car, and they give you a certificate of the title. So you actually have a certificate. You don't actually have the title.
You know, if I read the title they have, yeah, it actually belongs to, not me, the state. And they have
the actual original paper of the ownership of the vehicle. It's made by the manufacturer, and I think it's the origin. It has a name. It's the certificate of origin or something like that.
Yeah, MSO, manufacturer statement of origin.
Yeah, and then when you buy the car, you send it to the state, and the state takes it, and they give you a certificate of it.
Saying you think you.
Well, they have the original title.
You're not even allowed to get that MSO.
The reason why you can't buy it direct.
You can't buy anything. It belongs to somebody else, somebody above you. Like the queen, the king, the fucking whatever. But it's not us. It's a feudal system, very, very well disguised, because the peasants would revolt, pitchforks and torches and burn your castle.
I've seen the MSO. I mean the original. I bought a vehicle, and I remember looking at it, and the dealer did all the paperwork, so they submitted the whole thing. I didn't know back then, So I had I saw it when I was doing the contracts and stuff to buy the vehicle. It was a brand new vehicle, but then obviously I never seen it since then.
Yeah, and that's why they turn it in for you, and that's why they do the paperwork, and that's why they
own everything. But as Mark Twain said, or Mr. Clemens, if voting mattered, they wouldn't let you do it. It's null and void. It's an illusion. You vote for a red party or blue party, you don't own anything. You never have. You never will. It's a feudal system cleverly disguised as democracy.
Well, and if you take the actual etymology of the word democracy, it doesn't even mean what you think it means. The word democracy is exactly what we have.
Ruled by
the gods.
Yeah, demo.
And so when they're sitting here, we got to make the streets safe for democracy. That's what I think it was George Bush who said that.
This is a threat to our democracy.
Yeah, because we have government by the gods.
It's all bullshit. Am I right? Am I right?
You're 100% right.
Thank you very much. It's all an illusion. You will own nothing and be happy.
When I was at the ham radio event yesterday, it was right next door to the...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Radio?
Say again?
I know I enjoy listening about radio talk.
Yeah, no, I was saying that I was at the ham radio event yesterday, and it was in kind of a fellowship hall of a church, and right next door was a fire hall. So when I was outside for a few minutes, I heard the tone go off, and then it went on and said, Engine 4, or whatever the number is, and the lady gave an address and said, illegal burn. And I definitely don't know what happened there. That's all I heard. I don't know but I found it interesting then that they were going to send a fire truck, not for any apparent danger, but just because they called it an illegal burn.
I used to drive trucks, by the way, fire trucks.
Say again?
I used to drive fire trucks.
Yeah.
I used to go and cut people out of cars.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed it. Well, yeah. I don't mean that way.
No, when you save people and such like that, that's quite a reward.
I was only there trying to help people, Pull somebody out of a burning building. It's a word for it.
Yeah.
Noble?
But hey, I got to back out of here, so I'm going to get to playing with the boys. They've I kind of
really want to play like.
Yeah. You don't have to ask Baymac for permission to leave. Go ahead, bro.
I'm not. I'm just telling you. But I appreciate the chat, guys.
Likewise.
So, I'll wrap with you all soon. Yeah, buddy.
Good man. Bro. Good man.
He gone.
He's a good guy. Genuine human being. Say what? I don't even know what that statement came about. You don't have to. Never mind. his name wasn't actually George Orwell. It's Blair. Mark Twain's real name isn't actually Mark Twain. It's Langhorne Clemens or something like that. They all write under pseudonyms.